sir. Mic check. Mic check. Welcome to the realm. See how we sounding out here, how the levels is good. Talk to me, realm. I see some people in there already. Pop Knot, what's going on? Tenant OVB, what's going on? Deep Estate, don't you buck up on me. Sinister, what up, man? Thank you, brother. What's going on? Christopher Hart, what's going on? Being messy already, I see you. East Texas. XboxEra, what's going on? Mark Moon in the building. Way Heck, LordsCognito. Salute. XboxEra, do me a favor. I know the time zone is a little different for Lord Shpeshal Nick. So someone give him a call just to make sure. Nah, he hit me back. He was funny. As soon as I said that, a little nervous. Then he said, "Okay, cool." He just responded. So this man is a trooper. You know what I mean? He's from the other side of the world, and he's gonna be coming in here getting it popping. So he's good. Let's see another roll call. Shout out, Lydia Master. What up? Stu Jersey. What up? This Pain PR. What's going on? But he goes to the house. You already know. Punty. What's up? No doubt, no doubt. Astro, Parrot King, Lloyd Metroid, Switch coming in hot. I see you. Callian Brown, what's going on? Commander Rodimus. All right. No doubt. He said this pen, you guys killed it last year. This guy's going to go out and listen, man. We got big things planned. Hopefully that's the plan. You know what I mean? But yeah, we got some fun. We got a fun show. A lot to talk about. Oh, Astro Parrot King. Young Cog is coming. What's up? You like those pics, those throwbacks I showed you, right? I told you. Man of my word. I had that. But yeah, we're gonna have some fun today. We got a lot to talk about. We're gonna get the Lord of Xbox Australia in the building. You know what I mean? We're gonna get him in here. Addict, talk to the people right quick. Make sure they can hear you.
What's going on, guys?
No doubt. So we are gonna go get my man, Shpeshal Nick. We're gonna get the rest of the Lords. We got a lot to talk about, have some fun, and we will see y'all in a minute.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just some super
Keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do it. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
All right, let's do a little mic check right quick. Talk to the people.
How you doing?
Hello. yes. All right. Anybody else? Let's get a little Nick mic check real quick. Just want to see if it come through on the main screen.
Yep. Am I sounding okay?
Oh, perfect. Glorious. All right. Hear ye. And we are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 288. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got 343 layoffs and the future of Halo. Scalebound and Gears rumors, Marvel Avengers shuts down, and Ubisoft strike to discuss, so we gonna get right into it. Why is King laughing? I want to introduce a Lord whose passion for the Xbox platform and rise from the era of gaming forums has easily cemented him with a golden eye for industry news. And of course, what's going on? Introducing the co-founder of XboxEra.com and the co-host of the XboxEra podcast, the Lord of Xbox Australia and Ice Lattes, survivor of Randall Thor vicious rumor criticism, and the closest Pablo Schreiber Master Chief resemblance in the game, live from Melbourne, and finally making his crossover debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Shpeshal Nick of XboxEra. How we doing, sir?
G'day, gentlemen. How are you all?
How we doing? It's not early in the morning for you. You didn't have to get up early for this.
Yes. At 5 a.m., it's very difficult to live up to an intro like that without waking up the entire house. So I will be somewhat muted to begin with, but I'll do my best to pick it up as I keep going.
Totally understand.
But thanks for having me, guys.
No, thanks for coming, man. Again, appreciate you, the extra effort required with the time zones involved. But what have you been playing, sir? What's been going on with you, man?
What have I been playing?
Yes.
What have I been playing? I started playing Kana on PlayStation 5. It was on sale, so I picked it up and started playing that. And I was saying yesterday that it reminded me a lot of Star Fox Adventures.
Oh, yeah, okay. I remember
on GameCube, but in a good way, because I was a big fan of that game. And I'm enjoying it so far. But aside from that, I've been flat out. I haven't been playing a lot of games. I was in Sydney.
Yes.
If any of you saw our show last week, I've been in Sydney for a week. So I haven't been playing a hell of a lot. I was actually playing. Do any of you guys? I didn't know this until literally last week.
Talk to us.
you guys know there's like a Bejeweled ripoff inside the Xbox app?
No. Kings off?
Yes.
Talk to me about
There-
this.
There is a Bejeweled ripoff within the Xbox app called Microsoft Jewel.
What? Go check this
And
out.
I had no idea about this until last week. Started playing that while I was in Sydney, and it is surprisingly addictive.
Really?
Okay.
Give it a go. It's pretty damn good.
It's called Jeweled? That's what it is? Just regular Jeweled?
Microsoft Jewel. And there's
Yes,
a
I see
sequel
it.
to it.
I see it. Wow. Okay, yeah, I ain't never heard of
Yeah.
this. I see it right now. Yep. Interesting. So it's been pretty much in the travel. I see you've been moving around. You kind of disrespected what you call it, Five Guys, but you know, I understand the price. I understand the price.
I-
Would have played factor into that.
Very surprisingly expensive. $19 cheeseburger was something else, especially when you're used to paying a few bucks for a Macca's cheeseburger. Not that the Macca's cheeseburger is better than a Five Guys cheeseburger, but
Respectfully.
yes, it
I
was
get it.
interesting.
I had to give you a little mess, but I totally understand. No doubt. We're going to have some fun. We're going to get into it. So you already know we got the original four horsemen of gaming, those original lords of the realm here at the round table. My co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show. How are you doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. I've actually, played a lot of yesterday. I played Fire Emblem.
I see a little stream going on. What's going on with that?
Yeah, actually, I was the first Fire Emblem I really sucked my teeth into was Three Houses. It was the previous Fire Emblem, and I actually feel like this game is better than Three Houses.
Oh.
Like, I've really enjoyed this game. What's funny is, since I don't know the origins of Fire Emblem, you like how this game is. It's like you have like a pretty much like someone that is in a ring that you could combine with to make one person,
Okay.
like a soul. And I'm like, who's like, I see this Marth dude in Smash Brothers, but I have no clue who he came from. And people in the chat's like, Addict, that's the main character from the first game. I'm like, oh, okay. So I think it's cool. They brought back main characters, it seems like, from older games as these spirits. And like pretty much what happened is like this giant entity called the Fell Dragon started like conquering the world, and they brought these warriors from other realms to help fight them. And then after you, because the first fight is you fighting the Fell Dragon, I think that's what I took from it.
Okay.
And then like you go to sleep for thousands of years or something like that. It's a good game so far. It's a really in-depth JRPG.
No doubt. Shout out to Nintendo showing my man some love right there with these stellar reviews. Anything else besides the Fire Emblem joint? Or that's it?
That's what I played a little bit of Vampire Survivors. I still have
S-tier
no clue how this
Vampire Survivors, according to
like
some.
maybe I just need to like educate myself more on this game, but it's just like, geez, like I'll be doing the same mission like 30 times and not getting anything for it. It's like, oh, we're gonna give you some gold to unlock something. Like, I don't know. It's hard for me to like explain it. Like, so I think the power up I like the most is garlic.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I like
the
I like the Bibles though. The Bibles is my drive.
Well, I like garlic with the Bibles.
Yeah, that is crazy. The garlic with the yeah, I feel you. That's a nice combo.
So question. Are you
here
looking
we
at
go.
the map? No, I'm not. I'm just asking. Are you looking at the map and looking for like the secret things that are on each stage? Like
Well,
to
I
find them?
got something that said like combine weapons or something like that.
Well, there's certain weapons that once you elevate, like once you
have to evolve them, like
you evolve
Pokemon.
them, and then certain ones in their evolved states, when used together, become something else as well. But if you look at the map, you'll find question marks and stuff like that, because that's what I kind of did in the beginning, where I would just stay in a certain area and let the monsters come to me.
Yeah.
But if you start traversing the map, you will get question marks that pop up like, hey, what's that? So you'll be unlocking other characters. You'll be finding other like other special abilities and stuff like that. So you kind of have to like move around the map, even though it is kind of like an unlimited runner in that way.
Like,
It looks like
Like,
that, but it's not.
It's not.
like
That's tier advice, Sean. That's tier advice. Continue.
yeah, I'm playing the game and
Shout out
it
to Phil
just seems
Spencer.
like a.
Oh, we gonna
seems-
get to it.
It seems just like a long hallway.
It's not.
Are you still in the forest, or have you gone to the other stages?
I've went to the other stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
it's-
like on the dairy board, you have to get the milk, and the werewolves will
Right.
chase you. But on the milk, you also have to get the rotted cheese. You have to find where the rotted cheese is, and there's no cues on the board, so you have to go all around the boards in order to get stuff.
And, and keep in mind, none of this is explained in any way, shape, or form.
Nope, it's not.
No.
No.
So you can't go cheat your way. You just got to go. You know,
I was just explaining the game cheating.
well, I'm just saying, it's like I noticed a couple of things, about this generation.
Now it's about the generation.
Need their handhelds for certain
The
things.
S tier gang is here.
No,
With you, Attic. Don't worry, I got you, Attic.
No,
You know.
I'm sorry, but knowing the concept of what the game is about is handhelding.
Okay.
Anyway, that's been it, sir. No doubt. And of course, S tier gang #1, we have our most technical gamer lord, the solo gamer list for the single player selfish experience, and also the Nostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Patriarch of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Solomon, very dapper at the New York Game Awards, sir.
Oh, thank you as well, sir.
Very,
You as well,
very
sir.
crispy,
Lord
brother.
King.
Yes,
Thank you.
I believe the words are who are those guys?
Who is those guys? I remember
Exactly.
Ty Howard did say, who are those guys?
Who are those guys?
But
Continue,
you know
continue.
what, King? I will say one thing. I've never had someone make a video about me of something I tweet that's like saying that Starfield's not getting to
Yeah,
We'll get into
shout
him.
out. Yeah, that was beautiful.
No doubt. What's up, man?
Yeah, it was a great
Stop
week. It was a great week. Obviously, you guys who check social media saw that the Lords were at the New York Game Awards. Very, very, very
Yes.
nice event.
Very nice event. Shout out to
Had a
you.
good time with my bros. It was good.
Yeah, it's the first event I've ever seen Solve go to. It's like, we got to go next year.
Yeah. Oh no!
Oh,
Let me
no,
tell you,
no.
Addy,
Yeah,
let me tell you,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's always bougie. We know, and when it's a bougie type event, that tuxedo life, and you got to get fly, and the liquor, and it's to his liking. It's a
And
different
this is
song.
the thing. And this is the thing, though, right? I told King, I was like, I wanted to strangle you and Cog for deciding that we needed to go in suits because it was short notice. Yeah. We didn't think about it early on. And then when I looked at the previous videos of like previous years, I was like, it's not,
Shout
you
out
know,
to
whatever.
my
We don't
man.
need all that.
Shout out
But King was
King
right
called
as
it.
always. He's right.
He's right.
We went in there and yeah. That's what it was. We did that. It was fun.
Attic, you coming next year? I want to see you in the suit.
Yeah. We,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Coming.
That's not
No,
my
listen,
thing.
Addict, don't worry. You understand in a minute.
You
Yeah,
understand?
don't worry.
Listen, I've never ever seen that level of access to such high level people in the industry where them being so, affable and welcoming, and for you just to stand there and talk to them.
Yes.
And you go to E3, you have a multitude of people trying to get to these people to talk to them. Everybody's running around security around them. This is a different vibe completely.
This
I
was
guess-
New York chic.
Yes. Yes.
And when I explain New York chic to people, they don't get it. Like it's the same way as explaining New York pizza.
Talk to him.
It's flavorful,
On his own.
it's functional,
That's right.
and it gets straight to the point, right?
You
You
don't
go
do
buy
it.
a New York pizza, it don't bend, it don't fold, it don't break. You fold it up, have a point, and you just eat your pizza.
There you go.
And you're able to do something else with your other hand. Like you could be on the phone, you can multitask.
Facts.
New York pizza is the essence of New York, right? This was the essence of New York. I saw the most eclectic people in one space, right? And it ranged from your wallet was crazy. Like the wallet game in there was crazy.
It was crazy.
Wait, hold on. Was your pocket watch?
No. What I'm saying is this. It went from range 0 to range 1,000.
Right.
Yeah, true.
Right. And it wasn't a barrier.
Yes.
Nope.
Normally, your pockets dictate your conversations to individuals. Not there. And I got to give a shout out to Harold Gold.
Oh, salute. Yes.
Yeah,
Harold Goldberg,
Goldberg. Harold is the most interesting man I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
And he's the man I aspire to be, right? Because this guy, and I don't know how the hell he did it,
Yep.
he is still that same Toys R Us kid
Yeah.
that you see. And I
love of games.
know it. It's genuine, and it's in his eyes, because when we got in there, I see this guy, he's standing off to the side, but he is not being intrusive. He's just being observant. of everyone walking in, and he sees everyone, and the joy in his eyes is amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
He gets up there and he tells his story, and I'm looking at him, and then I find out that his organization works with kids in the Bronx.
Yeah, it's from the borough.
My heart, man,
Yeah.
my heart.
Yeah.
Like we were actually embarrassed that we didn't know about what his
Yeah.
organization was doing before, because it was like, you know, we could have been helping in this in some way, shape, or form for years already, and we just had no idea. And then you see like one of the co-hosts of the show, along with Reggie and Harold
Shout
himself,
out to Reggie
was a student who just recently was able to get out of a shelter with her family and get a home, and she was up there co-hosting
the
shoulder to shoulder with Reggie.
It was dope.
And speaking of, you know, Reggie, you know, being sort of raised in the Bronx and coming from that, you know, Cog and I got an opportunity to speak to him briefly at the end of the night, and what he told us, we told us how everything about the organization moved us, and how the fact that he was so involved with the organization was a big deal. He says, well, you know what your job is now, right? Your job is to take all of that and move forward and continue to grow it. And that meant a lot to us. And it's just the fact that you had Reggie Fils-Aimé, Phil Spencer, Todd Howard, Jeff Keighley, other luminaries from the industry in this small space. When I tell you there were moments in the after party where no one was talking to Reggie.
Yeah.
No one was talking to Todd. They were just unassuming in a corner, having a drink, and it was like at E3, that's never
gonna happen.
Yeah.
You never have all those people in that room with that level of energy, and it was a vibe.
It was. You had musicians, you had game designers, you had architects, you had writers.
Oh,
I mean, you had the people from Kotaku there.
Yeah,
yes.
You know, it was just
Polygon.
Yeah,
over there. Axios. Yeah.
Yeah, Axios was there. PC Gamer was in the building. So
yes, incredible.
Anything else?
It was it was beautiful, man. It was beautiful. Like I said, we gotta go. This is
Oh,
a
this is the
yearly
thing.
thing for us.
No,
This is the thing.
now.
This is the thing.
So, Attic, we gotta get that fitting.
Yeah, we gonna get that suit.
fitting.
Nick
you in
is
there.
asking a
My
question.
scene, man, not my
Yeah,
scene.
go
Can I
ahead.
ask a question about it?
Yes,
Sure.
Because I saw all the pictures you guys were posting. Todd Howard,
Oh, yeah.
in almost every photo I saw of him, and I'm sure this is just a Todd Howard thing, because I used to get told I have resting bee face. And every photo I saw of Todd Howard, he looked like he just CBF. Like he was just, the look he had on his face was like, take this photo and let me get out.
Oh no.
No, I mean that's
Face
probably
had-
just that's probably just the face he sort of trained himself to
Yeah.
have for everything.
Yeah.
That's
Because
what I thought.
moments before that, he's
Smiling.
super affable, smiling, laughing with
Yeah.
you. Like I
Yeah,
said,
yeah, okay.
when he saw us, he was like, "Oh, you guys are looking spiffy," and like you know,
Okay.
Yeah.
and I'll let King and
So it's just his
Todd
face.
get into it, but yeah, they had a little back and forth about
Yeah, well,
star
and he's
reveal.
very,
We'll get to it when we're
very
out.
sarcastic.
Super,
Extremely
playfully sarcastic.
Playfully
And he was-
sarcastic, yeah.
yeah, super affable. Everybody was super
Had
friendly.
a
It
feeling that
great.
was the case.
Yeah, it Soft said it right. It's when he takes his picture, he gets into that
It's
mode.
like,
he's
Yeah.
just
Switcher
like,
mode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
let
He's
me
like,
out of
yeah,
here.
you're not catching nothing off this.
Yeah. So yeah, beyond that, again, Vampire Survivors this week. I had a bunch of like Steam cards that I got for Christmas, so I downloaded the GTA Trilogy Definitive Edition on Steam to see how that works there, and very nice. They fixed a lot of stuff from when it launched. Still can't get it to run a 60 on a damn Steam Deck.
Having trouble with
I
the
know,
Steam
like-
Deck?
Bro, I don't care what
Messy.
I don't care if they rebuilt these games in Unreal 5. Why is it not running at 60 on a Steam Deck?
I don't know. Maybe it's the Steam Deck.
Yeah, shut up. Hate. Beyond that,
The Tinkerer.
watch The Last of Us.
Early review was
Very
Gene, right?
impressed.
Gene was Gene.
Very
Jones?
impressed.
Okay, Gene was on.
I'm so surprised that something that follows the game sort of so beat for beat is able to fill in the blanks in ways that make sense.
Yo, Attic, tell me you
great.
didn't watch R&R without telling me you didn't watch R&R. But let's go ahead.
At this point, I just assume neither of them watch
Oh
it. So-
my god!
All right.
But why? So why?
we get fraud alerts? Because we
Why
we
is
can't
it
say
because
our opinion. We
Our
can't.
opinion doesn't matter.
No,
You ain't watch all the Lord. Your opinion
the
don't
reason,
matter.
the reason why I'm gonna say this because either you doing the game and you name dropping because that interview was first, and then the show came after the interview, right? Our show, the R&R with the Lords, came afterwards. So you could have referenced what was fresher and newer.
Okay. So
you know, King and Attic was right in the assessment of the breakdown. I'm just saying.
Why? Okay, so from the guy who doesn't watch other podcasts because he doesn't want his opinion tainted, you want me to watch your podcast to taint my opinion?
Those are bars. Those are bars.
I'm just saying.
Wait a second.
I'm just saying.
What you talking about? Oh my God, I gotta go on witness protection. We gotta snitch. I gotta active snitch.
Anyway, Saba.
Right. So the opinion that comes from my brain.
No, I love your opinion. I love
Continue.
your opinion. I just didn't like your source credibility.
What source? The source was me.
No problem. No
How
problem.
dare
no
you
problem.
have your own thought without
I know,
referencing
right?
R&R?
Yeah,
Said, yo, the source was me.
From now on out, every movie thought is R&R and the Lord.
Yeah,
I'm just
Make
saying,
sure you preface it with R&R first. Don't give your own opinion.
I'm
Exactly.
just saying, bro. Check us out, please.
I check
please
y'all.
listen to my demo.
Please
I
listen.
check y'all out after. Why would I don't want to tape myself with, and then all of a sudden I'm gonna come over here and be like talking like, no, I love y'all.
But it's okay to talk like Gene Park.
Oh, but no, that was me. You could throw that at me. That wasn't song.
me.
That was me. That was me.
Yeah,
That was
you
me. That was
threw that
Carl.
in there.
That
I
was
didn't say
Carl.
that.
Carl can
Oh,
take
my
the
bad.
L
I'm
for that.
sorry. I'm
That was
sorry.
good.
I'm
Sorry,
sorry.
you caught a bullet from me. Thank you.
Oh,
Jesus.
I just heard it.
Can't
You know what I'm
catch the
saying? My
strays
head popped
out
up.
here,
My
man.
bad.
Time on Carl. Time on
Shooting
Carl.
for no reason. My bad. I'm sorry.
In my opinion, I enjoyed the show.
Okay,
because I
It's
thought
good.
again, it is
Yeah,
very
it is
much.
good.
It takes all the major beats. This is how you show reverence to the source material. And you fill in the blanks and you give context for different characters and things like that. The performances I thought were amazing.
Yes, sir.
It took.
Let me
Yes,
ask you a
sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
Do you think Neil Druckmann was sitting there with a shotgun just in case anybody went off script? Like, don't you go off script?
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like,
buck up on me.
You could tell there was like an iron grip there. Like,
Yes.
you're not deviating from this. I'm gonna paint in the extra spaces the way we see fit. And that's the craziest thing about it. This really does feel like it is straight up Naughty Dog, kind of in control of the ship with HBO clout behind them, right? And that's a special mix, man. That's a very special mix.
Did you like?
And I want the room to please look left to the Halo TV show.
Here it
You know, we
comes.
can all look at left to the Halo TV show.
What you gonna say, Nick?
At the end of the day, you know, if you didn't or did like the Halo TV show, you can look at that one episode of Last of Us and watch the whole first season of that Halo TV show and clearly
Why did you just turn into the Sony Microsoft thing?
Hold on.
Why did you just do that though? Like,
No, I guess he's talking about quality versus.
No, you just gave credence to a whole live of the monsters.
I'm
that's
on
about to
R&R.
pop
You can't debate me. Okay, so
I worked
right.
very hard on the Halo TV
Yeah,
show.
your brother, you did your
so
thing, bro.
I won't
Pablo-
be hearing.
Yes.
I won't be hearing any slander of my work, please.
Thank you, Pablo
And that's
Schreiber.
cool.
We appreciate
Cool.
your service. Thank you.
That's funny. You think you can silence me, but anyway, as I was saying, it's just like you could look at one and just like look like this show clearly didn't respect the fans that watched it, wanted to do their own thing, and I would say that this other show that, you know, and a lot of people were like, well, this is going one for one. No one of the people who played the game doesn't really have anything to look forward to. That's fine. Because we can't have it both ways. We can't sit there and say that we want them to stay close to the material and that someone makes literally one-to-one with the material. Well, there ain't much to change. We're not going to have any difference of the story. That's the point. Like,
Yeah, I mean, because you can always fill in the blanks. There's always blanks to fill in the game, right? Because the game has to be structured in a certain way to give you agency. You're not going to see every single thing. And when you think about it, just the camera perspective alone changes how things are perceived if you do it right. So yeah, you could have really done something that was very, very close to the games in terms of Halo and still fill in the blanks for somebody who's been a part of that series and followed that series in a way that was meaningful. So I think this is a learning lesson for a lot of games to TV show type translations.
It's not just Halo. It's the majority of gaming adaptations. Like look what just happened with Resident Evil.
Oh yeah.
It's like you guys can make easily viewership and money. You guys just got to care and actually want the resource to be close to it.
Poor comparison because those movies make boatloads of cash.
In Halo's defense, it did.
No, I'm talking about the TV show.
The people who don't, the people who aren't diehard Halo fans apparently enjoyed the show.
My wife enjoyed it. She enjoyed the story that they made. I enjoy it. Right, I'm not gonna sit here and cap and say I don't. I'm a sci-fi dude. It was just Halo in a different light. I just took it as like Halo Elseworlds type of thing. You know, in the multiverse, if Master Chief want to take his face and his cheeks out, this is what it would be. You know,
I feel like that's a cop out though. I really do. I feel like that's a cop out. Just say, it's a multiverse of Master Chief.
It's a cop out.
That's like the easiest
cop
out you could possibly say.
R&R just took over. R&R with the Lords, y'all. What day y'all go?
You can blame Sovereign for this.
What did I do?
Time on the movies.
The question was, what did I do last week?
Listen, R&R with the Lords Tuesday at 5 p.m.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Moving on.
So, before I move on,
yes, please. We interrupted your segment. Sorry.
Shout out to Christopher Hart tying the not walking the plank on the 20th of January. Shout out to you, my brother. Congratulations to you.
He got married. Oh my God, that's my dude.
Salute.
See, I told you I love that guy. I love that kid, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. Yo, Chris, welcome to hell.
Welcome to Doom. Welcome to Fright Night.
You're ridiculous. And of course, we have the Incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh,
the prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King, how are we doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. I want everybody to go follow my man Brian. All right, go follow him right there.
Okay.
He is the guy who got the Wolverine statue. For the PS4 Pro. Everybody didn't understand why I was doing this. What's going on? Well, it was my son's birthday. So
how old?
12 years old.
Okay. Wow.
So it was, his 12-year-old birthday, and he was bothering me for a couple of weeks about the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, trying to get him that fresh PS5.
Yeah, so no. No.
I gotta get the daddy gotta get the new.
I gotta give you my history, right? Briefly. My history. None of my parents ever brought any of my consoles.
Yeah.
Ever. All right. So, but I had every console known to man. Right. So I had Atari 2600 and up, ColecoVision, and television, everything, Vectrex, everything, every console that ever released on my own by myself.
Right.
All right, so when I tell him this, he's sitting there with a horrified look. He's like,
do I have to do that, Daddy?
No. Well, he's like, Daddy's got me everything. And he looked at me like, you poor bastard. You had to endure this. They are monsters, Father. They are monsters. But, he has received everything. But, PlayStation 5 is probably in the cards for him later. And it's just more, I don't really have to get it because all the PlayStation 5 games are PlayStation 4 back to back anyway, right? I'm just saying, that's me throwing a little bit of shade.
Yes.
All right, so
a little bit of shade.
He gets his gift, right? We take him out, bring him home. So he sets up his Xbox. I get him every other weekend, sir. So he sets up his Xbox, and I said, "You set up everything?" He said, "Yeah, everything is hooked up." And he's looking, and I was like, "I don't think you set up everything." I was like, "Well, all the wires look intact." And then I was like, "Did you set up this?" And he had the PlayStation Pro Battlefield Edition, and he's like, "Ah!" So he loses it. My wife sees that his Xbox has 925 games. She's like, "Oh my God, 925 games?" He said, "Yeah, Daddy gets busy." Then I said, "Wait till you unlock, the PlayStation." He goes there. He sees the collection. I think PlayStation collection has like at least 900 some odd games there too, as well. And he has been introduced to the PlayStation Classics.
Yes. Because
he got, I pay for the monthly thing, so we pay for the year. He has everything. When you talk about giving a child a universe and just stepping back without bothering, without being intrusive, without saying anything, just go check this stuff out. And he asked me, "Daddy, is there anything that you recommend?" I said, "Yeah, Jack and Dexter, Ratchet and Clank." I said, just go into when Sony was great. Let's make Sony great again. Go back to when God of War. I told him, I say, hey, go check out God of War when it was good.
Oh, right.
It's in there.
Here we go. Here we go.
He comes downstairs 5 hours later. His eyes buck. His eyes is buck like. and he's like, I'm like, "What do you need?" He said, "Juice." I give him juice and chips and put a couple of cupcakes on it. I said, "All right, man, go back at it." He been up all weekend. I don't think he took a sleep yet. He's gonna pass out when I take him home. But I hear him talking to his friends. Right, I'm asleep, and he's talking to his friends on Xbox, and I hear him say, "Yo, man, this PlayStation thing's for real." He said, "I'm not trying to fanboy or nothing." I'm hearing him. He said, "But they got some stuff in here." He said, "You need to get a PlayStation now." He said, "Well, what's your name?" He said, "Well, I'm running off my father's, but I'm about to make mine." He said, "I don't know. It might be Kratos. I don't know." But he has been indoctrinated into the world. And I want him to keep, because I'm thinking of Harold. Harold's always going to be the guy in the back of my mind. I want him to keep that kid, that same face that I saw when I gave him, the PlayStation. I want him to keep that joy in his heart, because there's nothing like that feeling of a new game, exploring a new world, giving him a new galaxy, something without a bias. Don't force your bias on your children. Just let them explore and let them find out what's best for them. And if he turns into a PlayStation dude from here on,
how you gonna handle the betrayal?
But I love him. I love him to death. And I was playing Fortnite this weekend, Vampire Survivor, and I downloaded the new Persona games. But it's been a glorious weekend so far.
So, King, I noticed there was like this little sword thing when you was talking under your name and like a goal and.
It was sword under. It was under my name.
Yeah, it's under your name now. What's that about? What's going on with this?
Okay, so
stuff?
We have the road to PAX.
Yes.
Every year, PAX is open, or now that it's getting right back to open. We went last year. We go every year to PAX, and financially, it's a tall task.
Yes,
it is.
So what we decided this year is we'll put goals in place, and the goals in place for us to, as y'all can see right now, we're going to achieve these goals. And the first one is a roundtable podcast. The next one is the retro game with the Lord. And the other one is Lord's Play, a co-op game with the community. And the last one is a live podcast at PAX. Now, y'all saw the podcast we did with when we crossed worlds with Wicked Good Gaming.
Yeah, salute to Wicked Good. Yes.
Right. So we're going to do a live podcast, because that takes money as well, renting the room and going through all this other stuff. So we have a goal set in mind, and everything that y'all contribute to the show goes straight to this road to PAX. PAX East 2023.
Yes.
Where lordsofgaming.net is going to have boots on the ground information.
Oh yeah.
And I can give you the best assessment of that. You guys saw when we went to the Game Awards, right? There was people talking about the Game Awards, and we were at the Game Awards. There was people insinuating about the Game Awards, and we were telling you from the floor and from the horse's mouth what was going on. So we're trying to bring you that level of coverage here. like we do all the time. Boots on the ground, actual conversations with developers, actual gameplay in hand, and actual assessments of what's going on in the industry while it's happening. So please help us attain our goal of PAX East 2023. And I'm pretty sure with this great community that we do have, we will hit the 100% with no problem at all.
Absolutely. It's just you guys continuing to do what you do already. Just now we're just kind of formulating it with a window of like, this is exactly where all of your support goes to.
All we're pretty much doing now is we've always said that all the money goes back into the show. Now we're just showing you where it's going.
It's pretty much ain't nothing changed. It's just we're just visually showing it.
Exactly. And the merch, the PAX 2023 merch, PAX East shirts will be available hopefully by next week. I'm having those patches made up, and we're gonna have that in the store, so you can actually support that way as well. So run and get a PAX shirt. But all the stuff that you do contribute, all the stuff that you do buy, all the super chats that you do give, will go straight to getting us to PAX East 2023.
Shout out to Lord Metroid. He said we did a good job with the coverage, especially the indies last year. That was dope. And then shout out to Tony Bryan, said he'll be there all 4 days. So
fantastic.
Get at it. I'm sorry.
It depends on how well, 'cause here's the thing, like we're gonna have to rent a room or something because we'll be in hotels for PAX. And we're gonna
no more creepy house.
Hi guys.
Yeah, hi guys.
So there's not gonna be like a room, so we'll have to rent a room. And I've had multiple people ask about hosting like a meet and greet, or is that how they pronounce it? We'll have to see.
we can see if we can facilitate that. But if we still have time inside that room, room will probably be where the meet and greet at, and we'll tweet it out, and people come in. Hey, what's up?
For sure. Like anything, you see us on the show floor, just pull up.
Pull up.
What's up?
And keep in mind, we will be doing one of these for E3 too, and the live show. I'm not gonna say anything. But there's a prominent person in the community that's going to be staying with us. That, he might pull up to that live show.
No doubt. Let me real quick. We got to break protocol. Solve. You want to get God's Hitman because he did something really cool.
Cool. Give me a second.
God Hitman.
Hold on a second.
I can get it for you, and then you catch up. But shout out to God's Hitman, man. $20 super chat. Thank you for the amazing podcast. Let's get a live podcast at PAX. So
it's funny. I just copy pasted that one. I'm like, what are you talking about? I just copy pasted it.
And keep in mind too that
Pete found. He said, make sure y'all get some lapel mics. All right, brother. We working on things.
I have put from the last 2 podcasts that we made in super chats. I started the goal with those in mind. Like that's why it's we ain't at 0 because I wanted to make sure that you guys get represented for the entire month because this is pretty much a 2023 thing. So I put all of that into I started with that money in mind.
No doubt. Salute. Let's go. Tim Per 21 drinks last night at the show. All right, we'll see about that, brother. But anyway. Anyway. So thank you, Attic, for the screen share. Let's get back to business. And King, if you're good, I'll get into my situation. Or you good?
That's about it. We were going to say about the banter about Todd Howard, and Cog and Sovereign and myself. So we go over there, and I mean Todd is
really cool,
super inviting. I'm not even gonna lie. Like rubbing elbows with giants feels different when you're in that environment. It's just really it was a very different environment. Okay, I have to caveat that and let you know. It's not the same. We've been in E3, we've been in meet and greets, we've been at certain places, but this was the most laid back, relaxed environment that I've seen with these individuals. With that said, we get over there and Todd is laughing and stuff, and I'm like, hey, what's going on, Todd? Or whatever. He's like, oh, you want to get to Phil? I'm like, nah, we want to get to you. He's like, oh, that's what's up. So he's like, oh, who are you guys? Y'all look nice. Right, so this is our first time seeing Todd, I guess,
outside.
There.
I've never seen him outside.
Phil and them all the time, but Todd. So I told Todd, no, Sav and Cog said, hey, take your time on that. I said,
Cog said.
Yeah. I said, hey, Todd, don't listen to them. He said, oh, no. We listen to everybody. That don't mean I listen.
Yeah, he says we hear everybody.
We hear everybody. Yeah.
Doesn't mean I listen.
It seems like King was trying to lead the witness.
Yeah,
to
King was
Todd
listen.
Howard.
No,
I was
I told him,
in King's
your heart
defense-
don't pump Kool-Aid.
in King's defense, I was leading the witness because we see him, Nick, right? So you over there, and I come up like, Latar, don't listen to what anybody's saying. You take your time with Starfield. You take your time. So then King come over. He hear me. He interrupts all this brush in between us, and it's like, look. He started talking about commitments and things got to be on time, and I'm like, oh my god.
I'm like, yo, your heart don't pump Kool-Aid. Don't listen to these dudes.
Yeah. And then King's over here telling them, there are things that were said that have to be adhered to, like that.
Yeah.
I'm like,
promises
was made.
Promises were made.
So if you look at my picture, right? You gotta look at my picture. You gotta look at the picture that he has with Saul. The picture that he has with Saul is a lot more inviting.
Yes.
The picture that he has with me is like, this game gotta come out. I don't know when this guy
is a
pop
full
up.
2 feet taller than me.
The picture he has with Saul is more realistic. This man knows what's up. Like, the picture he has with you is like, this man is demanding the impossible.
No
Like,
doubt.
This man walked up to me with the spreadsheet and said, remember what you said over here? So I think we're gonna have to keep up with what we said.
Yo, somebody said, King said, don't you buck up on me. How you gonna tell Todd, don't you? Yo, I'm done. Y'all
But no, it was
stupid.
a dope environment.
No doubt.
Yeah, that's about it. That's all.
And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito. Spread that realness to the realm of the ILP. That tell you what you want to hear and what you need to hear. Shout out to Defining Duke. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays. Had a good Defining Duke that's up now on YouTube, just talking about Halo, midnight launches, all the stuff that's going on. Shout out to The Last Word. He bought this Ty Guy Travis. We had Destiny the Meme account on. She's absolutely hilarious, talking about everything that's going on before life for a lot of change. They literally revamping this game. It's insane the quality of life things they're about to do. And then as far as me, as far as games, I've been playing obviously Destiny Season of the Seraph. Final Fantasy Crisis Core, really picking up on it, Attic. I'm starting to get into the flow. It's a lot of materia fusion stuff.
Did you see that epic scene where they fought on the Midgard gun?
It's stuff happening, and then obviously learning about the Buster Sword, and Zach's still kind of annoying to me. He's very happy-go-lucky. What they call him, Zach the puppy, whatever. But I see where it's going, and I see that they're going to most likely transform his character a little bit. But I can't front. The DMZ system is starting to get to me. I'm starting to like it.
The beginning, he has that I'm finally achieving my goals sensation. And then the further the game goes, that he realizes his goals isn't what he thought they were. Like,
he's that happy to be here guy, soldier, and I'm gonna.
That changes. Real fast.
You're starting to learn, and all that stuff. So I'm having fun with that. Can you be surprised? Actually, shout out to DJ Oro, shout out to Sinister. They finally. I got bullied in the Call of Duty Warzone and Call of Duty joint. It's not that bad. I go for it. Like I played Warzone, I played the DMZ. Warzone is good. Warzone's good. Clearly, I am trash. I have not played these type of games.
Warzone is completely different from that other thing.
I'm not good at it either.
They was throwing me in the goulash. It's like I didn't even. One joint, I was still parachuting in.
Right.
Murdered in the air and goulash. I'm like, boots did not touch the ground. And I'm already dead. So salute to them. Y'all killers. These kids are killers. They're savages. Shout out to the proximity chat. They wild with the mouth. They out of pocket. I'm just like, man. Now, DMZ is more my type because it's kind of like PvE, PvP. You know what I'm saying? You get in there, you play co-op with your boys. You're going from point to point. You're getting your weapons. You're getting your attachments and all that. So, listen, the game is cool. I got to get the campaign probably done and stuff like that. But I did have fun on that. And, that's pretty much all I had on that. As far as real quickly, again, you see it pinned to the top of the screen for all our Valari lovers. Get your game support, get your pillow. Again, we're available now in the UK, in the EU. 15% off. Use code LAW15 is tagged at the top. Support our good friends at Valari. That'll be dope. And then, I'm sorry, get at it.
And I want to really shout out this community.
Yeah, they support it.
I was very skeptical on the pillows because I was concerned that, you know, we can sell games easy because we talk about games, but when it comes to like luxurious pillows, I was like, I don't know. Like, but you guys showed up like in big ways.
Support the community. Go ahead, John.
And just to reiterate what we said before, everything that we do here goes back in. Not a single person takes a dime home, like getting a check. No, everything goes back into the show.
I wish we had 100,000 subscribers.
That'd be amazing, man. That's the goal, right? That's the goal to always work towards. But at the end of the day, like
these subscribers.
And when you think about what's going on in the gaming, like the editorial space, the media side, like we're grinding over here because a lot of these bigger places are losing a lot of people, and just the dynamics of what it is to be gaming media is changing all the time. So for us, you know, like I said, all the support that you guys give us goes a long way to be able to be on the show floor and show you all the stuff that we're doing. So
you don't really have to look too much past just what Gene said last week. Like the landscaping in the industry in terms of coverage is changing. You know, it used to be 80, 85, 90%, you know, higher end media like IGN, GameSpot. Now the influencers, podcasters, they've took a lot of that percentage.
No, salute. And for the Game Awards that I did want to shout out, you know, a lot of people that pulled up. Shout out to Mr. Joanna Dark. I see you up in there. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Al Dankwa from Microsoft. He was there. So many people. Keegley, we talked about the majors. You know what I'm saying? The funny, real quick story I'll just tell is that when I'm finally getting a chance to talk to Phil, because obviously Phil received the Legend Award, you know, after that, later on in the show. So we kicking it, whatever. I was like, yo, Phil, what's going on? So we kicking it, and then it was just like, so what you been playing? He's like, not too much, but Vampire Survivors while I'm remote. So while I go, I'm like, yeah. So then here it come, right? So then come so I'm talking about, all right, that's cool. So then Solve here's Vampire Survivors, comes over into our conversation. He goes, yeah, S tier Vampire Survivors, right, Cog? And I'm like, good game. No distance. It's a good game. So hold on, this is the funny part.
Okay.
So then I go, yeah, A tier. It's cool. It's great. So then Phil is like, but what do you mean, Cog? And I go, oh, no. So he was like, why didn't you have it as an S tier? Like, I play it all the time. It's like my game of the year. And I'm like, oh, man. Now Phil calling me out.
You know what I would have said, Carl? Like, well, you know, we got an episode of IOP where you can find that information.
So check it out. I'm like, bro, I said, look, Phil, you know, I feel it's good. It's great. He said, no, I got crazy hours in it. It's my game of the year. Like, Carl, why don't you have that as your S tier? And then I'm literally getting jumped by King, Phil Spencer, and Saab. Reggie's in the background laughing, and I'm like, oh, I'm just going to take this L right now because I'm not trying to argue with these people right now. So yeah, salute to them. I just rolled my eyes and had to take my L while Saab laughed. But
you know what I would have said, Phil? Why don't you tell me why it's an S tier then?
No, you wouldn't have frozen right there.
I had time for that type of smoke. I had time for that smoke, you know what I'm saying? But other than that, shout out to everybody who pulled up. Shout out to Harold Gerber. Like King said, everything they did for the kids, the scholarships they gave away, the teachers they brought on screen that are using video games as part of their curriculum. Shout out to the Game Award, New York Game Awards.
BX Love.
Yes, BX Love. Shout out to New York Game Awards nominees. Very varied. A lot of things that didn't get shout outs in other award shows. You see Pentiment get some nominations. You see Cult of the Lamb get some nominations. You know what I'm saying? Vampire Survivors. And so shout out to Elden Ring. They cleaned house. Elden Ring.
You told me there was some really good really good rewards in general too.
Yeah. Shout out to Psygnosis. What's up?
It was like, it got to the point, Elden Ring was like, you know, I need a better competitor to go against.
You're ridiculous.
Against God of War. I've been molly-whopping them.
The messiest part of the show, and I'll be ending because we got poor Nick waiting. The messiest part of the show is they had a section called Best DLC. And everyone in the theater looks at King while he's saying God of War Ragnarok. Let's go. And I'm like, bro, you can't do us like this in this event.
It was quiet in there. And I said, God of War Ragnarok, let's go.
And then me and Saul look at each other and go, yo, what if in an alternate universe that they actually nominated?
The woman in front of us when the show was over, she was like, you guys were so entertaining with your banter back and forth during the whole show.
We were like, listen to ILO podcast. This is our call.
I said, I'm sorry. She said, I just followed and subscribed right now.
Yo, picture a silent theater, y'all, and King yelling out, God of War Ragnarok, let's go, best DLC. And we like, oh no, bro.
Yo, that was so
It was
funny.
wild funny. I can't for that was the messiest King has been, but it was wild funny. And then I was messy because shout out to Destiny Witch Queen winning DLC. Bungie pulled it off. They get the thing. So I was the loudest person. When they won, I was like, let's go. But yeah, that was a funny little behind the scenes for y'all. So y'all know what's going on.
So we got 600, almost 700 people here. We only got 100 something. Like, stop playing.
Yeah, King was trolling in a live event. Yes, he was.
Shout out to Tony Polanco too. First time at the home. Tony was there.
Man,
And he presented an award.
And he presented an award.
Presented an award.
Yes,
Shout out to him.
Shout out to Tony Polanco, no doubt. Of course, shout out to
What
Phil.
was the name of the game that the beat 'em up? I forget. I'm trying to remember the name of
the
it.
hip hop joint with the
Hip hop with the best intro going.
and the developer had a Tekken King shirt on.
Yeah,
King
the-
shirt
Oh
on.
man, I'm forgetting about it.
All right, I'm looking it up because I'm trying to.
Well, just go watch.
Just go watch
I have
the
the
joint.
show.
Yeah, go watch the joint. And again, salute to Phil. He won the Legend Award. Beautiful speech. You had to be there. It was absolutely amazing. Love it.
Or you can go to my timeline. I posted those.
King. Go to King timeline. All right, cool. We have gone on round. Now, super chats, please. Solve. Let's get the super chats, and then we got to.
Yes, sir. Okay, hold on a second. We're back. We got Gerald Mack, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Bang, bang. 9 a game. All hail the ILP. Salute the Lords.
Yes.
No doubt. Gerald, you dropped a super chat late last week after we were off air. I couldn't get back to it. I can't find it right now, but I know you did it. So thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
if you remember
I'll
what you said or Attic will bring it back up, I'll read it. Then we got God's Hitman, $2 super chat. Let's go 49ers.
Woo! Let's go down again. Let's go. We got a big business. Take care of business.
How about let's go Giants? God.
Rest in peace.
Sith Lord member for 2 months, $2 super chat. My heart goes out to all those who lost their jobs. Yes, it has been a very, very rough week in gaming.
Oh yeah.
Then we have the Black Harry Potter. $10 super chat. Good afternoon, Lords. Y'all was sharp at that event. Also, Game of the Year, Hogwarts Legacy will be here in a few weeks. Let's get ready, wizards and witches. Let's
All right,
go.
so Lord Metro said $2 super chat last week. Gene, like Super Metroid, he knows perfection.
Okay, it was Gene. It wasn't. I thought it was Joe Mack. Then we got Hollywood Rules member for 6 months, $5 super chat. Happy Sunday to my favorite pod.
Absolutely.
Proud to see you guys on Twitter at the awards doing your thing.
Thank you.
Prayers to all those out of work and in and out of the industry.
Yes, absolutely.
We got Free R. Kelly, $5 super chat. Really want to see how King tries to spin Halo dice. Okay, we will see. Right?
We'll get to that topic.
Then we got Free R. Kelly again, $5 super chat. Let's keep it 1,000. Microsoft killed Halo and Gears. Let these franchises die so they can be reborn. They need to evolve. Nobody want to play grandpa games.
Oh, you want them all to just become stepdaddies like they did the Kratos, right? Go sit down.
Then we got Abercab72 member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Here's a gift for you from the birthday boy. Great present for me to listen to the fresh show. Keep it up, guys. Slap the like button. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Salute,
Happy
salute.
birthday to you.
Happy
Appreciate
born
that.
Day. Salute.
We got Hargeet Chani, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords on this somber Sunday after the massacre of Halo. Welcome to the realm, Nick. Let's hope this coming week will be full of good news. Yes.
Somebody die.
Then let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Gold. Tony Bryant, member for 2 years, upgrading to Lord Gold. Appreciate you, brother.
Blessings, Tony.
Then we got Free R. Kelly again, $2 super chat. Check out Kratos before they emasculated him. Jesus, what happened? Jesus. Kratos can't have no feelings. What's wrong with you? What's going on?
Yeah. Shout out to the game when the games was great. Let's go.
Then we got this is God's Hitman, the one that Cog read earlier, the $20 super chat. Thank you for amazing podcast. Let's get a live podcast at PAX. Yes, let's do that.
Thank you.
Then we got Dragonheart Yobi.
All right.
Member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Hire extra security for Sovereign. If let me play with your joystick shoulders up, gotta get Sob up out of here through the secure ILP tunnel.
Facts. Yeah, we can't let that type of access happen.
They're gonna be at PAX East.
Yo, I just know. Wait, my wife was like, where are you going again? She was like, oh, excuse me?
No doubt. What else we got?
Then we have THX1138, $2 super chat. King to Todd, show us your build.
Yeah, it was definitely showing your Bill energy going on in there.
Then we got Tipped Whale, $5 super chat. The Last of Us really brought the characters to life on screen. Meanwhile, Halo got Master Chief from Fortnite on the big screen.
Yo, come on now. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's messy.
Kind of funny.
Good.
Then we got it true, but then we got Forza Legend member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Real talk, King me on the wife was real talk, Real talk, King.
Mm-hmm.
Me and the wife was at Walmart as she got mad at customer service and said, "On God, don't fuck up on me." I was in tears.
Wait, she got both of the King answers. She got no buck on me.
She
got on God in them.
She said, "Oh God, you better not buck up on me."
Oh, this is
too much.
yo,
This is too much.
unbelievable.
Too much.
All right, let me scroll back a little bit. I think we got y'all, baby, $5. Yeah, baby, $5. $2 super chat. My guys was getting so sharp at the awards show. Bless. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And we got Dan the Man Cunningham, $5 super chat. Greetings, Lords. Love what you guys do. Keep shining your light, brothers. Good luck with your 49ers tonight, Cog.
much love.
Go Cowboys.
No doubt. Respectfully. I like that.
Damn,
He's topping the super chats.
No, I said time in the football talk. I'm joking.
Then we have Spartan Go 17, $2 super chat. Damn, the Last of Us show just killed Halo show. Yeah, two separate things. Spartan Go 17, $2 super chat. Master Cheeks got to pack it in. Whoa, pause.
Special Nick is here today.
Hey,
We're
yo.
not doing that.
Hey, cut that out.
Then we got Corey Mosley, $5 super chat. Great show, guys. Keep up the great work. Hit that like button.
Yes. No doubt. Are we good?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
we
We good.
good.
Right.
Yeah.
Nick has been very patient.
Nick has been super patient.
Yes.
2 hours.
I know, brother.
No. It probably works out for the best with how quiet I need to be.
He said it worked out. You got another one. So
Yes, we have another one from Hargeet Today, $10 super chat. There needs to be some sort of merch with Sam and let me play with your joystick. No, we don't need merch for this. Maybe something like single player gamer, only I play with my joystick.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Hey,
just
I want
have
the
Todd-
shirt. We get another.
Yo,
I'll pass that
thinking
along to
about
the
it.
marketing team.
I'm thinking about it.
For the joystick?
I can have Solve playing in front of a television
Oh, man.
that says Lord Sovereign with Atari joystick. You know how I got one stick
Yo,
and one button?
Wow. Citizen
And on
said
the
that
bottom,
myself.
in small words, it says, "Let me play with your joystick."
Well, yo, no. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make some changes in our merchandising department.
I think that sounds like a fantastic idea.
Oh, man.
I foresee some layoffs coming.
IOP let go of
I'll
1%.
be like, you're stupid. Moving on. Now that we've gotten care of the business and all that other good stuff, we got to focus on Lord Nick, his video game system history, his journey into podcasting, Xbox era, and of course, what led him to one of the most rising independent publication websites, that XboxEra.com. So, Lord Nick, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had? What got you into gaming?
The arcades, really.
Woo!
That's where I started as a kid. I was less. The consoles came a little bit later for me.
Okay.
Yeah, growing up, I was almost always in the arcades. My only exposure to consoles was sort of at friends' houses, cousins' houses. So had one who had an Atari, another one who had like Nintendo, whatever the case was. Yeah, I didn't get into the console gaming till I was like 8.
Okay.
Which was a little bit older. We're talking 1988 back then.
Give me some
And that
arcade
was-
games, though. Give me some arcade games. What drew you into the lights, if you can remember?
Street Fighter.
But you're pushing me back.
Yeah,
a long way here.
just if you can remember one in particular, that'd be cool.
We're talking like Wonder Boy.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Sega, let's go.
Yes.
Oh well, yeah. I was very much a Sega fanboy growing up because of the arcade. Sega back then in
to me.
Australia was a lot bigger than Nintendo. I know it was the opposite in the rest of the world. Like the Master System here outsold the NES.
Yeah.
Wow, really?
One of the very few countries for that to happen in. So I got a Master System as a kid, and you know, I remember as a kid freaking out that games were on credit cards. Remember the cards the Master System had, and you slot them in. You know, the Master System had a free built-in snail maze game thing, and I just remember thinking that was just like the greatest thing ever as a kid. Fact, you know, got myself Wonder Boy because that's what I played at the arcades. Hang On,
it's my heart.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. So growing up, I was all about Sega. And I'm aware I'm saying that wrong. Everyone gives me enough crap on our show.
You're good.
But with the Mega Drive, which you guys had as the Genesis,
Right.
in Europe and Australia, it was the Mega Drive. That's sort of when I was introduced to console wars.
Let's go.
Because most of my friends had Super Nintendo, so I was one of the few that had a Mega Drive. You know, I've told this story before, but I remember, you know, I was a big Street Fighter fan, and I just remember wanting Street Fighter at home so much. And then, of course, as many of us would know, Street Fighter was announced as a Super Nintendo exclusive.
No.
Timed exclusive.
Time exclusive, yeah.
Yes. But
That broke your heart.
We didn't know about that concept back in 92. We just saw that all it was coming out on was Super Nintendo. And I remember one of my best mates at the time, he was staying over at my house. We were flipping through a gaming magazine. He was a Super Nintendo guy. And as we're flipping through, there was a 2-page ad for Street Fighter on Super Nintendo. We've shown the picture. We found it and we showed it on our show. And it's basically just a picture of this guy's eyes and a little screenshot of Street Fighter. And it just says, Street Fighter on Super Nintendo, you know, Mega Drive owners, dream on.
Oh, wait, so I never knew Super Nintendo had the slander for the
That was in other parts of the world.
I never knew this.
Wasn't over here.
So he's just grabbed this magazine, turned it around in my face, and dream on. He's like, dream on. And I'm like, this is too much. So, yeah, when Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition finally came to the Mega Drive, that was like one of the happiest days in my life. And there was my mum paying 120 Australian back in like 1990 something. I know it's funny. People talk about how expensive gaming is now.
It was more back then.
It was next level back then. It was just, and you adjust those prices for inflation, and it is off the charts how expensive gaming was back then. So yeah, the console that sort of, so I was a Sega fanboy growing up. The console that got me to realize I'm missing out on too much elsewhere was the Nintendo 64. So anytime I used to go to my best man's house, he became my best man. He was a Nintendo guy. So my exposure to Nintendo was through his NES, through his SNES, and through his 64. And I remember anytime he'd have a sleepover, 64 was out. GoldenEye, Mario Kart, all split screen.
Yeah.
You know,
4 controllers.
4 controllers.
None of us want a split screen on a 65-inch OLED right now. Yeah, we want our own screen. Back then, kids will never know these days. That's why probably so many people have glasses now. We were splitting screens on 68 centimeter. Smaller. That was a lounge room TV back then. 68 centimeters. If you were rich, maybe you had an 80 centimeter TV. Maybe.
He's right.
And we were 4-player split screening of those
4
TVs.
players.
Player. Your screen was this big. Like my iPhone was probably a bigger screen than the split screen I had on the TV.
Somebody said 4-player screen on a 15-inch.
You don't remember us putting that money together to buy that 21-inch
Yes.
21-inch TV.
That was a big deal.
Big back 21-inch,
Continue, Nick. You're right.
We were splitting screens on that. And I just remember playing GoldenEye and Mario Kart. I'm like, oh my god, these games are so good. Like I have to gotta buy a 64. So yeah.
Nice.
After that, that was like, I was like, okay, I gotta buy everything now. You know, so I went back later and bought a PlayStation 1, which I had skipped.
Nice.
Got the PS2 and so on and so forth. I mean, Sega was still ultimately in my heart. The Dreamcast for me is still the greatest console ever.
Woo!
But that was because I was also still an arcade gamer, probably almost into my 20s.
I love the arcade. Love.
So having all those arcade ports,
Yes.
arcade perfect
Perfect
arcade
ports.
Yeah.
at home was like was next level. Like I still remember the day. So EB used to do like preview nights down here.
Oh, nice.
And I remember in '99 they did a preview night for the Dreamcast.
Oh, yeah.
I remember going there and just everyone's jaws were on the floor seeing Soul Calibur,
Oh, my God.
Sonic Adventure. You know, everyone is watching that Orca run where the orcas are coming through trying to attack Sonic, and like no one could believe. I mean, we all see that now. Like if you look at it today, it's like obviously aged a bit, but
Yeah.
back in '99, you're just like, what the hell am I seeing right now? It was just
Peter Moore was in his
it's
bag.
I feel like I don't know if kids will have that kind of because look at my son is 7, my daughter is 11. They play Roblox and Minecraft and but games look so good for them now that I don't know if they'll ever have that
Appreciation.
moment that we all had when we transitioned 8-bit, 16-bit. You know, I don't know if they'll ever get that.
It was a jump every generation. It was a discernible jump. Like when we went from 8-bit to 16-bit, it was mind blowing. We went from 16-bit to 32-bit. You could not stop us. When we got to 64-bit, we thought we was the cream of the crop. And then that 3DO hit, and then, you know, prices went with it. But no, you're right. It's a huge jump every generation. I don't think it's that much of a huge jump now in terms of generation, because, you know, 360 games still hold up. PlayStation 3 games still hold up. PlayStation 4 games hold up to PlayStation 5 and so on. I think our leaps is more in the architecture of the build, the AI of the computer, the interface and how we interface with it. But back then, there was so much headroom in what we can do, you know, and get to. But, you know, now we're hitting the ceiling.
I do think that we have came to a certain cap when it comes to graphics. Like, obviously, there is still, I would say, some room for improvement, but I do feel like, you know, the way it's not going to matter anymore on the way the game looks, because I feel like the majority of the games are going to look good, especially in AAA development.
Yeah,
they're going to start changing how the game feels and plays.
Good point.
Yeah,
Continue.
audio.
Yeah, audio, all those other stuff too. No, but good point, Nick, as far as the Dreamcast and like you said, that launch and I just remember how amazing that launch lineup was. Like it was
Greatest launch lineup in history.
Untouchable.
Yes.
Untouchable.
Continue.
Nothing will ever come closer. It's funny because you were mentioning King earlier, your son wanting the PS5. My 7-year-old's exactly the same. He wants a PS5. So believe it or not, he has started saving up.
Okay.
$600. He's got a target of $600 to save up for a PS5.
So tell him hurry up because I heard Jim is about to raise the price.
He already did here. You guys escaped it. He already
Oh, that's
raised it here.
right. I forgot. I didn't even think about that.
Wow.
Yeah, he already
God,
raised
it's like
it here.
I forgot they changed the price.
No, it's not, because you know what it is? Like when you're an American gamer, we live in our own bubble and we forget how it affects all other countries, other regions, and literally, you know, Special Nick, Lord Special Nick is in the region where it's affected. Like, quick sidetrack bar. Like, how was that received? Like, I mean, what was the consensus, or what for the most part? People just grumbled. It was all right. We'll still deal with it. Like, I'm curious about that. I know we're going off tangent.
The jump wasn't huge. It was like $50.
Okay.
So it
I
wasn't.
think it was about that in
wasn't-
every region, $50.
Okay.
But that's huge. See,
Yeah, but I find $50 is seen very differently depending on where you're from.
Yeah, you have
yeah,
like
but $50 is huge for a kid, for an 8-year-old kid who has a goal
for
of
a kid,
600. You understand? This is where I yell at. This is my problem. Kid has a goal, right? He's saving his money up to, but this is where the parent comes in after the fact, and you have to teach him the hard lessons of life. Well, listen, you made it up here. I got you the rest of the way. Don't worry about it. And we get you a game. But for him to see the price and in his heart, he got his 6. Could you imagine he got his 6 and he's like, Daddy, take me down to the store, and you get down there and it's $50 more. That's kind of crazy, because he set a goal and he's trying to achieve that goal. But go on, I apologize for my tangent.
No, that's okay. No, that's fine. So yeah, he has his goal now. He's got his heart set on getting the PS5. But it's funny, I notice when he jumps on mine and he's playing, like, I'm not going to assume that my experience was the same as everyone else's, but I know with most kids back then, the first thing we do when we see a new game is, oh my God, look how good it looks. And obviously as those leaps came, we'd be like, oh my God, look how good it looks. I find with kids now that they don't even worry about how a game looks. It doesn't even register with them. Because, like I said, they play junk like Roblox. That looks like
Big Roblox getting that smoke today.
He got the disdain in his heart for that Roblox.
yeah. Like,
He said, I brought you God of War. Why the hell you playing this Roblox?
Yeah, like my son is obsessed with Astro.
Yeah,
he just plays like. But now, when I first saw Astro, one of the first things I noticed was just how clean and polished and beautiful it looked. Yeah. He doesn't even, that doesn't
It's a good point.
register.
It's a good point.
He just plays the game and that looks like that thing that happened is cool, and that thing that happened is cool, and my controller is shaking baba and it's doing this and it's doing that. It's just funny how different it is for them versus how it was for us growing up. Maybe it's because we came from Atari, which was just a few blocks on the screen, to then Master System NES, which was a few more colors, a few more blocks on the screen. Because I don't think they had that experience growing up for them. So my son is 7, which means when he could recognize what a video game was, it already looked like God of War.
Yeah.
It already looked like
phenomenal.
Halo. It already, they already had those unbelievable visuals. So they don't know what it is to come from looking at blocks on the screen.
Real blocks.
That's a good point. No, it's a fantastic point. I totally hear where you're coming from.
Plus, also, we were groomed up into the tech. Like, we get a magazine, like you said, you read the magazine. We were so, like, we'll get the magazine and we'll read about it. We'll read about the new turbo graphics. We'll read about the new cards. And then when we got a chance to see it in action, our anticipation was building up until we got a chance to see it in action. And it was really lived up to our expectations of the next,
I find that
it's
today,
just a different experience.
It is, because I found that today a lot of kids like love of games is very game specific, right? It's very, it's not I love games in general. Like, my nephew doesn't want to go to a gaming website and read everything that's on the website like we read those magazines back in the day. He cares about Fortnite, Minecraft, Pokemon. That's what he cares about, and nothing. Anything else out of that purview is like whatever to him. Doesn't matter at all.
No, continue. Nick, you was about to say stuff.
No, that's okay. And I think in the long term, it's probably a good thing that they're the way they are. Like, now, when I show them the older stuff that I used to play, they don't have that reaction that I was expecting. The reaction I was expecting was, oh God, look how this looks. But they don't. They don't care. They just see it as
a game.
It's a game.
Just another game. Which I think, again, in the long run is good. It's a good thing. Like,
do you think that's why indie games thrive so much now? Because our grade of appreciation for indies, allows us to see an indie in a different light. These kids now, an indie game is just a game. If it's a good game, it doesn't matter, because my son plays Terrania. And if anybody's seen Terrania, I'm like, what the hell is that? And I came from blocks on the screen. But He's playing it with such hype. Like, I'm running upstairs. I just got this sword and I'm doing this thing. And I'm like, well, what are you playing? And I get upstairs and I'm like, this guy's playing this. And he's having such a good time. And I'm like, okay, so really for this generation, it's really about the game. Whatever they fall in love
100%
with.
it is. My daughter played Unpacking and she loved it.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's basically almost 16-bit pixel style, and she loved it. She didn't the what it looked like didn't register with her. It was just she saw that game, thought it was cool, and played it.
Yeah, different era. Continue.
Yeah. I don't know. I think in the long run, it's a good thing.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't think our kids will grow up as the console warriors we all were growing up.
Interesting.
I don't think so either.
Probably because of us. Probably because of that. Like, I didn't have exposure. Like, video games are such a normal part of life now.
Right.
Yeah.
Back then, they weren't at all. They were very much not underground's not the right word. but they
Taboo.
were- yeah, it was just
because
a thing
you
for
were a
young
nerd,
boys.
you were a child, grow up, I got all of that
with it.
throughout
Yeah, they
my
stigma
whole,
with it. Yeah,
a huge stigma.
Yeah. It's so I think in the long run it'll be a good thing that they're growing up the way they're growing up. Like you said earlier, King, I don't influence my son in terms of because he's got a Series S, he's got a Switch, and now he wants a PS5. So I've said to him, if you want one, you're getting money for Christmas, you get money for your birthday. My wife's telling him, do chores, do this, do that.
Right. Earn that.
Save up and get it. Right now, he plays mine. Like, the most excited I saw him at Christmas was my parents getting him his own DualSense. So he doesn't have the console, but
he's ready.
DualSense, and he synced it to mine, and that's his controller. So he comes on and he plays the PS5 with it. And yeah, it's just, I find it interesting how different they are and they will be to what we were. Just because of that shift in how games are now compared to when we were kids.
Absolutely. Continue.
But that, no, I'm just going to say, I've realized that's totally, have I gone off on a tangent?
No, you have, but it's fantastic. I love it.
No, what you're explaining
you were asking me about my console.
Yeah.
So
experience
technically
of it.
it's on topic.
Yeah, it's on topic.
But yeah, so I've just always, after the 64, I just said, no, there's too many amazing games to miss out on.
Yeah.
So I still obviously had my preferences. I found as I got older, I get a lot of crap for this.
Let's go.
In the Discord and stuff, but I found as I got older though, because I started to own every console. This is going to sound very weird, and I don't know a better way to say it.
You play less,
but I found as I got older that the games themselves became a less important factor in where my main platform was, because in my mind, pretty much every console has games worth playing.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Even the worst selling consoles ever. Like, I had a 3DO, I had a Jaguar. Like, oh my God, the Jaguar, Jesus.
you remember that, right?
Yeah.
Terrible taste in your mouth, right? Pause.
How's
still
this
don't
Cybermorph and then Trevor McFur?
I still don't know how that controller works, and I owned one.
Yeah, right.
You have to flush the toilet and then.
The thing was,
I don't know
they was trying to keep up with. You don't remember in the ColecoVision where you put the overlay in and it turned the controller into something different.
Yes.
Right. So that concept. Remember, this is the maker of the Atari. He's still remembering how ColecoVision came in and kind of cleaned his clock on certain things. Our controller, he's still battling ColecoVision. And he wants to overlay, because the overlay worked great with Aliens versus Predator. When implemented properly, that overlay worked well. You had a whole bunch of buttons that looked like a telephone, and you were able to hit certain buttons to do certain things.
I'm trying to remember there on an sitcom when I was growing up called Drake and Josh. There was this console that people always made fun of. Like, chat, I'm sure someone in there remembers what that. It was like a cube. What was it, chat? Someone in this chat remembers. No, this
GameCube.
This thing doesn't exist. It's
some
not
old
real.
school joint.
But no, it's not real.
It's like a
It
fictional.
doesn't exist. They made it for the
They made it
show,
up for the
but
show?
I can't remember what it was called.
They probably call it like a play cube or something like that.
It was like green or something like that. Like it was a cube, like a literally cube. And I remember they made a show on Drake and Josh where this thing was the Game Sphere. That's
The
what it
Game
was called.
Sphere.
And this thing was like the hardest thing to find on that episode. Like, and they were going crazy trying to find it. Like,
That is hilarious.
On South Park?
No, on game
Drake.
Just.
Yeah, Drake and
it
Josh.
was a show
South
called Drake
Park
and
had
Josh.
something. South Park had almost the exact same thing, where the kids were like after I think it was called the Okama Game Sphere or something like that, and the kids were like,
Frank. He's
trying to look
Frank
for
Cuss
this
said a common game sphere with South Park. Yeah, that's what they said. That's hilarious. It's spherical.
All right, so your Jaguar. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Oh yes, the controller. I mean, King was saying it was just. I don't know how many of you in chat or whatever had one, but it had just rows of buttons. Like
It's kind
this
of comfortable
big,
in
and
your
it had-
hand, though.
Oh my god, the buttons! It was just crazy.
like your God. No.
Generation I don't like to remember.
Oh yeah,
No, it's all
but
good.
yeah, I just so that was the moment. The 64 was the moment where I said I've got to have everything. You know, so I was there for the PS2 day one. The PS3 was $999 in Australia.
Cell processor, baby.
I bought the PS3 almost at launch. I wasn't there day one. I was there a few months later because I'm like, you know what? God of War 3 is coming. And remember, launch PS3s. So Americans were very lucky in that your launch PS3s could play PS1 and PS2.
Right, we had the back to back.
Oh, the chip, yeah.
Form and grill. Yeah.
The frozen grill.
In Europe and Australia, the launch PS3s could play PS1 and PS2 games, but with PS2 games, it was via emulation. It was like software emulation.
Wow.
Remember they went emulation on it. They took the chip out. Remember, they had the whole motherboard in. That's why it cost so much. They had the whole motherboard in for the PS2 inside the PS3. These guys said, the hell with that. It's costing us too much money. They took it out, and then you would play PS2 games through emulation.
So it wasn't 100% compatibility like yours was.
Right.
Yeah, they gave you a list of what games was compatible.
Wasn't that system did it have Linux in it?
At one point it did.
There was a lawsuit
I was
over it.
so offended by that.
Yeah, I was so offended that I had to collect that lawsuit money.
We all got our $20.
And you know what? You know what's funny?
Puppeteer. I think I got Puppeteer out of
You
it.
know, it's funny that they went through all that trouble to make sure that that was backwards compatible, and they're like, let's change it. Like,
It's interesting.
because they changed the software and completely deleted it.
Yeah.
Yep,
Continued it.
they did. That was devastating. But yeah, and then that's it. I've just been with everything ever since. And now I just remembered my train of thought.
Let's go.
As I got older, the games themselves became less important because I felt everything had great games worth playing. So I started to look at the platform itself. Now, the PS3 was probably my favorite PlayStation because I think that was the one time Sony had like a real ecosystem going.
When they had the PlayStation Home.
Yep, and you had cross-buy and you had cross-save with a lot of the games. I always loved. I still have a PS3 back here. But then I sort of Xbox now. Again, I get a lot of crap for the fact that I don't like a lot of Xbox games.
Shout Xbox era.
But I just like the Xbox platform and what it does. I love that there's, you buy a game and it's on your PC and you've got proper backwards compatibility all the way back. That's a thing of the past now.
Right.
Like, the last console to do it was the launch PS3. Because many forget that the 360 wasn't properly backwards compatible with the OG Xbox.
Correct.
That was software
Correct.
as well.
Because, but no, that was hardware. Remember, that was NVIDIA, and they had went from NVIDIA to off the shelf parts. You don't remember
the
to get the
Power
PC or
PC.
whatever.
Power PC. Yes.
Yeah. So there was different architecture inside. The PlayStation was just smart. They just said, "Hey, we're gonna put a whole PS2 in there."
That's right.
And you guys could play
exactly
because the PS2 could play PS1 games. So you had the whole back compat all the way in one box. That's See, people don't understand. That's what I love PlayStation about. Like the head of PlayStation then, they were so aggressive. They were so bold in their stance, and they were really giving you more in the box than what the box costs more, right? The price point they sold it at, and I know people are saying $700, King. Listen to me. That's $700 in the box. You had a PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, and a PlayStation 3 in that box, right? So you could just sell your old consoles, but keep your games. That's
what I loved about it.
That was perfect, right? Then you had that, and then that was the box that had Blu-ray.
Yes.
Blu-ray was the first time we had high definition movies right out the box. It was the cheapest one, but it was probably the best. No, it was DVD was the
Which one?
PS2.
PS2. Okay.
PS2, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
PS3 was Blu-ray. That's why you had to get another job. You know? I mean, but again, in the box, you had Blu-ray, PlayStation 3.
Yeah, it was the best
PlayStation
value
2,
for Blu-ray too.
PlayStation 1.
It made no sense to get a standalone Blu-ray player. People just just go get
not at
a
all.
PS3. Factual, yes.
Right? So they gave you all of that in the box. They were hella aggressive in their approach, in their stance, and they always pushed the envelope. That's my Sony. That was peak Sony for me.
Yeah, same here.
I feel that.
I'm sorry.
No,
Tangent.
it was like that's what I loved about it. I loved that it was this box that just did everything. It even, people forget, the launch units had like all the different memory card readers.
You remember that?
So it could read Sony's memory sticks, it could read
Mini
SD
disc, mini
cards, it could
cards,
read-
yep.
It
Everything.
was a super
SD.
audio CD player. It was, they just threw everything into it.
It was a genius of a box.
Everything. Yes, it was. I loved it. I was gutted. Mine was starting to show signs of the GPU dying.
Yeah.
So I was gutted that I couldn't get it fixed. So I'm like, before this thing dies, I think I'm gonna need to sell it because mine still had.
You did the EB GameStop hustle, traded it on his last leg, make sure it worked a couple times, but the guy tested
One
out.
game in there that worked.
You know that one. Well for the other dudes.
Shout out to you with the hustle.
That was a hustle right there. Gamers know about that. You're like, yo, I just need this joint to turn on in his
work
face.
one time. Just
work
work
one time when I trade you in.
I was lucky. I was good at making my stuff still look brand new. So the guy that bought it,
Oh, you
still
did a
going
direct
on him.
sale?
Always.
He did a hand-to-hand?
He did a hand.
He was like, yeah, nah, it works. Let me see. There it is, you see? And he knew if he held this button and hold the triangle.
Shout out to that dude that didn't know.
I hopefully it's still going on him because it had other OS still on it. I still had Linux on mine when I sold it. So I sold it for a lot of money because it was the backwards compatible one. It was the one that had other OS and
that was
all
rare.
that sort of stuff. Yes,
He's
sold
proud
it,
of that hustle. I like you more, Nick. I like you more.
Got that. I got a Killzone 2 bundle after that. I think I reckon I ended up owning, like, across the period, I think I ended up owning like 4 or 5 different PS3s. Like I've got 2 of them at the moment. I've got a silver one and I've got a black one.
That's dope.
Yeah, I got big into the limited edition consoles. So like,
have you ever had a Panasonic GameCube?
No, but I wanted one of them so badly.
Yo, Nick, let me tell you. All right, so this is my hunt of the Panasonic GameCube. Me and Rick rested dead. Rick saw one and Rick was like, yo, I'm gonna go get it. I had to beat this guy to it. So I ran downtown to Elizabeth Street and it was an exorbitant amount of money. but it came modded already, right? So I was like, listen, I'm gonna pay this money. I got it at home. I didn't tell him that I had it yet. He got his and was like, yo, you want to come over and check it out? I said, yes, of course. I got over there. His joint wasn't modded. So he had, all the nish and all that other on the screen. I was like, oh, that's nice. That's nice. So he comes over to my house, right? Because, we trade TVs. He's like, oh, why didn't you tell me you got it? I said, yeah, but I got the special edition. He's like, yeah, it's the Panasonic. I said, no, check it out. I went and put my American disc right aside. It came up in English. That's he had blood in his nose. He was like,
sour face.
Oh, this is how y'all do me.
Have you still got it?
No, I know you look. He's like, hey, you want to sell that over here?
Man.
That thing, I sold that when I had to get my 3DO. I think that went for my 3DO. I think so, or it was something else. Probably a couple of Neo Geo cartridges or something like that. But
see, I never had the Neo Geo. That was another console I always wanted.
I'm a jealous Neo Geo
stuff.
stuff.
Yeah, that was
That,
a lot of money.
in Australia, that was like $1,000 or more. Back in like 92, and like
that was the same price.
Oh, same over here.
It was the same price.
Obscene amount of money. Oh, yeah. Absolutely obscene.
We knew one person
Sorry,
that
the
had
way
it.
you guys talk about the Neo Geo, I don't think it exists. I think
It's a unicorn.
I think
really is a
this has
unicorn.
been a long go troll to convince addicts something is existence what it
I can
actually
show you
is.
pictures of it. I got the Neo Geo Gold up
Yeah,
there.
Photoshop.
The cartridges are like the size of a book.
Yeah.
Encyclopedias.
The thing with the Neo Geo was the cartridges were the actual arcade board.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why the cartridge was
I'm
this
su-
big. They were like,
I'm sure when you guys
$150
had
a cartridge.
I'm sure when you guys had your meeting this morning to explain how to explain it to me, that's what you guys agreed to as well.
You see, so crazy. But yeah, $250 a cartridge. And it was definitely same exact thing you got there, the same exact thing you got in the house.
And the arcade boards allowed you to take your memory thing, and you could.
Oh, that
continue.
memory stick. That's when they knew your wallet was good.
Oh yeah. Ah, this shit, brothers. Tremendous history,
that's
man.
right.
Tremendous history. I love these stories.
I know. I feel like I've been ranting on about this.
No,
I start on a track and then I do this on our show. I start on a track and then I go off onto.
But that's Island Podcast every week. Don't worry about that.
I got into limited edition consoles big time. Like I think I had like again over the journey I had like 10 360s.
Damn.
Like
Because they had the most limited editions.
Oh
the
my
see-through.
God, so many limited editions.
Mm.
I saw that there was the Black Modern Warfare 2 one, so I was like, I have to get that. The red Resident Evil 5 one, so I was like, oh my God, I gotta get
The
that
Gears
one.
of War one.
The Gears of
I
War.
think-
that was the one I didn't get.
I got it upstairs.
Get it.
I got it upstairs.
I think
Hey,
you're
Nick, what's
eventually.
up?
I think you're eventually
And it
going to
worked.
see the Series X have a decent amount, because I feel like the only reason they haven't really capitalized on that is because of the shortage. They didn't want to like waste the stock they had on
Probably.
something else and like hold it back for this particular launch. Because if you think about it, like the shell, the Series X should be easy to do that kind of stuff with. So
No, absolutely.
Well, I've got the Halo one. I've got the Halo series.
one
so
is dope.
tempted. I was so tempted.
Yeah.
We was live with it.
Had
when
to
I
get
was- I think I went. I
Shout
did the
out to
controller.
Jason Ronald.
Yeah, shout out to them. Like they did their thing on that, man. Oh, so you went down that slippery slope of the consoles and all of that. You had all
Oh
that?
yeah, I had the Halo 3 one, that ugly green
Yeah.
Halo 3 one.
Call of
I
Duty.
just sold. I sold it last year for 500 Australian, and it still had the blades on it. I hadn't updated it.
Wow.
So when I sold it on eBay, I took a photo saying, "Look, this has still got the blades," and that
official.
sold very fast.
Yeah, they want that.
I got the Star Wars, the R2D2.
I
had
still
that
got
one.
the blades on my 360 Gears of War upstairs too.
Yeah.
Really, Nick? That's your boy.
I think the only 360 I've got left now is the Halo Reach one. That silver, that was beautiful.
Oh, that was nice.
Plain silver Halo Reach one.
Yeah, that's up there. Nice, clean. It was clean.
Where now my limited edition console thing is more with Switches now. I can't stop buying Nintendo Switches. As soon as
real?
they release a new, all 4 of my Switches, and they're not all mine, it's one for each.
You
member
and
of the
King are
family.
like out of pocket. Yeah. All the consoles. I love it though.
all
You and
4. So
King
my
should've-
son, my son has the all red Mario one.
Ooh.
My daughter has the Animal Crossing one. My wife's is the Fortnite one.
Okay.
And mine is the Splatoon 3 OLED.
Fire.
You got
All
you
four of them.
Good.
You and King should have attended therapy.
Yeah,
together.
these two.
No. Well, you know what I like? He just said it was 4 members of his house, and he made sure they all felt special. That is dope. I respect that.
Listen, man.
Oh, look, I've still got my my Pokemon Nintendo 64, the half blue, half yellow one.
Yeah.
And it's got the VHS tape of the movie with it. Still in the box. Oh yeah.
Wow.
That's the one that
I
has
don't
the
know.
button of the Pokeball, right? It has a Pokeball somewhere on it, right?
Again, the Australian version
I
was
like how you
different
quantified
to
it.
the American version. The American version had Pikachu on as like this molded thing.
Yeah.
And yes, you're right, the button, where the Australian one just looked like a straight up 64. The bottom half was yellow, the top half was blue, and it had stickers on it.
Oh.
It's like these decal sticker things.
Gotcha. Quick
But-
question. Now that we on this path, because you educate me
Yes.
with, for us, I keep remembering it's not a one-to-one thing with the American version and the Australian version. So my
No,
question
that's
to
right.
you is, what is the American version of maybe a console, since you're a connoisseur with this, that you wish came to Australia that never came, that you're like, damn, we didn't get that one?
There was one I was thinking about actually. There was a PlayStation. I think there was a
Spider-Man?
PlayStation 3. There was a PlayStation 3. No, I think we got the Spider-Man one here.
Okay.
There was a PlayStation 3 that we never got. Oh God, which one was it?
Probably the Final
There
Fantasy.
was one of them. I think it was either Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy. It was one of those PlayStation. I wasn't into the game itself, but the console was stunning. It was just,
It was probably that Final Fantasy. That Final Fantasy one was incredible.
Final
I
Fantasy
could not
13,
get it to save
and it
my
had
life.
lightning on it.
Yeah,
I think.
I could not get that one to save my life. I tried that and that Spider-Man PlayStation 4. I could not get them.
That's because they only printed like 8 of those things. Ain't nobody buying those
Yeah.
lightning.
Yeah,
That
we never
thing
got
was
that
dope.
one here.
Yeah.
Okay.
When Nintendo's very good to us, we get stuff you guys don't get.
Oh, flip it.
And
Yeah,
I
tell us.
think-
Give us one. Give a couple.
Because
that
I
we
think because Nintendo has a headquarters down here in Melbourne,
get.
I think I've got mates on Twitter that are from the US, and I send them stuff because
They like, bro, we
we
ain't
get
got
all this
that.
cool stuff you guys don't get, like from the that rewards shop, and yeah, Australia is quite good with Nintendo stuff, less great with PlayStation stuff, and Xbox has always been, I guess, global
Right.
with
Right.
that kind of thing. There's the only thing we miss out on with Xbox is whenever they do those bloody Twitter competitions, and they say retweet to get this awesome Pac-Man Series S. Always I read the rules, and it's always for the US and Canada.
That's a
only.
good
I'm just
point.
like, man,
I feel you, brother. I feel you. I
I
don't even think
want
about that.
thing. Like when my son saw that Pac-Man Series S, he's like, "Baba, you want to go buy that?" I'm like, "Buddy,
Good. Was good. I see little man on deck. I need little man with the Pac-Man out. What's up?
Yeah, I do feel like Americans take that for granted too.
We do
'Cause
take
if you,
that for
like,
granted.
If you really think
Yeah.
about it, like even we do it.
We do it when I give away. I feel bad right now. I'm like,
I know.
it's kind of tough.
It's a logistical nightmare.
No, it is
Because
for shipping,
when
yeah.
I had to ship early on, we would print up our own shirts and ship them out. Shout out to Mods in Poland. I had to ship out a shirt to him. It was basically shipping it for free, right? Because the customs and all that stuff costs. It was whatever. But you have to fill out an international form. And that international form, you have to declare items, you have to do all this stuff, and you have to go through this. There's very strict regulations going from country to country. And, he was over there in Poland, and I remember sending it to him. I felt happy that somebody in Poland was, even buying something from us. But
You
then I
felt
was
happy
like,
because
man.
it finally was over. I'm so
No,
happy
but
you
I'm like,
have this
man,
accent.
if we get 10 to 15 people from Poland and I'm down there filling it out. I was holding up the line. I didn't know it was that intensive. So I understand. Like if they shipping consoles
no,
to you
I
guys.
totally get it. I've got shout out to my friend Chris /Zedox. He's in our Discord. He actually, I don't think he'll mind telling this story because of our Discord. We've told people Phil is in that Discord.
Yes, it's a very prestigious. We're gonna get to that. Very prestigious Discord.
And through all the Microsoft staff that are in that Discord, Chris, one day he thanked me because he got a job at Microsoft. He now works at Microsoft.
Salute to the homies. Salute to the homies.
The connections in that Discord. And Chris, like you guys were mentioning how you forget that the rest of the world doesn't always get what you guys get. Design Labs. That just came to Australia now. Wow. Just came to Australia. So I wanted to get my kids Design Labs controllers well before we got them. So I was doing that through Chris. Because when you were saying, King, how you were sending that stuff to the guy in Poland, it reminded me, like Chris, so I put together the combination I wanted.
Nice.
He'd log on to the site,
Make it up.
do the controller, I'd transfer him the money, and he'd send it down from the US.
That's dope.
Every time those two and with my son's one, it was annoying because I just organized his controller, 250 Australian. I think 250 or 300 I paid because you guys only paid like what was it for the what is it for the Design Labs for you guys?
Maybe
Free.
No, I wasn't free.
Mine was free. I had three of them.
the king, your situation much different than others. Yes, but I can't remember off top, but it definitely would.
Yeah, and with the shipping and everything, and I remember those boxes would come covered in.
Speaking of which, he's in the chat. He says Zedox is in the chat. He's like, I'm here. We snitching on you, brother. We snitching.
Yes. So I was very appreciative of the fact that he was going out of his way to go down to the post office, go through all the hassle of sending something internationally. And like 2 months or 3 months after my son's controller came, they announced Design Labs for Australia.
You're like, oh man. But you didn't know. You didn't know at the time. There's no way you could know.
No, of course not.
Yeah. There's no way you can know.
But it just reminded me that Chris has always done that
Salute
for me.
to the homie, man. He good. He say, I don't mind you sharing it. We good. We good. Okay, cool. The statutes of limitations up.
I did think he would mind, but I took a gamble anyway.
No doubt.
But I honestly I feel like I've been talking for so long now. I've completely forgotten.
So we got to you collecting, and now we're gonna make the transition.
We're gonna make the transition.
Over
That's literally where I was at.
Podcasting.
No, tremendous history, and again, that's just I love how you broke down the differences. You know what I'm saying from a region standpoint. That's dope. I do want to get into, like King was saying, as far as your journey into content creation, because your story is unique. I know I've heard it, but for the people in the realm that are not familiar with you, like tell us about like that transition from kind of being a gamer and then saying, all right, I want to kind of get into content creation and this gaming forum scene. Like, how does this whole thing happen?
Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I reckon the story's a bit boring, but it wasn't so much content creation. So I assume many of you will be aware of the unofficial PlayStation forum, etc. And anyone who was a member of that forum will know that if you weren't a fan of PlayStation, the experience of using that forum was less than ideal. And we had developed, there was a group of us in a Twitter group chat from that forum because we just couldn't, because it was so unusable on that forum. Like anyone who knows, if you tried to make like an Xbox thread or tried to talk about Xbox, it just used to get trolled into oblivion. You just couldn't use the forum.
Are you implying that you couldn't talk about what you wanted to talk about in there? I'm sorry, continue. I'll be a mess. Continue.
We had a group Twitter DM that we used to just chat about games and Xbox, and we used to complain about what was going on the forum. One of the guys in there was like, have you guys heard of Discord? We're like, no, what the hell is Discord? This is like 2018. We're like, what the hell is Discord? It's like, oh, it's this other thing where we can chat. It's a bit better than Twitter DMs, blah, blah, blah. So he creates the XboxEra Discord because we were part of the XboxEra on Resetera community. Creates the Discord. And, we start adding people because more and more people were getting very frustrated with that forum. So just more and more people were joining this Discord. And after a while, the guy that started it handed it over to me. I think it was about 6 months in. And I started going out of my way to get the developers and the journalists and all that sort of stuff into the Discord because at the time I was still a little bit of a celeb whore. And so I wanted to get all of them in. And I needed, because I started to get so many of those developers and stuff in, I wanted to keep the Discord small.
Okay.
And after a while of running that, I thought to myself, I kept asking everyone in there, it's like, I've always sort of wanted to do a podcast because we talk so much about this stuff. I'm like, why don't we just stuff around and we'll like start a podcast? And everyone's like, oh yeah, maybe we'll see how we go. One day someone reached out to me and said, look, there's a dude who's still on Reset, but he's not in the Discord and he's talking about starting an Xbox podcast. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I reached out to him. We got him in the Discord and that's sick.
Salute.
And we were chatting back and forth. We're like, why don't we start a podcast? We're like, okay. Now, if you go and watch those, earlier episodes of the podcast,
Kind of rough. Me and Attic know about them early days, right, Attic?
they don't quite have the same production value.
We all had to start somewhere.
That's right.
So we started them on Discord. And then
just
we
to
were
clarify,
discovering-
you can't find ours, so don't go look for ours.
Attic
They've
deleted
been
them.
deleted.
I'm sorry. Continue.
No, that's okay. The production value is less than stellar, to say the least. And we were still discovering how to sort of do it. So we started them in Discord, but then we found there was a lot of lag issues because I was over in Australia. John was in the UK, and Figments, who we had on at the start, was in the US. And then we switched over to Skype.
Oh, we did that
Because
too.
Skype-
But we was doing Skype.
I forgot about
I
that.
forgot
Wow.
about the Skype days. Continue.
We switched over to Skype because Skype had NDI, which made it easier to put everything together. But then even Skype had its lag issues and all that sort of stuff. And then, we eventually moved to StreamYard and all that sort of stuff. But, I remember saying to John when we first started it, like, again, I used to listen to a handful of Xbox podcasts before we started ours. And all I remember was the ones I dropped off were the ones that used to skip a lot of episodes because for whatever reason, they just couldn't do it
That
or couldn't be
consistency.
bothered or whatever. And I said to John, I said, look, man, if we start this,
Got to do it.
I'm not skipping an episode.
Let's go. Talk
Not
to him.
one single episode. So we started fortnightly because we both were very busy, families, this, that, the other. We're like, every 2 weeks is doable. And after a while, as we grew and grew, we were sort of stagnating a bit. And Rand,
Shout out to
who
Rand out
we
there.
developed a friendship with, even though
He's
I don't
slanderous.
like him anymore.
He's slanderous. Yeah, he's slanderous.
Yeah, I don't like him anymore.
Yeah, definitely.
Rand was like,
Continue though. Shout out
you
to Rand out
guys
there.
need to go. You need to go weekly. Oh God, that's
siege
tough.
advice.
Like, it's gonna be tricky. He's like, nah, you gotta go weekly if you want to grow. You gotta go weekly.
That's
So we're
right.
like, so we're going back and forth. We're like, do we go weekly? Do we go weekly? And I said to John again, I'm like, but if we go weekly,
Can't
I'm
miss.
not missing an episode. I'm not missing a show if we do it. Anyway, we eventually pulled the trigger on going weekly. We pulled the trigger on going live because we weren't live for like the first year, I
Pre-recorded.
think.
Okay.
We did pre-recorded, and then we'd put the episode together and splice and this
Production
and that.
values, brother. The production values, though.
Yeah.
Give me credit.
yeah.
You know, our production value. Me and Attic was like, yo, they production value. It's nice. Continue.
And yeah, but I said to John when we first started, I said, I have one goal. Just one. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I have one goal. We've got to get Phil on.
Oh, perfect.
We've got to get Phil on.
I gotta tell you, all right, because you led perfectly into my next question. Okay, so you start the podcast again. I love what you said about, kind of getting your bearings, getting that cadence, getting that consistency, getting into a flow. You're starting to build slowly. Some a little stagnation here. We all go through it, and then you get the sage advice. You know what I'm saying, from Ram. Now again, I gotta shout y'all because to me, obviously I've seen you guys for a while, but we got to talk about this magic moment. You know what I'm saying? Now I've been in that Discord, and just for the record, y'all, XboxEra Discord is the who's who of gaming in this Discord. It is a very prestigious. Shout out to my man Chris is up in there. A lot of people up in there. But for me, seeing that magic moment, because you had two. Before that was the book project. When I would have shot you out, 20 years. Yeah. Yep, 20 years of Xbox celebrating. LordCognito was a part.
It's coming.
It's still coming. Yep.
You all should have got your digital one by now.
Yes.
But the actual book is very, very soon. It's
right. And then XboxEra episode 100, the magic moment. Community comes.
You did
out.
a video for that, didn't you?
Yeah, guys, showed
Yes.
showed y'all some love. You know what I mean? Show XboxEra some love, and then the whole community comes through, and you have Phil King. We got to do the full name.
Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer, first of his name.
There we go. And he comes on, and I gotta say, Lord, the special day. I've never seen a permanent smile on a man from ear to ear during the whole podcast. Your face. Your face. You was in it. The glow was there. Tell us about the magic moment, sir.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm wondering if I should tell this story.
Yes, I should. Break the ideas.
I may have upset the Xbox PR a little bit.
What you do?
Like
We went off script.
No. We weren't going to do that.
Okay.
Look, we're not IGN. We're not kind of funny. We're not ILP. We're not. People used to say to us, "Get this person on. Get this person." I'm like, it's not that
don't
easy.
work like
Yeah.
We can't just walk up to whoever we like and go, "Hey, see you on the show next week." It doesn't work like that for us. I have to harass people. Like I hunt people down. Like even the process of getting Phil. Like I was like, how do I reach out to Phil? Like I had no idea. So I just took a shot and sent him a message on Xbox Live, and he replied to it.
That's Lord Addict energy. I love this. That's Addict energy. Addict gonna shoot his shot. He gonna let you know. And he gonna press you.
Shout out to
Continue.
Klinsky.
Shout out to Klinsky. They got pressed by Lord Addict this way. Yo, Lord Addict, your pressure game.
I will
love
say,
you, brother.
I have never went to Xbox Live yet. Now I've harassed on emails.
No, your
harassed
public
in
shame.
DMs.
Your public.
Yeah. By the way, everyone in the chat, man, go over there and tag Cliff on Twitter and say you want him on IOP, man.
Exactly.
Everyone in the chat, go to Twitter right now. Tag Cliff Lissy and all of us and say you want him in the podcast. I'm holding you all to that.
Get over there
I'm trying to get
Klinsky.
Cliff as well.
Yeah, Cliff is some of them are unicorns to get. Continue,
Yeah.
Oh my God, I keep replying to him on Twitter saying, "Hey, jump on," and the dude doesn't even acknowledge. Like, I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get this guy on.
Addict
No,
got it.
he had
Addict
thumbs
gave
up.
us an acknowledgement. Addict is the first person I've ever seen to get an acknowledgement.
He was like, I do have a book.
He's like, I got a book to promote. No, but
Whatever it takes.
So
I don't care. Get over here so I can talk about Lawbreaker.
That's gonna be a short chapter. So you run down on Xbox.
Yes, I was shocked. Like I wasn't expecting a reply because I mean I talked about this with Phil on the show itself. I was like, so before anyone who's used StreamYard, before you go live, you could just sit there and chat in what's like a lobby.
Yes.
And Phil is an amazingly nice person.
Yes.
And we were just chatting with him, and all three of us were freaking out a little bit that we were just
right there
talking to Phil.
Dominus.
And he was just talking to us like a regular person. We were like, okay. And I said to him before we went live, I said, "Look, Phil, I'm going to run things by you, and you tell me what what you don't want me to talk about, please." And I said, because I was going to tell the story about how all this just started with an Xbox Live DM, but I don't want to say that publicly in case you now get spammed with Xbox Live messages, because people might think you're just going to reply to.
Oh, right. Everybody gonna think that's the new hustle. Now get him.
Yeah, I just worked under the assumption that I got lucky.
Right.
And maybe I DM'd you at the right time when you were online and you happened to see the message and blah, 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 blah. He's like, no, go for it. That's fine. I'm like, okay. So I don't know if he got spammed after that, but I told that story. But he didn't join the Discord straight away. It took...
That's
I
right.
wonder if I should tell this story.
Let's go. Let's get it all out.
I'm going to tell it. Okay.
Let's
This
go.
is how you get in so much trouble.
Let's go. Special Nick.
You know, the other voice on his other shoulder was like, "Don't you do it."
That boy, stitch
The
this
other
out.
voice was
If
like,
we need
"Nick,
this.
do it."
Let's go, Nick.
I have just, through doing all this stuff, I've learned to harass people. And I say that in the nicest possible way.
Addict, take note.
Like, because Phil wasn't joining. So I'm like,
I already do
really
that,
want him
but,
to join. Like, I'm not going to let this go.
Addict
I want him to join the Discord. So I just drop him a message every now and again saying, hey, the invite is still live.
Yo,
And like,
pressure.
sometimes he'd reply, sometimes he wouldn't reply. And it's weird. So believe it or not, this is what got him to join.
Let me hear this.
And I found that very interesting at the time.
Let's go.
I got Nathan Vella from Capybara at the time. He was at Capybara Games at the
Yes.
time. He's now with Annapurna.
Salute.
I got him in the server because I liked Capybara Games.
Yeah.
And I don't know what made me do it, but I messaged Phil. Said, hey, Phil. Said, Nathan Capybara Games just joined.
Yeah, he in the
He
building.
seems like a really nice guy. He just joined the Discord. Phil joined like 3 minutes later after I sent that message. I'm like, hold on a second. Now, of course, at the time, this was peak acquisition season back then too.
Oh, I see where we go.
So I'm like,
He went in there to make sure he
Yo,
was saying that he
Chris
wasn't
says
supposed
Nick
to.
is snitching. Shh, don't you worry. Let our man talk. Let him cook.
I was like, I wonder if Microsoft are having a look at Capybara Games. I wonder if Microsoft's having a look at Capybara Games. And
Acquisition talk.
now, obviously, nothing's happened since then. But that was just a thought that was running through
He
my
was just
head
making
when
sure
I
he wasn't
saw-
breaking any NDAs.
Yeah, he went on there double. He went like, let's see what this dude's saying. Like, so he joined a Discord he didn't clear with PR. Let's see what's going on in here.
And I was like, oh, that's very, very interesting.
Yeah, he was interesting.
And I just, he joined and everyone was like, what? They couldn't
I saw the
believe
name.
what
I
they
was
were
like,
seeing.
Yo, it said Big
Yeah.
Phil entered the building.
He has
Yo, who did
literally
that for you?
only posted once. He's
did that?
only posted once in that
And
Discord.
and he tagged that dude and said, "Keep your mouth shut."
what was the one? What was the one?
I think it was like a happy holidays
Oh, that's what's up.
message. He was just saying happy holidays and hope you all have a safe.
Yeah.
I've got it somewhere. I have to find it.
Make
But,
sure you pin it at the
and
top.
it's just spammed with all the different emojis. There's so many emojis. on
Crazy.
there.
Blew up the building.
Yeah. And then we got him to join the forum as well. So he's joined the forum and he's posted.
Has
a few
Jim
times on
Ryan
there,
joined?
which is great.
Yo, King. Come on. Hey, yo.
You know, speaking of, Reggie is who I want on the show.
Yes, sir.
But
doing
and
for
he's
Reggie?
another one who's very, very
Yeah, he's hard. Oh, Reggie's hard to get. Oh, yeah, let me tell you right now. Even in
Yes.
person, he's hard to talk to. Like, he'll be talking to you while moving
Moving away from you.
Listen,
Like,
he's the
Reggie.
Barry Sanders
Yeah,
of the
yeah. Let me tell
situation.
you, I got it. Bill, forgive me. The most gangster thing, Bill Stillwell, I was out at PAX West. You know, he was running my cameraman situation while I was dolo because the Lords didn't come out for that trip. And we ran into him. So Reggie pulled that move. So then Bill blocked him and was like, yeah, my man want to speak to you, LordCognito. So he had to talk. And we was like, yeah. That was the most gangster. Shout out to Bill. I love you, bro. That was hilarious. But he did give us a few minutes, and it was like, but yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, Reggie hard to catch. And the last other
got
Reggie
the
story,
best move.
yeah, he got the
game.
best move, and also he got goons on deck sometimes. He has,
So the goon that
yeah,
was at the award show.
Yeah,
No,
Reggie.
you know what's funny though? He escorted him in after he had come.
Yes.
Like, he had come in and walked out, but he's not that. Like he's a he's like a media dude.
Yeah, no, he's been dude, but sometimes it be the train, the goons be,
Yeah.
be on deck. So don't get too close, don't get too aggressive.
Reggie from the Bronx.
Reggie's from the Bronx. Do not pull up wrong on Reggie. That's all I had to say. Continue.
That's true. Reggie looks like he can take care of
Yeah,
himself.
Reggie can take care of himself, and he got people to take care of himself. Just some advice, some sage advice, if you run.
Okay.
Continue.
Well, the only way I could think of, I emailed Danny Pena.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I know he had him.
Yes, Daddy. Yes. One of the
on
few that
episode,
got a
so-
Reggie interview. Yes.
Yeah, so I emailed Danny being like, "Hi, Danny, my name's Nick, blah, blah, blah. I noticed you had Reggie on, and we'd love Reggie on." So I was asking Danny if there was a way. No, I haven't heard back from Danny, so maybe it went to the junk folder. I don't know.
Oh, damn.
I feel you.
But yeah, so now that we got Phil on, I saw Z-Docs mention it in the chat because he knows who my next goal is. And I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm going to have it. I've already shot my shot the other day.
Let's go.
So I got Phil on. My next target is Henry Cavill.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, we doing that. Okay.
I want Superman on the
Superman on the
podcast.
show.
I want Henry Cavill.
I don't know
love
why.
him.
Just the energy he gives out. I feel like if you could actually get it, like if he went to like an E3 or something for like a job he's doing, and you asked him, I honestly feel like he would do it. Just the energy he throws out.
Yeah. He's
It's just
I love
about
him. He's so
seeing
hot.
him in person. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just at Madame Tussauds in Sydney, and they had Superman there.
I saw you with the picture. Yeah.
Hell, I was like, I've got to take a picture with Henry Cavill. I don't care if it's fake Henry Cavill. It's still Henry Cavill. I can't. So, and again, he's another one of those guys. He's not on anything.
Yeah. Very elusive. Yeah.
I literally just sent him a message on Instagram.
You might have to look up who his manager is.
Shoot the
I
shot.
did.
That's no longer
I
the
looked
Rock's
up-
ex-wife,
I-
but
Wow.
That is true, though.
Wow.
That is true.
That's wow right there. Wow.
I looked up his management and I've sent them an email, and I did not hear back. So
well, tell him that you're starting a new universe and he could be Superman. He might fly in.
Tell him tell him that you're in talks with some lawyers about to sue DC. Warner Brothers.
Get right back to you quick.
maybe I'll tell him that I'll fund Man of Steel too. Maybe
Oh, yeah.
they'll
You get the
give
call back then. Oh, you get the call back then. Nah,
Oh, yeah.
salute. Now,
So
that would be
Tell him
I'll
you're not
keep
speaking to the
trying.
Rock either.
Bessie.
Tell him you don't know what the Rock's cooking. So
Time on the Henry Cavill slander.
R&R slander.
R&R gotta stop. But anyway, brother, salute. I mean, tremendous moments, brother. And to see the elevation and again the clientele and who you're rubbing shoulders with, it's just been absolutely amazing. I did want to give you your props on that because that was truly important for the culture, and keep doing your thing on that. And then quick question that me and Addict always asks.
Yes.
How did Lord Nick and XboxEra find out about ILP? When was the first time you heard ILP? We always have to ask this question.
Oh God.
It determines our marketing if we change.
Yeah, we see if we need to improve things.
Oh, how did I? God, I'm trying to remember because again, when you
I found y'all
When you-
from going on Wandering Dutch.
oh really?
Yep.
That's what's up.
Because it was like a tweet out, and then it said, you know, I always heard about XboxEra and stuff like that, and just like, you know, Sovereign shamefully said King doesn't listen to podcasts. So I looked over and I was like, I noticed that I think one of you was following me, and I was like, oh man, I didn't follow back. Wait a second, and I followed back, and I went to the website. I said, let me check the YouTube. I was like, oh, okay. And it was through Wandering Dutch that I found you guys.
For me, I think it was the website. Shout out to Chris. He thinks that you guys probably heard about us through the Discord. We all talk about different podcasts.
Probably.
Okay.
That I would not be surprised if that's what it was through the Discord.
Yeah, and then I think me and Chris was on Midweek Mix Up together. I don't know. I believe
because
so.
I didn't get it. And I was talking to me and Christian to be Twitter friends, and then he invited me to the Discord. I was like, wow, look who's in here. This is insane. Like all the cool people and developers and stuff like that. And then I think that's what we kind of started first kind of communicating.
Yes. And then we got you on our show a while back. That was quite a while ago.
We got another Xbox Era One Bad Mother in there. He said I was telling the
Yes.
Discord ILP was awesome. Shout out to my man One Bad Mother. Salute.
Dude.
That's my guy. That makes sense.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Because when you get into the Xbox podcast scene specifically, you just sort of discover each other. You just sort of get to know, and that was when I that was when I obviously very stupidly made that joke on Twitter about the Xbox podcast scene being like the MCU.
Yes. You upset a lot.
We do crossovers and we're all friends and we're all. See, the problem, what I've learned being an Australian doing a predominantly American podcast scene, because it is, most of the podcasts are American.
Yeah.
You learn things
Yes.
about Americans, you learn things about Brits, you learn. Our humor doesn't always translate the same way.
Yes.
Unless you know the person well, and intimately, that humor often doesn't translate. And that MCU joke where I called myself Iron Man.
Oh yeah, they was bad.
Wow.
They want you to be Iron Man for some reason.
See, now I understand. See, because at first I'm like, I don't know why anybody will be upset with that thought process, because we are like the MCU and there's a whole bunch of crossovers. But when you say that you're Iron Man, there's a fake thought that Iron Man started the Marvel universe.
So dudes got their feelings.
So yeah, got a lot of dudes getting their feelings.
He's like, I'm Iron Man. How he Iron Man?
Wait a second.
I started this. I put blood and tears bricks 10 toes down on.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Dude, I remember that distinctly. Yeah, that was a good one.
Who's the first one to pop shot?
For me, it was more. For me, it was more. I've always loved Iron Man. Growing up, I was one of the only kids that liked Iron Man. When everyone else was Batman, Superman, Spider-Man, I was an Iron Man kid. So I just always loved Iron Man.
I kind of despised him as a kid after I found out what his problems were, but that's neither here nor there.
Moving on. That's for R&R.
That's a discussion.
That's for R&R.
For
For another day.
Podcast.
Yes.
So yeah, that was when I learned that the humor doesn't always translate the same way.
I got you, brother.
But it's good. You get to know a lot of cool people.
No, salute, man. Great community. Love the fact that we get the chance to do these crossover episodes. Love the history. Fantastic.
I've always wanted to.
Yes.
I've always wanted to, but it's hard. Like again,
Time
zones. And the fact, like I said, I'm sorry. Continue.
No, I was gonna say, like right now, it's Monday here.
Yeah, you're in the future. Yeah, just for everyone knows, this man is in the future. So, salute to you.
How Monday feel?
Well, the reason. So
Hey, when it's Wednesday here and it's Thursday, I was gonna say when it's Wednesday here and it's Thursday there, I'm gonna ask you what the Xbox event was.
Ooh, developing direct. Get it in, get exclusive.
Normally I would be starting work right now, 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock in the morning here. So I would normally be starting work. So being on your podcast is basically impossible.
But that's what we were talking about when we tried it. Yeah, we were like, damn, we tried for so long to make it work. Because obviously I was able to come on your show, but to do the opposite was hard. That's why I was so happy when you said, yo, I got this month off. I'm going to make the trip.
The whole month off.
Yeah, that's dope.
So I reached out. I
think I'll never go back to work again.
I wish.
It's the worst when you come off a vacation and you got to go into work that first day. Your body is so resistant.
God, yeah, it's impossible.
Sure. No, salute, brother.
So I sent messages to all the people that had asked me. Like I've got DMs from back in May last year of people saying, "Hey, we'd love to have you on the show," and I'm like, it's going to be real tricky because you're on during my workday. But I didn't forget any of them. And as soon as I knew I had January booked off, I reached out to everyone, and I'm like, okay, if you still want me on, this is the month
the
to
time.
do it. So
Glad we did it, brother.
yeah,
That's dope.
I mean, anyone who has been watching, I've been.
Oh, you've been making your run. You've been making your run, brother.
I've been doing so much.
That's very nice of you because I get a month off. I'm gonna tell you dudes right now.
Oh man.
Anybody looking for me to podcast on my month off?
I think the difference is he had a month off and he knew this is the only
Only time.
opportunity he
Yeah,
would ever have.
that's a beautiful person.
No, absolutely. So we do running on time a little bit. So I do want to ask the questions that we ask all the guests in the realm. I need Lord Shpeshal Nick's top 5 video games or franchises of all time. This is GOAT talk. I want to know your greatest
my God.
5, your personal 5.
Over the years, I've broken this list up into 2 lists. There's my top 5, I guess, games of all time. But I found that there's other games that, while they're not the greatest games, they're games I keep going back to.
That's what it's about.
If that makes sense. So I've got so I've always told people I've got a top 5 or top 10, and then I've got a top 5 or a top 10 that I go back to all the time. So my top 5 is like fairly stock standard.
Let's go.
It's hard to put them in order. Ocarina of Time, God of War, 2005 God of War, the good ones.
Oh, wow. You a king in pocket.
What are the other? Halo, Combat Evolved. Street Fighter 2. And I'm trying to think what else. What would be the 5th game? What would be the 5th game? Oh God, off the top of my head, because again, the order is hard. I'll throw in probably Daytona USA.
Daytona, yeah.
Okay.
That's the arcade. That's those arcade roots coming out. Now, I've also got games that, while they're not maybe all-time classics or those games that I just listed, for some reason I love them so much and I keep going back to them. Like a game I go back to all the time is Super Punch-Out.
Oh yes, we just had Addict play Punch-Out.
Like, yeah, I just played the original Punch-Out. Why is my camera turning off?
Try to reset.
Most people consider
Henry
the
Cavill
original-
turning it off.
Most people consider the original Punch-Out the better one. I don't know, for some reason I just always lean towards Super Punch-Out.
Okay.
I always just lean towards Super. Don't get me wrong, all 3 of them are amazing.
Yes.
But Super is the one I keep going back. I replay it just all the time. I mean, obviously Rocket League, because that's all I play. Titanfall. Titanfall is just.
Oh
my
so wait a
God.
second. You like Titanfall 1 over Titanfall 2?
Oh, it's not even close.
Talk
In terms of the multiplayer.
Yeah,
because
multiplayer. A lot of
Titanfall
people.
1 didn't have a campaign.
Correct.
Titanfall 2's campaign is one of the greatest shooter campaigns that's ever existed.
Right.
But you can't compare Titanfall 1 to Titanfall 2 as a whole, because Titanfall 2 has a section that 1 doesn't
Didn't have. Correct.
But if I'm just comparing the
Multiplayer was
multiplayer,
tough.
2 is just nah.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't like.
We thought that was gonna be it for the Xbox. When that game hit, I brought that big Titan.
Oh yeah,
I had the big box. I said they gonna push forward with this, and
bro, Titanfall 1. I remember playing last Titan.
Perfection.
It was so good, so good. Continue.
Absolute perfection. So yeah, Super Punch-Out, Rocket League, Titanfall,
It's a nice honorable mention list.
Donkey Kong Country, and Streets of Rage 2.
all right. So is the first Donkey Kong Country?
Yes, the first one.
Remember when?
Oh God, how great!
Remember
that
when?
looks.
Okay, because that was still 16-bit,
Yes.
and they went to
Yes.
32-bit, and they was talking all this. Nintendo went into their bag of tricks and said, "Nah, this is what we do when we do silicon graphic molding."
Yeah,
And
listen.
Donkey Kong Country came out. I remember the crowd going crazy at E3. This is when we still got the
VHS tape.
VHS tape.
CG. It was
Yeah,
CG.
it was CG.
It was like, oh my God.
Yeah, we never seen anything that looked.
The
absolutely
barrel looked like a
stunning.
barrel.
Yeah, it was stunning.
I was like, yo, I don't know what
Absolutely.
they doing, but they held off from going to 32-bit with that game.
Absolutely. And then you already mentioned this already, but we gotta ask anyway for people to hear. Nick's favorite console of all time and why?
The Dreamcast.
Woo!
It's the Dreamcast, easy.
Why? Why so confident? Why so quick?
Again, as an arcade gamer and a Sega kid, the Dreamcast was, I guess, the epitome of everything.
The culmination.
You know, even though the Sega fanboy in me, I blinded myself and I saw those arcade ports as better than they were on the Master System, the Mega Drive, the Saturn. Like the Saturn, there's this story that my brother always tells, and I probably shouldn't tell this story on a podcast.
I love you. I should not tell this story.
Let's just get it all out. Let's get it all out, brother.
My brother told this story.
Dirty laundry everywhere.
Let's go. I'm trying to remember. I think he told it at one of my birthdays. He might have even told it at my wedding.
Wow.
Yes, I was a pretty hardcore Sega fanboy, and I used to convince myself that Saturn games looked better than they did.
I knew somebody. I knew somebody.
Yeah, shut up.
Wait, it depends on what games you're talking about. We'll get into that.
Again, I remember when the Saturn was announced and it came out. My mum got it for me $900 back in like.
Oh my Lord!
Goodness, wow.
Australia.
And I just thought. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get Virtua Fighter. I'm going to get Daytona USA. I'm going to get all these arcade Virtual On. I was just so excited at the idea of getting all those Sega Rally, all of it. And I remember I went out to Blockbuster Music. Remember Blockbuster Music? They had a big video game selection back then. So I made my way into the city and went into Blockbuster Music, and I got Fighting Vipers. I loved Fighting Vipers at the time. And I got it home, and I popped the disc in. My brother was there with me.
It played well. It played well.
It was the closest. It was the closest out of all the games to the arcade. I'm not gonna lie, but it was so far away.
Actually, it was Last Bronx, but Fighting Vipers is close.
Yeah, that was the last game they made.
I've still got Last Bronx as well on my Saturn. And I remember I popped the disc in, I turned it on, and I saw what it looked like. And my brother keeps telling this story. He's like, Nick was crying. He was trying to hide it, but Nick was crying because of how bad it looked. But he was trying not to show it. And I was like so upset. I'm like, oh my God, it looks so good. But I'm like,
that's why you had to stick to Capcom 2D fighters. Then you would have been fine. You'd have been good.
Oh God, you know worse than that bad new console feel.
Yeah, shout out to your brother for not making you feel bad, because I had these two dudes. I know Attic would have did it to me too.
Oh,
that's why I was trying to include them both. I had these two dudes to shame me. If it didn't go right, it went wrong. It went terribly wrong.
You probably deserved it though.
I was and I popped in Daytona. Daytona was the same. It just didn't look anything like it. I was so upset inside that it...
Yo, Nick. All right. It's an iconic part, right? It's an iconic part because I know I had the tears just like you. When you're going up to Sonic, and we all know the big Sonic wall, and he's leisurely laying like this.
Yeah. And it pops up right as you get there.
No, Nick. No. When the car's driving and the numbers is jumping.
Yes. And the polygons are they're going like this. They're shifting.
Bro, I remember when they showed me that. I said, Sega, in my mind, I was like, I'm out.
He treachery.
I betrayed Sega so fast. I said, oh, this PlayStation know how to do 3D. Let me go over here. Because I didn't know what Sega was doing at that point.
This made it worse. This made it absolutely worse. I had the PlayStation 1 there, and I was trying to hold on. The PlayStation 1 was there, and I had Ridge Racer.
Oh man. Ridge Racer blew them out the woods.
That's when I knew somebody messed up over.
I was gutted.
Don't worry.
I was gutted.
I cried in the Bronx, just like you cried in Australia. I was right with you, son.
Yeah, so I get the Dreamcast love because Dreamcast really was that realization. Even like PlayStation was close, but it wasn't exactly the same, right?
No.
But when you got Soul Calibur in the house and it was better than the arcade, you're like, oh no,
it was much
they
better.
really did it this time. Yeah, so that Dreamcast.
The Dreamcast was just everything was arcade perfect, and it was so high res, and the VMU was like, oh my god, this is the coolest thing ever. Yeah. And like for the first year, multiplats looked better on the Dreamcast than they did the PS2.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Because the Dreamcast was so much easier to make
develop
games
for.
And Microsoft was in the building.
The emotion engine.
Yeah.
Toy Story graphics.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Oh, and we're not going to sell the PlayStation 2 in Russia because we're scared that they're going to launch nuclear weapons.
Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Because they said they can link up two of them to shoot.
Can't sell the PS2 in Russia.
Yeah. We'll move on from that, though.
And the Dreamcast, people forget, like Nintendo is credited with motion gaming, but people forget that Sega used to have peripherals out their rear. I had the Samba de Amigo.
Maracas.
I've still got the fishing rod, the Sega Bass fishing rod.
I forgot about
That's what made us. That's when you know you was a huge fraud.
What?
When you thought Sega Bass fishing. I was a huge fraud. I went and brought it with the little reel device that came with it, the big box. Got home acting like I care about fishing. I only got it because it was probably one of the best looking games. And it was made by AM2.
AM2.
And I was just like, AM2 does the best. $90 for no reason.
Shout out to that. Shout out to the VMU. Shout out to a lot of where they had Windows CE in the box. Online.
That's where they pushed online.
Yeah.
It was just
it was
that
tremendous.
Library, it's like
18 games a lot.
Yeah, the Dreamcast, and to a lesser extent the Wii U, but the Dreamcast is that perfect example of quality over quantity. Didn't have a lot of games, but the games
that they had
were like
fire.
Oh my god!
Absolutely, brother.
And like we were saying before, a launch lineup that will probably never
be matched again. No, absolutely, absolutely, brother.
Ready to Rumble.
Hydro Thunder.
Ready to Rumble.
Hydro Thunder.
Sonic,
oh man.
Yep, Hydro Thunder, Sonic Adventure, Soul Calibur, House of the Dead 2. Just
was Crazy Taxi? I think Crazy Taxi was available.
Yeah, Crazy Taxi, man.
Crazy Taxi was so good.
But if you open it up to launch window, it's even
crazier
again. Like it's just.
I mean, if your console is gonna go out, right? If it's gonna be the last iteration of your console, you want it to be a Dreamcast.
Yeah, shout out to the Shenmue joints in there. People putting Shenmue, Skies of Arcadia. Dreamcast was something special. I do have to move on, not the country because we're gonna be here all day, and I gotta move.
Capcom Golden.
Yes. Yep. Salute, Lord Nick, tremendous gaming history. We can do another podcast in the podcast about the game because we got so much gaming stories in common. It's crazy. We do gotta move on a little bit. Solve, you want to get the super chats, and then or you want me to get into the poll?
Yeah, go to the poll real quick.
Cool.
Yeah,
let me get the poll because they're killing me right now. Last week's poll results are in, and the people have spoken with Starfield now confirmed to get its own deep dive outside of the Xbox Developer Direct. When do you expect to see this standalone showcase? The winner at our four-way poll with 45% of the vote was before March 2023 group. Okay. Coming in second place with 31% of the vote was between April and June. In third place at 12% of the vote was the second half of 2023. To King's chagrin. And in last place with a close 11% of the vote was I don't care, but God Howard must rock the brown leather jacket on stage. Shout out to everybody who has this opinion. Lord Attic, your thoughts on the people say they want to see the Starfield before March, man?
I mean, I'm right there with you. I'd like to see it too, but I don't know if it's realistic or not realistic because guess what? We're not getting Starfield in a couple days. So they left that up to your imagination. unfortunately. So we just have to wait to see what they say.
No doubt. So.
Maybe they'll give a date for the event Wednesday.
Okay.
Who knows?
Okay. So we got a few super chats or no?
Yeah, we had a couple. Not too many. Not too many.
Okay. It's gonna make
Too
a run.
many.
Okay,
So
we
got Butterball, $5 super chat. Thanks for the great shows. No doubt. Thank you.
Salute,
sir.
salute.
Thank you.
Then we got Christopher Hart, $10 super chat because somebody said I should have super chatted it. Yes, I married my beautiful wife on January 20th, and thanks for the shout out, Lord. You didn't have to
salute.
super chat, bro.
Bless
you.
you.
Salute.
Yo,
Bless
you
you.
did not have to super chat that, but next
At
time
all.
at me so I can tweet it out and let everybody know how stand-up guy you are. Because
doubt.
I had to defend him this week. Somebody,
Yeah,
came for him, and I was just
yes.
like, man, don't come for him. Maybe his online persona sucks, but he's a good dude.
Maybe he needs some PR, but but he's good. He's a good guy.
Salute. Congratulations, brother. Salute.
No doubt, congrats, bro. Then we have the Rubber Knob, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Australia's awake. Morning, Lords. I would like to announce the arrival of Mini Knob, born healthy and fully formed. Congrats, sir. The
Salute.
baby knob is here.
Oh,
Mini Knob is in the building.
oh.
That's what's up.
Then we got Flame, member for 2 years, member for 27 months, actually, Lord Bronze.
Salute.
LOGNET's finest.
Bless him.
Good afternoon, IOP. Attic was being super secretive about this guest, but it's just Nick. Anyways, anyone got a shovel to go out back and bury Halo?
No,
Messy.
it's not about me being secretive and stuff. I did the Attic show, and I was like, you know what? I was like, because people was asking, I was like, I can't say that, like, because I even said, I was like, I don't think Cog will get too upset. I was like, but that's marketing Saturday. Like, look for the Saturday tweets. I don't know what to tell you.
No doubt. Okay. You finished, Attic? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Maybe Flame is Rand in disguise.
Yeah, shout out to
It's
Rand
just
for
Nick.
saying such kind words about me. Yes, yes.
There we have.
Yes, it was
Yeah,
nice.
exactly. Always lovely. Always lovely. Then we have the Rubber Knob again. Member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Yep. Time zones are a killer. I run my own business as well. No time to keep up with the chat. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, this is true.
It's bonkers to me that it's like 8 a.m. over there. It's not as good. Then we have Mr.
early.
Irishman, member for 18 months, Lord Silver. Shout out to Nick for saving us Gears fans from starvation.
Oh my god.
Now I need to manifest a collection to come out this year. We shall see. Could be. Then we have Clutch Man, $5 super chat. If you want Sav to read more questionable super chats, tweet this out. More eyes, more viewers, more super chats. You're welcome, Sav. I'm a team player. You know, have at it. I will read them.
No, we don't need that bad, man. We don't need it that bad.
Wow.
Listen, man, I'm here for the bank, the Iron Bank. Let's see what else we got. We got King is overrated.
Look at the icon, bro.
Super chat. Chill.
Shit, it coming from my face.
First time watching Iron Lords. I'm loving the content and dynamic, guys. You guys being added to the podcast rotation. Thank you, sir. Keep up the good work, guys. But I don't know about the name, but I appreciate
Okay, wait,
you,
hold on.
man.
He explained himself because somebody said, yo, that's wild disrespectful, son. Don't come in like that. But he's like, nah, I've had this name for a long time before I heard of Lord King. It's a play on my name. It's on my name. So he corrected
doubt.
himself. He's like, this is not to be
Oh
disrespectful
no, I
to the
didn't
God.
even take it offensive, sir.
So, question, King, overrated. Where'd you come across this? If this is your first time seeing us?
Yeah, good question. That is a good question.
No
So I
doubt.
saw the tweet with Todd Howard. I wanted to find out the truth.
You know, I didn't get to see that video that quoted you, King.
Oh,
but
this
I'm wondering
one? I got it.
I know he got it.
Send that my way.
He was like, I see this person named King.
Nah, I got it. I got to play it. I got to play it.
Oh, you gonna play it right
you
now?
got it. Oh,
I
okay.
gotta play it. I gotta play it because it was dope. And hold on. Here we go. Shout out to my man Jay Fonzarelli for finding this.
Oh, he said he heard about you from Defining Duke. Oh, I
Duke,
finally got
okay.
to get to watch some of it online. Oh, salute. You
All right,
know.
so y'all want to hear it? Here it goes.
Let's go.
Hold on. Oh, mine was muted. Sorry.
King David, who And now to add even more proof to the pile, YouTuber King David, who I personally have never heard of, but I know a lot of people do apparently know him according to my Discord, recently tweeted a picture of himself and Todd Howard with the quote, "When Starfield is shipping on time, you just know." At least it looks like he's hinting that he probably asked Todd Howard, "Hey, is Starfield still coming out in the first half of this year?" And Todd Howard probably reconfirmed it once again.
Oh, he confirmed it. Let's
And now to add even more
Thank you so much. Thank you. I do appreciate it that you definitely didn't know nothing about me, but everybody that you know me.
It was an all natural situation.
Yeah. We was all natty in it.
Okay, David, YouTube, salute. Make sure like and subscribe. Hit the like and subscribe.
Listen,
Hit that.
when I sent out the tweet, I was sitting right next to Solve and Cock and Gene, Magic Gene, and I said, "Yo, watch what I do."
Yeah, you broke the internet. You knew what you was doing. Salute the king. You know what I'm saying? Well, are we caught up, sir?
Yes, sir. We're caught up.
All right, let's get to the main event, Addict. This is your topic. I don't know if you want me to set it up. I don't know how you want
set it up.
Well, look, it's been an eventful week, let's just say, in terms of layoffs and 343, and then obviously the timeline. We know big tech first started to talk about the layoffs. So Microsoft, Amazon, Google, a lot of big tech was laid off. But then in terms of Microsoft specifically, we did hear, and shout out to, gotta salute the home team first, you know what I'm saying? Salute to LordsGaming.net. We've been kind of one of the first to report the layoffs, the massive layoffs at 343. And shout out to Joshua Renning, who was able to put that out. And we did hear about, a lot of over 60 people, at least 60 people at 343, and that layoffs affected the company as well as people that were working on the single player side of the studio. So as that news broke, shout out to Jason Schreier, obviously been on the show before. In the realm, he talked about specifically the game divisions also affected outside of 343, a little bit of Coalition, a little bit of Bethesda, the HoloLens team. We hear about them. Also, shout out to our good friend Jess Gordon of Windows Central, who also did some follow-up reporting on that. And yeah, the news broke. So as a result, this went pretty viral. And then we talked about Phil's comment, in reference to saying the layoffs were painful, but necessary. This is a challenging moment in our business, and this week's actions were painful choices. The gaming leadership team had to make decisions that we felt set us up for the long-term success of our products and business, but the individual results of those decisions are real. I know that hurts. Thank you for supporting our colleagues as they process these changes. Over the coming weeks, we'll have many opportunities to connect and answer your questions, including the monthly gaming update next week for teams who attend that meeting. I'm in close contact with the teams at ZeniMax to provide support. The GLT and I are committed to being as transparent as we can. Moving forward with ambiguity is challenging, but I'm confident that together we will get through this difficult moment in time. And then the latest in the timeline after that was actually we saw a few X343 employees voice their displeasure about how things were handled, about leadership, some incendiary comments. And then the most recent statement, which was I believe yesterday, was actually 343 and Halo themselves actually putting out a statement. And their statement pretty much read, this was yesterday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 343 Industries, Halo and Master Chief are here to stay. Because there was speculation, I forgot before that they may no longer be the stewards of the franchise, and that, maybe someone else, there were a couple of reports that went out that maybe someone else would control Halo. So 343 will continue to develop Halo now and in the future, including epic stories, multiplayer, and more of what makes Halo great. Pierre Heinz, studio head. So this is where we are. Addict, this is your topic. Where you want to attack it, bro?
I really just want to talk about, your raw perspective on, what's going on with Joseph leaving. I also want to go over, I do understand they said that they're going to retain doing stuff when it comes to the Halo brand. I'm skeptical about that because the way they worded it, because if you notice, they didn't say single player. They said, we're going to continue to do epic stories. And I feel like that's that's weird wording. It feels like that's a little that's some puzzle wording where they mean one thing, but they say one thing but mean the other. Sure, it could be I could be overthinking that aspect, but let's say that they don't maintain the single player anymore and they pass it on to a studio. What studio do you guys think would be best for a Halo, type of style game? We'll start with Solve.
So this took me back, man. With everything that's been happening with Halo, I was still confident that, the idea that, Bonnie stepped down and there was just this seemed like a willingness to take a fresh approach, to step back from what they have, try to make that product as a good a product as possibly can be, and maybe move forward kind of a clean slate. Something that 343 really hasn't had. Like 343, even ever since they took over Halo, they're still sort of in the shadow of Bungie, right? And whether it's them taking the single player in a different direction, people not being necessarily overly happy with that, them kind of being hit or miss with multiplayer. Like one game has great multiplayer, one game has a well-regarded single player, and vice versa. They were never ever really able to put it together. I think Infinite was the first time that, considering the product that we got, overall people were happy with both aspects of that. Mm-hmm. And my big issue, if you guys remember from the beginning, was, hey, I think this is the right way to make Halo relevant again in this landscape now, where we have all these, free to play games and stuff like that are huge. How do we bring Halo back in that way? I think the free to play multiplayer stuff was the right move. I think making the single player this sort of thing where you have you continue to add seasons of single player content was going to work anyway. But my worry was, hey, they're turning it into something else. They're turning it into a service-based game. Do they know what that entails, and are they ready to put the time and the resources in to maintain that? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. It just for whatever reason, it wasn't happening. So it's just sad to see. Obviously, the layoffs, I think, to me, in a lot of ways, I think the industry sort of looks at other aspects of the industry and say, okay, this is, if we're going to do this, obviously the fiscal year is ending in March, starting in a new one starting in April. So certain things if you're going to get things off the books, you're going to get them off the books now. Yeah. That's one. Two, just the messaging. The messaging seems a lot. It's a lot harder to get focused on when everybody's kind of going through the same thing. You see Google, you see other aspects of the industry, you see it on the editorial side, and everything's happening kind of all at once, and there's safety in numbers in that regard. So obviously you look at that, you're like, okay, nobody can focus on us as we're the bad guys solely because it's happening across the board. So to see that at 343, and there was specifically talk about the idea that underperforming teams, like underperforming individuals and teams and stuff like that. And when you look at stuff like this, it's very hard for me to think that people operating at this level of expertise, that they're underperforming. It's a team thing where the numbers aren't there, as opposed to individuals that aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing. Right. So I don't like things worded that way, because to me, I think it's just a team thing and a money thing. And okay, what teams are not bringing the money we expected them to bring? Right. And then you put that under the umbrella of they're underperforming, they aren't doing their job, quote unquote. But so obviously 343 has had a hard time getting Halo, Infinite running and kind of to the cadence where people expected it to be. And that was always going to probably hurt them in the long run. So to see these people losing their jobs and to see what aspects of the game these people worked on, it's, you look at the future of Halo and you're like, what the heck's going on here? What's going to happen? And for me, I'm of the mind that after seeing all this play out, I'm fine with Halo not being the number one thing. I'm fine with Halo not having to follow the trend of what's the biggest thing in game. Because you got to remember, Halo, when Halo first came out, it essentially initiated that trend of big console first-person shooters that were considered to be of the same quality or nearing the quality of what the PC was receiving, right?
Yeah, it was transformative at its time.
It was transformative for the console space, where now they're trying to come back into a space where there's so many other games doing that. If you think about other genres, right, where people have been able to, where Nintendo's been able to take Mario and bring him from generation to generation, where PlayStation has been able to successfully take, you know, their sort of mascots and icons from earlier generations and bring them forward in ways that make sense. None of them have had the overall breakout sort of appeal that first-person shooters, multiplayer shooters have had. So Halo has coming back and trying to dominate and be in that space again is a much more difficult task because the comparisons are much different. You have higher quality games that are essentially kind of in terms of bringing in the money. These are the biggest games in the industry. So for me, the idea to bring it back the way they did was solid. They just couldn't execute on it. So now, what do you do? To me,
that's the question.
To me, I am happy with Halo going back to a prestige release that comes out every 5 or 6 years with a great campaign, a multiplayer suite that they support for another year or two.
So no open world.
It doesn't, no. Because it's just too much to it, right? There's too much to it. And we've seen that unless they shake everything up and they really build themselves up again in a way that's to be able to support that, it's going to be very difficult for them to do. So go back to making it a fantastic single player, 10, 15-hour campaign, a great multiplayer suite where you're able to expand upon the previous multiplayer suite, support it with additional map packs and stuff like that. Maybe some single player DLC or something in along the lines of an ODST edition, right? And then 5 years later, you give me the next Halo game. And I think to me, that allows Halo to remain a prestige sort of franchise without having to sort of be this top of the line. I'm number one now, right? You have hopefully other games that can kind of take up that mantle. You have a Starfield that you hope is able to hit those highs. And you have other things coming down the pipeline that could maybe be that. And to me, if they do that with Halo, it gives you the opportunity to maybe capture that again because you're not trying for it. You're just trying to be the best you can be. And not necessarily we have to be this thing up here. To me, give Halo that love and attention, and it's still going to be a great quality product. I just feel that for whatever reason, they weren't able to deal with the stress of it having to be the biggest thing on Xbox.
Okay, so
that's just the way I feel. Post seeing this, right? I was all in on it being a service-based game. The free-to-play aspect of the multiplayer, to me, I still think it is great. Right, and probably the way to go if you want more people to be playing that game, or leaving it as a separate thing and continuing to make in the way that Call of Duty kind of is doing it. But to me, like I want Halo to live, and I want Halo to be great, and to do that, maybe just don't put the pressure on it to be the biggest thing ever.
It is
anymore.
Halo, though.
It's impossible.
It's Halo, bro.
Nah, you're looking at it from you're looking at it from the point of an Xbox fan. Look at it industry wide. Industry wide, we're talking it up.
Right.
The people who have been with it from the beginning are talking it up.
So my question is,
doesn't need to be that. It doesn't necessarily need to be that to be great, right?
Yeah. I just want to push back a little bit, because I just want clarity, not to push back, I want clarification, I should say. So your point is that because of the expectation, maybe the expectations were too high, they were too ambitious. I want to be clear what you say, like, because Halo is an iconic franchise, you know, for Xbox, and you're saying like maybe because Xbox fans look at it that way, the reality is not that way, and that the scope should be less. I'm just curious of what.
Well, think about it. Think about think of the scope think of the scope that we as gamers know this game needed to have in order to support the game that they made, and look at the amount of content that we got. There's a disconnect somewhere there. Right.
So the disconnect, you think it is expectation as opposed to
the reality of the failure of execution and the reality of what it takes to maintain that. right? You put that game out into the world, knowing that Epic has how many people working on Fortnite every single day to change and evolve that game daily. It was always going to be an uphill battle. So if you weren't ready for that battle, it was going to be super tough, right? And then not to mention, Epic feels like they're always on the same page. They have a machine running over there. Right. Whereas whatever internally was happening at 343 in terms of management and in terms of different thoughts of schools of thought on where the series should go, obviously affected that as well, right? Engine issues, whatever the case may be. Right. In the best case scenario, real quick, in the best case scenario, you would need this to behind the scenes to run as fluidly as possible for them to have a chance to be that, right? So for me, it was just a number of different things. So when you look at it and it's like, okay, how do we get if every single time a Halo game is going to come out, it has to be the biggest thing ever, we're never going to be satisfied. We're never going to be happy. And I don't think the game is ever going to have the opportunity to breathe anymore and just be Halo. And anytime you strive to be something. I've always talked about this with esports, right? A game that comes out with the intention of being an esports phenomenon, 9 times out of 10 is going to fail because it has to be the community, the people that turn it into that. Okay. Let Halo be what Halo's has always been. Be great at what you've always done, and let the community build you up and make you into something more special.
But you gotta have support to do that.
But you gotta have the support to do that.
You know what I'm saying? But I feel you. I feel you.
I feel you. But again, but you're looking at
you want this 900-pound gorilla to act like a sheep.
It's no. See that's a Halo fan talking.
No, see you keep trying to label me as a Halo fan, but when I talk,
I'm a Halo fan. I'm a Halo fan. I keep it real. It's real. It's not that anymore.
I think you sound like
it's not that anymore.
Here's the thing.
And then on Nick.
It seems like to me that you want Microsoft to act like Halo's a new IP again and redefine it. Like you can't erase Halo's history. No one's going to be able to like realistically do that.
Why do you want to keep holding on to it? Is the thing. It's not
like
Bungie. Like, and my thing is, if it's not Bungie anymore, right? If it's not Bungie anymore, right? And that's the thing we failed to sort of accept when 343 came on. It's like it's not Bungie anymore, and we criticized 343 for not being Bungie more than accepting them for who they were, right? And I get it.
But the precedent has been set.
I get it. But the thing is, I'm sorry. Y'all can't move forward while holding on to. You can't do it. You cannot do it. Y'all sitting here trying to defend something that happened 20 years ago.
But here's
it
the
ain't
thing.
that anymore.
The reason people are criticizing them isn't because they're not like Halo. It's because they're not doing it well. We don't criticize Coalition for the most part for picking up the reins and taking the Gears franchise from the old to the new. We don't criticize St. Monica taking
but they've been
the
safe.
old to the new.
Let's keep it real. Coalition's been safe. It's been safe. Apart from the decision you make at the end of the last one, the games have been Gears games. They haven't really deviated much.
That's not true.
Really? You want to tell me that open world was there?
So hold on. Are you just
Saul
to
being
clarify?
feisty today. I love it.
Just to clarify, Saul.
You know what it is?
Hold on. Just to clarify.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're saying they were playing it safe of a Gears of War game being a Gears game. Is that what you just said?
I'm just saying they went and they took a formula, right, from another studio. They took it, right, and a lot of the people were the same people. Not saying that we weren't. And they continued that. They didn't say, okay, how do we really evolve?
I see where you're going with that.
You're not going to tell me that Gears 4 wasn't a safe Gears.
I see where you're going.
It was Gears, right? Gears 5 is still Gears, right?
I would admit that
semi-open world stuff.
I feel
the
like
transition from Halo 5 to Infinite is more substantial than the transition.
I feel like
4 to 5.
I feel like one of the
4 to
biggest
5.
issues they have is they keep trying new, crazy things. So from Halo 3 to 4, they evolved the story, they brought in new weapons, they evolved the multiplayer. People said it's too much like COD. Then they went back from that. Okay, we'll try to rein it back a little bit. We'll make it to where if you run, you don't gather shields. We'll make it to where if you get shot, you get shot out of your ADS. People said this plays too much like Halo. I'm sorry. I personally feel like there's no winning in this scenario. There's nothing they can do to truly make everyone happy.
Okay, so what's the answer then?
Do you want to know why?
Like,
Yeah,
why?
Let's get Nick. Keep it patient.
Yeah.
At least this is what I think has been Halo's problem for a while.
Mhm.
I think the reason people will never be happy with Halo is because I don't think 343 has ever made it the best version of what it can be. Like all these little quibbles about ADS and Bloom. Remember Bloom with Reach?
People was mad about
Remember how
ADS for 3 years. Like, how dare you?
Do you remember how much crap Bungie got for the Bloom stuff in Reach and Armor Lock?
Yes.
It's not just it's not a 343 thing. Bungie copped it for all the changes they kept making to Halo as well.
Yeah.
I just think it was a case of, because you're never going to please the hardcore fans of an important franchise.
Yeah.
It's not just a Halo thing. It happens in other big franchises as well. But 343, their issue was they always seemed to get something wrong.
They never put it all together.
Yeah,
in
the
one
complete
product.
package. Yes.
And then when they did, because I think Halo Infinite is only a couple of things away from being truly great. Like I quite enjoyed the campaign of Infinite. I thought it was great. I 100%ed it, all the collectibles. I actually thought it was legitimately good. At the same time, I completely understand the issues people had. Like, had Halo Infinite been stronger visually,
Yes.
had it been stronger visually, and had its world had a little more variety to
different
it,
biomes.
I think you would have seen far less complaints about
agree.
Halo's
I agree.
campaign.
I agree with
Far less complaints.
I didn't really see a lot of complaints about the campaign, though. I think most people liked it.
These are Nicks. Not
Right.
That,
No pun intended.
No pun intended. No, but he's making a good point. I think
Right.
Special Nick is right. Like, a lot of people like the campaign. You know what I'm saying?
I
like the campaign. But if you wanted to be like critical and say, okay, what could have done better? Not that it was a bad campaign, because it was a good campaign. But they would say that, like, biome diversity, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
that kind
it
of
felt
thing.
like it was a campaign that was part of a free-to-play product.
Right.
Kind of.
And he's making,
Yeah.
and to his point, that's what got them in trouble at the first reveal, right?
Yeah.
Because people was like, okay, we want to see the power of the Series X, right? And see what it could do with your exclusive title. And a lot of people didn't feel that showing was representative, that it looked decent, but it looked like more of the same. It didn't look like that graphical. We were just talking about how, like, the old generation, when you come to the new generation, you expect to see that graphical bliss. You go, oh, okay, this is the jump. And a lot of people didn't see that. But continue, Nick. I know. I think I know where you're going with that.
And that's what it was. It's not that it was a bad campaign per se, but people were expecting, like I said at the time after that 2020 showing, I said back then, I think Craig could end up being the best thing that happens to Halo Infinite, because, if it wasn't for Craig, I don't know if they would have delayed it.
They would have shipped.
That's a good point.
Damn.
That's when Staten had to come in. That's when Staten came in, right around Craig's face.
Craig,
By Staten.
because you got to remember that
get to
demo. You cannot tell me that demo didn't get seen by Bonnie. You can't tell me that demo didn't get seen probably by Phil. Like, a lot of higher ups would have seen that demo and said, "Yep, ship it, show it, all good." So they all thought, I assume, that it looked pretty good.
That's what happens when you dancing in the mirror by yourself.
Yeah.
And you think you got the dance moves.
Everything is insular. You're not getting an outside opinion, and
Go ahead, Nick.
Go ahead, Nick.
So yes, Craig turned Halo into a little bit of a joke, but I also think it. I say not saved it. Saved it's not the right. It's not the right word, because in the end, look where it is.
Right.
Did it get saved?
No, I'll handle that
But
part.
the product that we could say that the product that eventually got released, from opposed to what was going to be released at that time.
Oh God,
got saved.
I would love to see. I wish, I wish I had. If I was an Avenger, I wish I had a power where
go to
I
Tom
could
Stone. Let's
see
go to the Tom Stone.
realities and
Yes.
say, I want to see what Halo Infinite
Would have been
released in 2020. In November 2020, what was the Halo Infinite that released?
Oh man,
I think
Got it.
Boy,
I think the biggest issues that I had with Halo Infinite, like I enjoyed its single player for what it offered me, but I do feel like the world felt dead at a lot of times. And you know, if they would have capitalized on that a little bit, I think what it comes down to, it's like, look, regardless if 343 was starting to get the hands on things, they had a couple games. And you know, in this kind of day and age, you know, thank God they had someone like Microsoft backing them up, because there's not a lot of studios and publishers that would have let it continue as long as it did. You know, as far as what's going on now, you know, we saw Joseph Staten leave. You know, it seems like there's a big giant shift going on at 343. It does look like the base 343 is going to focus on multiplayer. You know, from the outside looking in, obviously we don't know 100% of what's going on. But, you know, I do want to go back. It's like, if they do outsource the single player to another studio, because there's a lot of people reporting,
but they are saying they're not. They literally, the statement yesterday is literally implying that they are not doing that they are the stewards. They are literally jumping in front of the articles that said that.
It feels like a conversation happened after that GameSpot article,
and they were like, we have to make a public statement because people think that this franchise is going somewhere. It says we will continue to develop Halo now.
I mean, it may have been the case, and they sat and fought that. Like, it may have been the case, and they were like, no, we can't let this happen. It was weird because
this out on a Saturday.
That's right.
That's a big. I've never seen on a.
It felt like it was an all hands on deck meeting.
Yeah, it was happened. Like people think this is going somewhere. We need to address it.
Okay. Even if they continue the single player, do you think that's best for the Halo brand at this point? Like they've already laid off a lot of people in the single player department from narrative focus. I don't know. Like, part of me is like, I want to, you know, stand behind 343. It's like, you guys got this. But the other part of me is like, at what time do we need to start looking at in the mirror on the issues?
You're gonna let it pull.
It's just like, I personally feel like maybe 343, they need to just focus on one aspect of Halo, not two.
Okay.
I think maybe if they directed the studio, they can get, because I feel like they are very good at that multiplayer aspect. It feels right.
I think it's piss poor.
And part of me feels like, let someone else do the single player that can make Master Chief in a very single narrative focused type of story. For instance, like if what I would like done, and I know it probably isn't going to go this way, and if it was true that they might have outsourced it, but now they're going back on it, and they like, okay, let's go ahead and continue to try to fix this out. I would prefer them to hand it off to like Machine Games or someone that has proven that they can make very set piece driven, narrative focused, single player, first person action adventure type of games. And I would focus on a narrative focus, set pieces, put Master Chief in epic situations, epic moments, epic gameplay. And then I would have 343 focus on the arena, and I would have 343 focus on focus on whatever that battle royale that's going on right now. You know, really make sure that comes out as best as it can. Obviously, they're going to keep battle passes and stuff like that, and I would rotate the multiplayer function behind arena and battle royale, because I do think there is a point where I don't think the name of Halo is downgrading. I think the competition is upgrading. You didn't have Fortnite's running wild back then. You didn't have Apex Legends run wild back then. Like, and I think that you can't compete with that without a free to play battle royale game. You just can't. Look how long Fortnite has stood around, and they don't seem to be slowing down. Apex Legends has been doing good. Warzone's been doing good. Like, this formula works. You just got to make it fit Halo.
No, but you also have to, I'm going to give it to you, Nick, and then King's been patient. You also got to have the infrastructure to support it. We could say all of this is great, But if the thing that used to get Destiny in trouble back in the day was that we used to like, yo, what's the live team doing? Right? Because you had the teams that's making the expansions, the DLCs, and all of that. Right? But then there's the people who deal with the day-to-day monetization model, the infrastructure, what's coming, the smaller drops. And it's clear that as much as we like this game and it's a solid game, that they didn't have any legs to support it for the duration. It was like everything was just to get it across the finish line. It was such a struggle to get it. And then when it finally got there, it's like, okay, we did the map. It was fantastic. It was fun. We did the maps. I mean, we did the regular content, but after the maps kind of got repetitive, and we're like, all right, we're getting new maps. And then we start to see what the actual, they was to the point where some of the monetization tracks on the battle pass was like left shoulder pad, right shoulder pad. You know what I'm saying?
And
a little flamey thing. And it was very
It
minimal.
was trash.
We got to be honest with that. It's the live service aspect that I'm with King, that it exposed that they didn't have enough in place to continue.
I don't even think it's they didn't have enough people in place. I think it's just they had random people doing this, random people doing that. The situation. They obviously that's a whole can of worms by itself. We won't get into that too much, but it's just like you have to go into this knowing that Destiny didn't show up the way it is, but you should easily be able to use Destiny's faults to teach yourself a better model in the future. And to me, outside looking in, it honestly felt like they didn't really think too much about the aspect of what happens post-launch. What are we going to do post-launch? Like, and then it looked like they didn't really look too much into cosmetics either, because when you look through something like Fortnite, you look through something like Apex Legends, you look through something, even something like Fall Guys, when you're getting that season pass, that battle pass, you're upgrading from level to level to level, you're getting drastic cosmetic changes that makes you validate, okay, I bought this $10. It's fine. You get stuff like Deku from My Hero that will want you to pay $20 for that skin. You get stuff like Apex Legends that has some crazy looking cosmetics. I just feel like they didn't really capitalize in the cosmetic stuff. So what did that result in? Lack of funding, because they're not making money off the game. What does that result in? Giant layoffs of people that ain't going to do this stuff anymore.
Can I say one more thing?
We got to get Nick, and then we got to get
yes,
Nick.
real quick. So I agree with like I said, those are all the reasons why that stuff didn't succeed. They didn't have the pipeline for that. Now, there's another argument that I heard a lot of also, was just the fact that Halo is a different type of shooter than what people are used to being the top of the line shooters today. The arena based shooter, the weight of Halo is different, and it doesn't appeal over the long term to as many, modern gamers now as it did to us and still does to us. And the fact that if that never changes, Halo won't reach those highs again, regardless.
The only pushback solve is we have to be honest. Even though when it gets to my turn, I'm going to talk about launch dates. But when it launched, it blew the internet away.
It did.
Let's keep it a buck. Like, they were leading Steam. It was a resurgence like I've never seen. It was almost the multiplayer team literally saved the game.
Put it on their back.
Right.
It did.
Because when we remember, the morale was so low coming in the year before. Then we knew about the delay. Staten comes on. I remember us doing the Iron Lord stream at the Microsoft Bethesda showcase, and they showed multiplayer for the first time. And people were like, hey, yo, that looks fun. Hey, yo, this looks great. The repulsor's flying back. And then when it did the stealth drop, right? They did, because it had like a stealth drop, multiplayer is available, whatever. Bro, it was a resurgence. I never seen it. I was shocked that it was that received. So the only pushback I'll say is that if it was done right with everything else, and they had the legs to sustain it, they had a wave. I remember that people were saying, "Yo, the king is back." Remember, people were popping off.
I remember, but Halo fans are saying the king is back.
Nah. So I can't let you do that. I get you.
I gotta get the numbers. I think what it is shipping the game at that point when it comes to games as a service, and in a weird way, is the easy part. The hard part is entertaining the people weekly, daily, and keeping them coming back weekly and daily. And that is the most important thing in the games as a service. And I feel like that is what they felt the most and what eventually led to the downfall of Halo Infinite, because it wasn't long before Steam started dropping numbers. And then I would say, well, we had to look one week, we had to look in, and Halo wasn't in like the top 50 of most played games on Xbox.
Thanks to more than 20 million players, Halo Infinite had the most successful launch in franchise history, especially since Halo Infinite multiplayer went free on multiple platforms, and not to mention that on the Xbox Game Pass, they were popping off. They were like,
but we've said that the actual the gameplay of the game is addicting, and as good as it is, eventually we have trained a lot of people growing up in this era that if you don't reward me for what I'm doing, I don't care if the gameplay is good. And I think that's what happened. People didn't feel rewarded enough playing it, and they eventually went to other games.
Of course.
And they felt like
that's 100% true.
January 20, Halo Infinite continues its top selling success on Steam. They were ahead of all these other on Steam, Five Nights at Freddy's or whatever it was. But
he said to take a 800, 900-pound gorilla and turn it into a sheep. Not gonna happen.
No, it's good. But I just want to just keep it in
But
pocket.
they did it to themselves.
Of course,
they did it.
Of course.
You'll love me later.
King, we got to get King. But Nick, I wanted you to finish your thought before I move with the King. Unless you had your thought.
I was just gonna say, like, Addict has a bit of a point, which leads me to. I think a lot of that excitement that carried Halo at the start was purely its gameplay.
Yes.
Like, people were discovering how good Halo felt again, because it does. Infinite feels,
and that can only take you
amazing
far.
But then what happens is once that excitement wears off, and this is, I'm speaking from my experience now and others I've spoken to. Once that excites, so I'm playing multiplayer and I'm loving it. Oh my God, how good does this feel? And it feels great. But then all of a sudden you start noticing the desync.
Yeah.
And you start getting real peed off about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden you're like, oh God, I'm playing on this map again. And you're like, oh, hold on, this is like the 57th time I've played on this map. And you start to notice that there's not that many maps all of a sudden.
Good point.
And then once the shine of how good the game plays starts to wear off, there was all those mistakes and all those poor decisions they made started to come to the fore.
Absolutely.
And then all of a sudden the battle pass sucked.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, who made the decision to have cores that had specific pieces of armor that could attach to them? Why did you just let me do it like every other game does it, where I could just stick anything to anything? Like, I said it back then. I'm like, so many games had already given you the blueprint.
Their own games
previously had a better. Why did you go and do your own random thing that, like that, especially that core thing? Like, I wanted to buy the cat ears. I saw the cat ears, and like an idiot, like everyone else, I bought the cat ears. But then I couldn't put them
on the suit that you wanted,
on the helmet that I wanted, and I'm like,
don't make any sense.
This was a great idea. Who at 343 had that idea, and all the others were like, "That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Let's restrict everyone's choices with their armor cores and their. Let's let people spend $20 on ears, but they can only put them on the helmet."
Good point, though. You're right.
Stuff like that. That's what I think has hurt the game more than just these little decisions. And you just that's why I think the biggest problem with 343 was probably the leadership, as most.
Tell the truth, Shane the devil.
Sorry. Continue, Nick.
You can't blame the foot soldiers that are just the devs that are doing whatever they're told to do. Like, there's a lot of good in Halo Infinite that shows there's obviously good people at 343, but we all saw the stories. How many times did we see this director left, that director left, this director left? Halo Infinite had so many directors, I had lost count. Like, it was, I don't know what was going on at the top of 343, but it seems fairly clear that there was issues there. And like, I understand Edic's point about. I don't think it would be a bad thing to have 343 be stewards of Halo. So I think it'd be a cool idea to let 343, a smaller 343 team of project managers, take pictures from other studios. What do you think a Halo should be? What do you think a Halo should be? One Bad Mother was in the chat earlier. That's kind of how Nintendo does it. People don't realize Nintendo don't make a lot of their own games. It would surprise a lot of people to discover that it's not actually Nintendo making Smash Brothers. It's not actually Nintendo making
isn't it?
Kirby.
Oh,
No, Smash Brothers was Namco.
Namco.
Yep.
It's a good point.
It's not Nintendo making Kirby. It's HAL.
It's a good point.
Nintendo don't own. Nintendo oversees. They supervise. They make
They
sure it's to the standard. It's following the rules. It's doing all the things. I don't think it would be bad for 343 to do that. But to me, I'd prefer before they go that route, just try getting the leadership right first. And I had hope when Staten stepped in.
Me too. Me
But
too.
I wonder now why he left.
Xbox Global. Now the Xbox Global Publishing.
Well, he went back to Global Publishing.
Yeah, he was there before. He went back.
So, I just wonder why he didn't want to stay on. Or actually, was it him not wanting to? Was it Microsoft saying,
right,
forget Halo, we're pulling the plug, go back to publishing? I'd love to know why Staten is not there anymore.
Great question.
Because we all thought, oh, well, Staten's there now. Give it some time and they'll fix it. They'll sort it out.
I didn't think that, but
no? Was Staten there?
Let's get King. King been patient. I got to get King in.
I didn't think that at all.
Let's go, King. You've been patient. Let's go.
Well,
I'm just curious. I'm curious as to why.
Okay, because I love Bonnie.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
for all you guys, and I remember you guys jumping off the roof with your elbows out. Y'all was Macho Man Randy Savage. It's like, yeah, Bonnie's gone. Ooh, Halo gonna do what Halo gonna do now. It's like, yo, we got her out. She was the one that was.
What are you implying, sir?
I'm just letting it soak in. I'm just letting it wash over me.
Okay.
Because when the first signs of trouble, Staten said, "I'm out of here."
Well, we don't know.
I need. Well, we need clarification, right?
Yeah.
Well, look, and when I say I didn't really have a problem with 343 games, Halo games throughout that whole period of time. They hit or miss on certain aspects, on little things. It was like, man, you right there, man, you right there. That's what it always felt like. It felt like. You about to touch the finger of God. You about to do the bungee connect. You almost there. Like you was just right there. So we thought Halo Infinite was gonna be that thing. Craig face popped up. And we was like, oh, buddy, yo, and they pushed it back. And you right, Nick. I really honestly believe that them pushing it back saved the franchise to be a big blockbuster. Cog is right. When it did hit, when it did drop, when it did land. It had an impact crater. People was like, "Oh my God, the king is back." I remember that. Who was there for that? She was. Okay. So, Attic is right. For them to go up against the juggernauts in this street like Fortnite, the way Epic moves behind Fortnite, the whole companies behind this machine, right? The way that they're able to switch it on the fly, they can drop the game down. They can do a downtime for an hour and do an update that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They cannot do that single player and compete with these companies at the same
they can't,
time.
right? Because they even Fortnite dropped Fortnite save the world, right? They push that thing to the side because they focus on the multiplayer. It's either or. Halo isn't relevant. I know that sucks. It isn't relevant to our children today, right? And the reason why I'm saying that is, and this is where I was going to give you your flowers, Saul.
This is Saul. He on his bag with this.
Oh no, I don't like being right about this.
This is true. This is true to the fact that any kid that I know from 8 to let's say 15 to 16,
Nick's kids,
they run straight to Roblox, Minecraft, Fortnite, then the little older ones from there, Call of Duty, Apex Legends. Genshin Impact. Ain't nobody say no Halo. All right. And they did it to themselves. I had firsthand experience playing the multiplayer. It was good playing. It was fun. And then it got to a point of redundancy where the season pass became non-essential.
Yeah.
There was really, and then the goals for what you had to do was idiotic. Like I had to wait for a certain map to do a certain thing, and the map
challenges were horrible.
It was just wasn't thought out properly. And like Nick said, you had people come before you, step on those rakes ahead of time. You didn't have to come behind them and make new rakes and step on the same old rakes, right? You did this to yourself. All you guys was calling for 343 to be closed. Now here goes the fake outrage. Oh, they're laying off people at 343. You did it. You went to Twitter and said, oh man, they're not doing it right. But King, they're not doing it right. Listen, you can't have it both ways. It's either it's dysfunction and mismanagement, and they have to reevaluate and fix, or it's leave them, let them continue what they're doing. So now that we notice, we recognize the problem. We're fixing the problem. Don't cry about the outcome.
Hashtag fire 343. That's what you're implying?
No, I'm not saying fire 343.
No, I'm talking about that's what in your defense. That's
yeah, but I told you before, let it burn. I told you before, let it burn. Now, see, people don't know how these big companies work. They have AI algorithms that go around and assess your work. Because a lot of these dudes are still doing remote work from home. All right. So they're knowing how long you're actually working on said project. They understand you come in with a number, you have a number. This ain't like how Google did it. Google, you walked up to the building, your car didn't work, you just was fired. I'm pretty sure that they said, listen, evaluation time is this, that, and the third. Performance-based stuff. Probably redundancies there. Probably 1099 workers. You have no idea, but this is fake outcry from fake people that really don't understand what's going on into the situation. We don't know. You don't tell me that they had a top developer. Top developer A got fired. Highly don't think so. I do not think so.
What you mean?
All right. So again, layoffs happen. We understand that there was a huge bubble, a tech bubble during this time of the pandemic. A lot of this money was given out for free to these tech companies. A lot of this money was, they didn't have to pay it back. The PPP loans for big companies. It was a lot of overhead money. They made a lot of hires during this period of time. They had to build a lot of infrastructure. Now that you're seeing that everybody's going back to work, the world is starting to go back to normal. Not everybody's staying at home
and they lost out.
Buying
That's
and doing
big fact.
this stuff.
So some of this is definitely normalization.
Right. It's coming down to its normal peak.
That's across the board.
I'm not trivializing the 4.5% of loss that was lost. But in this industry, if you look across the boards towards everyone, there's going to be layoffs and turnover. Right? Hopefully that everybody gets a little parachute, and it's around tax time, so they can actually get to the tax part of the season, have some money, and then look for another job, and hopefully those potentials roll over into a next job. And I don't want to get into the whole business aspect of it. 343 itself was in crisis. We can all agree on that. We don't think that they were managed properly. We can all agree on that. And we thought that Joe Staten would right the ship. I didn't. I thought that he was brought in there to get that multiplayer tip-top shape. And I believe that he got that stuff done. Gone. Right back to where he was going. I did that part. Now it's up to them to ship that Battle Royale thing, to see what they're going to do. Get away from the Slip Space engine. Get to the Unreal Engine 5 engine from the stuff that we've been hearing in the background. Start to control it. Solve is right that Halo doesn't need, I say it's a little bit long. I say 8 years. I say every 8 years you get a good Halo game.
Wow.
No, but the reason why is they have enough studios now that you don't have to put a priority and a mandate, see you in 5 years.
It doesn't have to be the number one
thing. but it can't be anymore. I don't believe it's relevant. You have to build it. Addict put out a tweet that said the brand is suffering. You have to build the brand and build back trust into this product.
Facts.
Yeah.
This is where the problem is. We don't have trust in the product. It's not saying it's not an 800-pound gorilla. It's still an 800-pound gorilla, but is he as ferocious as he once been? Right?
He's an 800-pound gorilla that's exhausted from always being in the news.
So I'm happy that the shakeups happen.
Okay.
But I don't like the fake outcries of people being terminated and stuff being moved around, and Halo might not have these people leading it forward. They came out, they told you they're leading it forward. This is going to happen. It's just they turned it into a fanboy war.
I mean, can I push
what
back
I didn't like about it.
I mean, this is Halo, though.
Yeah, this is the best.
And hold on. In fairness, if I got to play devil's advocate, in fairness, this is the same company that has an intent to acquire Activision Blizzard King. So the talk is, if they can't manage their own flagship title, how can they hope to manage all these other studios they look to acquire? That I don't feel is fake outrage. I feel now this is a valid question that people can present and say, you got to get your own house in order before you think about doing other things.
Okay, we all know, and I've always said it was only one studio that was putting in the bad reports. It was only one studio.
I agree.
Right?
But
and
it
they
is
got to clean it up. They cleaned it
the
up.
studio with the flagship title that literally got you into gaming.
But they cleaning it up now, right?
I mean, we got to see, right? We got to see. I mean, I'll jump in. Look, I know where you're going. Oh, look, let's start with the human element first. You know, the layoffs hit home for me personally because, one, I've been laid off before.
Yeah, you in that sector.
I was just surviving the wave, so to speak, in my own sector. You know, it's terrible. I have tremendous empathy for that because you don't know where your future's going to stand, and it's scary. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really don't know. So salute to everyone, you know, who definitely is trying to figure things out. I want to be empathetic to that. Second, King, you're right, as far as across the board. Big tech is getting hit across the board. Let's just be clear. Amazon, Meta, Google, Salesforce, everyone.
Like pretty much record naming.
This is everybody. I do agree with the fact that, not that there was an overconfidence in a pandemic climate, but remember during the pandemic, there was record numbers of engagement. Now that the world has kind of normalized, you're seeing the change now, and now there's course correction. However, I will say, to me, the surprise that I was, when I saw, when it came to Microsoft, I mean, I wasn't too surprised, no disrespect, with the HoloLens stuff. We didn't see any commitment there. And they've been kind of clear that they're moving away from that. But I was surprised to see Xbox Game Studios, the gaming division, hit. Right now, to me, we got to be honest. The comparison of layoffs for everyone else, comparison to how much 343 got, was a big disparity. Right, and then we saw, you know, thanks to our reporting, LordsGaming.net, that we saw that it was a lot of the narrative team. Right. To me, this is where I'm back with you, King. Is that what this indicates to me? We got to talk corporate now. Right. When you look at your company as a whole, you look at what's underperforming in terms of investment. Right? We can all say whether how we feel about Halo Infinite, and I feel it's a great game. I actually do feel it's a great game on its core level. I think it's a great game, but we have to admit it must be internalized as a sales failure because this is an indictment. You don't go attack this team specifically unless you feel you didn't get
this degree.
Yeah, you didn't feel you got the return of investment based on what you put in. So that's what it is. You know, I want to be clear though. Again, it's kind of weird. I'm agreeing with King a lot this way. So, but the thing I do agree with him again is that again when people come up to me and they say, "Cog, Xbox Game Studios," right? I have to look at it objectively. I'm not take my fanboy out of it. You look at the whole. Coalition delivering on time. The Gears franchise, from my understanding, still okay. You know what I'm saying? You know, Obsidian, since they've been in, everything damn near they put out have been on time. It's been fine. Playground games with Forza Horizon, we got to speak about it. We know what the track record is. Turn 10 with the Forza mainline. We know what the track record is. I know people don't care about Minecraft, but guess what? Mojang, we know what the profits is. You know what I'm saying? It is insane for them. And the list goes on for even I'm not even the world's edge. Age of Empires is huge. You know what I'm saying? What you call it? What's the other one from? We got the Minecraft. We got, even though Rare, I'm not a Sea of Thieves guy. Sea of Thieves is huge. You know what I'm saying? I have to. The only people you can say is you look at the new guys, right? And you can say, well, where they at? I personally can't judge. It's like you on a new record label. I got to see you put out your first album before I can say you're a failure or not. Yeah. Right. So until I see Ninja Theory's thing, we'll see what Bethesda does with Starfield. Then I can make a judgment and say, okay, but if I look at it as a whole, the rest of them are okay. But like King said, when we look at one, and if someone comes to me and says, yo, Xbox Game Studios is mismanaged, look at what they did to 343. I can't fight you. I can't argue with you. It literally has to be mismanagement. You can't say it's not. You know what I'm saying? If you look at it objectively, go ahead.
But mismanagement at what level?
I'm going to break it down. Here's my thing.
Okay.
The way I feel, they went through a series of changes, right? And the reason why it's an indictment on mismanagement, in my opinion, is because this studio, in a sense, operates in a silo, and that their whole sole existence is to be the steward of Halo. Mm-hmm. That is their whole thing, is to handle everything Halo related. So when it comes to, they have their own publishing, they have their own consumer products, they have their own media inside of Microsoft. This is a special team. It's like a special forces in a way, right? Mm-hmm. Just your sole purpose is Halo, right? So if I look at that, and I hate to do it, but we gotta pull out the resumes. Since they've been in existence, and I've said this a little bit before in the past, I don't care what nobody say. Master Chief Collection is literally unplayable and a disaster of a launch. I remember I wanted to get people to get the Xbox One. People were like, yo, I'm interested in it. I'll wait for that. I love those Halo games. They remastered the old one. Remember, they did the presentation. Here's before, here's the new. It looked beautiful. It was literally unplayable. I've never seen that on a major launch with a franchise that's supposed to be the steward, right? So we got
a week off.
Yes, brother, I'm with you.
Took a week off,
bro.
For that.
We gotta keep it. We gotta keep it a buck on that, right? Then Halo 4, graphically outstanding. 343 they think stunning. Gotta give it up. But we know about the multiplayer, not well received, right? Then we get to Halo 5. We already know about this story. I'm gonna say the multiplayer was fantastic. I loved it. Everybody loved it. But the story, the dysfunction, the way it was handled with the lock situation, it was just not good. It was not received by the masses as good. And then we get the Infinite, which we've already said. Core gameplay, great. You know what I'm saying? Campaign, for the most part, solid. Some little nitpicks, but overall package, it seemed like they did it. We're like, oh, they got the multiplayer, they got the campaign, and now you have no support. And now you have no legs on a model, and it's just like, you just proved that you can't sustain the 10-year plan that you yourself said was going to be the thing. And then let's be real, to Addict's point, we see online these scathing indictments from X343 developers. Scathing, mismanagement, incompetence. Then we see State and Leave, where a lot of people feel like, yo, that's the savior. He got it across the finish line to kick. You know what I mean? Now he's gone. So the morale and the confidence is shattered. And to me, I'm very upset because how does this happen to Halo? We don't talk about what is going to be the future of Mario. We don't go to Nintendo like, yo, what's going to happen with Mario, y'all? We don't know. Is they going to still make Mario games? Like this, I'm sorry, I'm going to be emotional. This joint is so important to me because Solve King, y'all know. November 15th, this game was born. November 15th, Xbox was born. November 15th is my birthday. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, I'm synonymous with this. This thing launched in my city. The Rock was there. Bill Gates was there. Everybody coming to me saying, yo, Halo, this is the thing. And I'm like, why everybody rapping about Halo? Remember the reviews? They were like, yo, this Halo game. You got to play this Halo game. I'm like, all right, let's see it. Man, System Link. You know what I'm saying? Blood Gulch, Hang 'em High, Pistol. Bro, it was born. It was like, yo, this is the great console game. Shout out to GoldenEye. We respect you. But console first person, I know, Nick. I know GoldenEye's your baby. I love you. But you ain't Halo. You know what I'm saying? Halo.
Halo.
Bro, we brought
top 5.
Bro, you know it. We brought 4 physical TVs. We learned how to be makeshift network engineers because the multiplayer was so good. I learned what a Linksys router, an Ethernet Cat 5 cable was because of Halo. We had dudes in the projects putting TVs outside the project playing Halo, King. Come on, like Halo means everything. How does this happen to Halo? That's what hurts. So it's just like, here's the thing, and I'll bring it back because I'm getting emotional. Look, selfishly, I would have loved the 10-year plan to work because that means Halo Infinite still exists. We would get expansions. We would get maybe, what is it, Halo Endless, whatever the rumors were, a battle royal. And then I was hoping that cadence would continue. Not saying that it's not going to happen, but now everything is in flux. You know what I'm saying? We don't know what's going to happen. Here's my last thing and I'll wrap up. For me, this is what needs to happen. Again, I'm just outside looking in. I'm not a dev. I'm just saying outside looking in. This is a stain. We just can't ignore it. This is a stain. This is a black eye. It's really bad. I love that they put the statement out. What I would like to do, shout out to Pierre Hintz, I'm trying to have hope because he was one of the people who was put inside when Master Chief Collection was Master Chief Collection. And now turn Master Chief Collection around to Master Chief Collection is actually popping in probably more numbers than Infinite, right?
It's unbelievable now what it is.
Absolutely. So you got that. So I'm hoping for that. Now, the thing, though, for me, and we got to talk about it, they talk about it briefly, I don't know if they're the only Xbox game studios that has this problem, but it seems like they have way too many contractors. And if you're looking at synergy and building a team, either A, convert those contractors into full-time employees, or B, phase out the contractors and have it where there's that synergy. You can't have a great team, in my opinion, where people are flowing in and out.
1099 workers.
Yeah, you can't have the flow.
Especially on a custom engine.
Thank you.
Yep.
Not good.
Like 100%. Like you got to have that synergy, that consistency. And look, I got to say, look, Phil, I love you. Matt Booty, I know I love you. But I got to pull the addict. It's showing me your build time with 343. It's this is what I mean by that is I love the hands-off approach when it comes to acquiring new studios, right? Because that's what got them in. But let's be honest, the resume has shown with this particular studio and the importance of this franchise, right? I would love a little extra checking of the homework, so to speak. A little bit of maybe some random check-ins. Like something has to change on the process because the only thing I can believe, and I'm just going to be honest, is that I can't see a situation where they didn't check it. Me personally, it's just cogs talking. I can't see a situation where they didn't go in. So to me, there's a disconnect from the developers that are saying that they put in the hard work to do what they were doing and they were getting stymied or whatever they were saying, to the mid-management who's supposed to now tell Phil and Matt Booty what's going on, right? There has to be a disconnect. You see what I'm saying? The message is not getting to the top somehow. I'm not putting a blame on a specific person, but clearly you can't tell me that Matt Booty and Phil Spencer never stopped by. Right? So then what happened? Was it a guided situation? Like how like when the boss come through and you ain't do your homework and then you try to show there's one chapter that you did do. Like what happened? It got to be, show me your bill, bro. Like almost to the point, something has to change.
I don't think you're going to have a problem going forward.
That's what I'm hoping for. The good thing about public embarrassment and the good thing about this is everybody watching you now.
Everybody watching.
Everybody watching you now. So one would hope, you know what I'm saying, that because of this, there's some random spot checks. Phil just popped through. Bad Booty just popped through. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's a different change in the processes as far as deliverables and things of that. Something has to change because I, in my opinion, I have no evidence.
I think they have to dead that engine. I think
whatever
the
it is
engine is probably the biggest problem because even if they go and they stay with 1099 workers or whatever, you have to get them up to speed on that engine, that proprietary engine that you've made and somebody else made that's probably not even there anymore.
Either make that call, I agree, either make that
Unreal
call.
Engine 5.
Where you're going to switch it, I mean, or make that call where you give the resources needed and the time needed to think. And the last thing
that still don't got ray tracing.
Yeah, I'm about to get to it.
That ain't
We're gonna
coming.
get to it.
I completely forgot
Bro.
that was a thing.
We're gonna get to it because the same thing, like, and I hate to do this to y'all, but it's like, look, use this, please. And I know I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this. King gonna hate me for this. Please use this as an example and a warning sign for Starfield. Please use this. All these dudes on my timeline, COG, Halo Infinite, gotta drop when it gotta drop. Halo, so what? It don't have Forge on launch. So what? It doesn't have co-op campaign. Oh, the boss is coming. Oh, the boss is coming. So what? It don't got ray tracing. The game must drop, COG. It must. Don't be selfish and hold up the game. Are you happy now with the state of the game? Your flagship IP, you happy with this? Nah, bro. This is nah, bro. Listen, because Starfield is just as important. The success of Starfield is better than some ego and some making it come out because gamers feel it should come out at this time. It's the same joint. This is the
we don't do soft talk Sundays.
We doing real talk Sunday. We doing real talk Sunday. Don't listen again, because these same dudes who was yelling to talk about needed to come out. Look at it now. I don't want that for Starfield.
Look at you now.
Take your time, because they forget. They forget I was on them, bro. Could you imagine 2022 with the Baron 2022? I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna let you get your boss. With the Baron 2022. Could you imagine if Forza Horizon was popping in the end of 2021? Let's be clear. Forza Horizon 5 had the city on lock. You could have easily pushed it into the 2022 window. And guess what? Had co-op on launch. Had Forge ready to have the content just given to you consistently by your own community. And had a live service game rocking and rolling, fully featured for 2022 when you were Baron with no Starfield and no Redfall. You can't tell me that wouldn't have made a difference having a full package of a game. That's all I'm saying. Is no need to rush it.
But that's not in question over here with this other guy.
No need to rush it. No need to rush it.
Listen, no Kool-Aid over here. No soft talk Sundays. And yeah, Todd, don't listen. Let's keep going.
Yeah, see? Todd, ruin the game, bring it out half-baked, and then we worry about the studio's future. You heard it here, King David. You heard it here, King. Gangster List Sunday with King David. Gangster list, because he want to have a list to talk to y'all about. So
no, I don't care about the list. Just make sure you make it on time.
All right, that's it. I'm done. This is funny. But I'm sorry. I've been talking a long time. Anybody?
I just want to say one last thing. And for me, it's like all the things you said technically about the process and what has to happen within the studio for things to be successful is 100% true. But I think a lot of why there was stagnation, besides the whatchamacallit, the engine and stuff like that, and contractors coming in and out, is it felt like there was always sort of toxic energy at the top when it came to being on the same page as to where Halo has to go. If you don't get that right and you don't have management at the top that they can agree to disagree and they can go back and forth and together make a product that they both think is superior in both the single player realm and the multiplayer realm. If you have management battling each other toxically at the top for competing ideas as opposed to pooling them together, it's gonna continue. So again, like you guys said, more than anything, fix that. Fix the culture around Halo. Fix the culture around Halo. Everything else will fall into place because you'll all be on the same page. And that's what I hope, man. At the end of the day, like, I don't want any of this to be true. I just want Halo to be great, whatever form it takes. I don't really care. Halo, I just want it to be great. And it doesn't have to be the biggest thing on Xbox anymore. I just want it to breathe and be fantastic.
Yeah. That's all.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Fine. I think we beat that to death. Let's move on. Super chat song?
Yeah, we got a couple. We got a few. Okay. Hey, when I was talking initially, there might have been a few that passed me. Okay. I don't know. I didn't get who this one is from. It says, for me, the only way to bring Halo back is to kill Halo Infinite. There is nothing but negativity attached to that title now. Need to break that ball and break that ball and chain. I didn't get the amount of the super chat nor the person this was from. So I tried to scroll back and I was not able to. So Attic, if you could look at that and see if I missed anything. And then the last one I read before that was the Clutch Man one about me reading questionable super chats. So anything between that's when I was talking and I missed those. And we got Hot Grits, $9.10, $5 super chat. To be real, Microsoft are having these issues because of transparency. Sony and Nintendo don't let their fans know anything until it's near ready. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, we talked about that last week too. Like maybe just wait till 3 months before you're ready to drop it.
Yep. Don't say anything to
Keep
these guys.
everybody in the dark.
Guys ungrateful. They're ungrateful. Don't tell anything.
Don't give us anything to talk about. That's it. Just speculate. There we got Tai Casares, $15 super chat. Halo needs more employees to make different types of games in the universe, not less. It's just ridiculous that we don't have a horror game or an Arbiter solo game yet. Great show, Lords. And so you could definitely make a Flood horror game and an horror game.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Then we have Mr. Too Opinionated, $2 super chat. A lot of people say Halo and Gears are past their prime.
It's not true. I just think they're not relevant.
Yeah. And we have Tai Casares, $15 super chat. People also expecting Halo to be the top dog again when there is more variety in games nowadays. Let's say the playing field is a lot different than it was in 2001. Completely. Mr. Irishman, member for 1 year, £10 super chat. 343 should treat Halo how Lucasfilm treats Star Wars games and license Halo out to other devs to make single player spin-offs like ODST while they focus on mainline games with the Chief. Okay. Then we got JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $50 super chat. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Until and unless Microsoft is willing to and execute setting up a dev pipeline similar to Epic and Ubi, which are designed for open world service-based games backed by an aggressive marketing campaign like Halo 3 was, when they can't and won't reach that next level. And that is true. That's what we talked about. It's like they turned it into a service-based game. They didn't have the pipeline to take care of that. So, Mr. Too Opinionated, $2 super chat. Act is on point. That's all he had to say.
Yeah. I'm starting to think Mr. Too Opinionated is Addict.
Is Addict. Then we got Gigs Boson, $10 super chat. Of all the news this week, Halo is the talking point. It crystallizes industry biases. Fans want Halo to be God of War and Destiny. No game is that. Also, divided on what game should be equals impossible IP to manage. We talked about that. They got to be on the same page. Sure. And we got JD Gamer, once again, member for 2 years, $10 super chat. Halo Infinite needs a relaunch whenever the next major content update takes place and an aggressive marketing campaign behind it. We're talking Super Bowl, NBA Finals, Sweet 16, and big movie teasers and ads. I think that may be wishful thinking, but
people don't use terrestrial television anymore. Stop that.
I'm with King. I think
Super Bowl ads, no,
they don't hold the value anymore the way they did for games.
The way they used to,
Put it on TikTok and Instagram.
Got CWU, $2 super chat. Master Cheeks got worked. Give the cheeks a break. Pause.
Oh God, you. God.
Then we got
animal.
J1, $5 super chat. Greetings, Lords. The wording of 343i leaks and Ains' statements make me believe it will still have spinoffs like Minecraft. Great show, great guest. Thank you. Appreciate that, man.
Brother.
We have JD Gamer once again. Member for 2 years, $20 super chat. My idea for Halo: produce a 30-minute in-engine story content and gameplay loop using all the tricks of an upgraded slipstream engine, using all the power of the Xbox Series X and S to debut in theaters, and the second season of the TV series.
Oh, you're trying to do cross promotion?
He's out there with the cross media stuff. I mean, again, it's difficult. It's difficult to kind of market it to everybody and everyone.
The synergy of both teams have to be.
It has to be there. Then we got Flame, $2 super chat. Yeah, that's the thing. They got to get their house right first. Flame, $2 super chat. Slay Cog, slay. He had bars. Stop sucking up to the boss. Flame.
That's right. You put that in there. Love gave it that day.
He hate Halo, so don't pay him no mind. He's a known Halo hater.
That is true. Oh yeah, that's right. Flame be going in there.
Identified him.
Then we have Suicide Kings, $2 super chat. Wherever Cog works, y'all fire him. Microsoft needs Cog.
Oh my God! What? Can I stay employed though?
Let them send the offer over first.
Yeah, exactly. They should the move is in place. Then we have Persian Knight, $10 super chat. D43i needs to recapture the incredible maps and gameplay of Halo 2 multiplayer. Such an incredible time.
Absolutely. Sitting on maps. Let's move on. We got a Special Nick segment and a little bit of Lord Soft segment because I know Soft got the Avengers thing, but I do want to take advantage of Special Nick dropping some bars recently. But let's talk about two things, man. One, you mess with my heart, Nick, man. I hear these Scalebound talks, and I get emotional. So I need to know about that. Then number two, XboxEra podcast last night had some interesting images on their screen about the Gears franchise that got the internet on fire. So let's start with these two things first before we get to the Avengers.
Yeah, which one? Where do you want to go?
Let's start with Scalebound. Am I getting my hopes up, man? My platinum. What's going on? Have you heard anything?
So this is interesting. I had been told that Platinum was doing stuff. And at first it was just so Team Ninja ruined my rumor mill when they did their interview saying we're bringing Ninja Gaiden back.
Yes.
I was like, literally that weekend, I had a rumor mill lined up, which was Ninja Gaiden's coming back and it's being done by Platinum. Now, all Team Ninja said was that they're bringing Ninja Gaiden back.
Right.
So I was like, I asked my person, I was like, can I just say that Platinum's doing it on Twitter? I'm not going to worry about it on the show. They're like, yeah, put it out on Twitter. So I put it out on Twitter. At the same time, they said, I think Platinum might be doing Scalebound as well.
Whoa.
And I'm like, no way. I'm like, nah. Like everyone else. I was like, nah, no chance. So I went to my Microsoft person.
Sources.
I was like, look, I got told a couple of things about Platinum. Ninja Gaiden. And apparently they might be going for Scalebound as well.
Okay.
I'm like, can you look into this for me? Because this Scalebound thing, no way. Like, surely they're not going to. They went and looked into it for me. They're like, Ninja Gaiden, yep. Ninja Gaiden's happening. Platinum.
I need that. I need that in my life. I need Ninja Gaiden. I need it.
And they're like, Scalebound, I heard nothing. I'm like, okay. So it was probably nothing. Just, yeah.
All right. So
anyway, about a month later, about a month later, out of nowhere, I see a little notification in my Discord. And it's a Scalebound GIF. I'm like, no. I'm like, you have to be joking me. They're like, I think there might be something going on there.
we cook it again.
But I had to sit on it for quite a bit. And then I was massaging them because, like I said, I'm not a journalist. I'm not Grubb. I'm not Henderson. I'm not Tom Warren.
You take the title. Don't worry about it.
I don't know. I'm telling people, I am a messenger. That's
You're the messenger.
all
Okay.
I am. I'm nothing. They, for whatever reason,
I'm just a vessel.
I am just the messenger. I am not the insider person. I know people who know people.
Yes.
That's all it is.
You realize that's literally an insider.
No, it's not.
The
info.
Let him snitch.
So just to clarify, you think Jeff Grubb
Tell it all.
You think Jeff Grubb is making these games and then he's leaking them? No. He is told by someone else that he leaks it. Like,
this is a professional situation. Go ahead.
He doesn't want to be considered that.
He's the middleman. I like that term.
He's just the vessel.
He's the vessel.
I am. I'm just.
He's a shadow broker.
Remember, like a lot of this stuff doesn't come necessarily from people like that work in the studios or whatever it is. It'll come from an actual insider that knows someone. And like I've asked a lot. Like, okay, so the person that sent me the Gears picture yesterday, live on air.
Woo!
I spoke to this person. I said, why don't you, like, I ask a lot of these people, why don't you leak stuff? Why don't you leak it? Like, why are you giving it to me? I'm no one. Why me? They're like, because we don't want to deal with the crap you're going to deal with.
So they let you, they threw you in the fire.
So yesterday on
They
Twitter,
only kill the messenger.
yes, yesterday on Twitter, for example, I saw a couple of accounts talking about the image and
Oh,
posting
sloth.
the Gears
God,
image.
you've been sloth, sir.
Yeah.
You've been sloth. Continue.
I saw all that on Twitter, and like I looked at a lot of the replies, and I'm just like, oh, Nick lies, he makes stuff up,
Yeah,
he's full of crap, he's this.
I saw that.
That's the stuff that the people that send me stuff don't want to have to deal with. Like, they don't want to deal with people going through their history. They don't want to deal with people. Like, I know it's just words, and I've always been one of those people that's like, it's just words, who cares? But, like, when it's constant and it's incessant, and especially when I think I've been pretty upfront. For the whole journey. See, what a lot of people don't realize is that I've actually been doing this for 3 years. I didn't just start teasing and leaking stuff 6 months ago. It's been going on for about 3 years. And what people don't understand is, like, I've been very upfront about all of it. I've told people how I get the info. I've told people where it comes from. I've even publicly shown some of the redacted DMs. If I saw someone leak something first, I'll say it. Like, a while back we had a rumor mill about Rise 2. Because I had heard Rise 2 was coming. But before I said anything, I looked into it, and I found another Twitter account that had already leaked almost all of Crytek's roadmap. So when I had my rumor mill, I was up front and I said, look, I'm not first to this info. There's a Twitter account called @PokeProtos that leaked the entirety of Crytek's thing. I was completely upfront that I wasn't the first to this info, and I've always been that way. So I always find that online abuse weird. I don't think I've ever hid anything. I've always been quite upfront. So, with Scalebound, I had to sit for a little bit, and then because it came from two sources, I was like, so am I okay to go with this? And they're like, okay, go for it, but make it clear, that this is probably a long way away.
Okay.
Like, this is early days, which is why I said at the time, I don't know if they're going to restart. I don't know if they're going to pick up the pieces of what Scalebound was in. When did they cancel it? Was it 2017, 2018, something like that?
Sounds about right. Sounds about right, that window.
I don't know if they're going to pick up the pieces of that. I don't know if they're going to start again. So it's something that's probably a fair way away.
Okay.
But, I mean, other people have pointed it out. Platinum themselves publicly said.
They outside. They your defense.
Let's do it.
They out here. They're asking. Begging.
And we spoke about it on our show back in September. Remember that interview Phil did? And they asked him about Scalebound, and he was like, no comment. I'm like, so we were on our show. We were like, hold on. Why is he saying no comment? If they weren't looking at Scalebound, why didn't he just say, look, didn't work out, project's cancelled, we appreciate everything Platinum did, the usual standard, blah, 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 blah. He was like, no comment. I'm like, hold on a second. I got my DMs not too long after that. Okay. So I'm like, it was all a very weird situation. Okay. But I just based on the things I've been told, I think it's going to happen.
All right,
so for those of, because I like the look of Scalebound as well. So for those of you who are hoping it does,
it played like a hot turd.
You don't want it
was
back?
Horrible. I played
think the first showing was good.
Hot. No, I'm talking about that vertical slice joint that they put up there. I'm talking about the joint that was on the floor that was in my hand.
That was on the floor.
Yeah, it was on the floor.
Even know that.
It should have been on the floor. It was I don't get the infatuation with this game. I don't even like the fact that Microsoft legs is tied and shackled to this game. I wish Sony would have came through and purchased said game long time ago and finished the development so you guys can get exactly what y'all looking for, because this is the one I can't wait to
But
y'all
that was during the Xbox One. This was pre-Scorpio days. That's the power. That's the power. Maybe come on, the ES RAM wasn't enough.
I remember that game. I remember the dialogue. I remember how it played.
You ain't like the headphones and the bounce.
That game, I look at that game and it has a whole lot of energy, like a game that's about to release this week that is getting ripped for all of that corny energy that it has.
You trying to throw Forspoken on it?
Bruh,
Trust me.
I look at Forspoken and it evokes Scalebound to me. And
Disrespectful. Let Kamiya cook, man. Let him cook. He made Astro Chain.
If it is a brand new thing that has nothing to do with that other
What about
thing that we're gonna make,
New vision,
but something
hashtag
more
just one
grounded,
energy,
something more grounded and maybe more serious than
serious. Little Devil May Cry.
I'm all up for it, but again, just the name alone could be an albatross around the neck of this.
Oh, so you can't be named
Scalebound. I mean, though, like I said, I've always said, if you're gonna bring my Scalebound, you make it a Panzer Dragoon game, and you call it Panzer Dragoon.
Saturn
talk. That you work with Sega. You work with Sega. But just to me, my worry, I will say this quickly. My worry with this, cool, if it kind of come back, whatever. Gears, Gears is coming. Gears is coming. Yeah. The fact that that stuff leaked, it's coming. Maybe we hear something about it. I know they were working on something else other than Gears because they wanted to take their time with Unreal 5. So that's great. For me, my worry with Platinum is, what Platinum do we get? If this is real, do we get Bayonetta, Astral Chain, Nier Automata, Platinum, or do we get Babylon's Fall?
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Listen, man. We try to sell our mixtape. We sell our mixtape.
I mean, it's a valid concern. Like Platinum, infamous for taking on too many projects.
Yes. So that's my worry.
They're known for it.
Yeah, no, I feel you.
That is my worry, and that somehow they managed to convince Phil to go with the old idea.
I hope Phil does not do any of that stuff.
The fact that they're working on 2 games at once, there's a good chance one of them isn't going to do very well. Right.
It's 50-50.
Yeah, I hope it's not the case, but we've seen time and time again when Platinum Games is working on multiple games, their A team is what makes the bangers. And the rest make what they make.
In an interview with IG in Japan, Platinum's president Atashi Inaba and Hideki Kami reflected on Scalebound's cancellation. This isn't just wishful thinking. The pair wants to have serious talks with Microsoft about revisiting the project. Both Kami and I are serious. We really would love to work on Scalebound again. I'd like to discuss it with Microsoft properly. I'd like to appeal to Phil Spencer directly. Let's do it, Phil. He wants to be a co-founder. Let's go. No.
When was that?
Said it publicly.
Said it publicly. This is February in 2022, top of 2022, baby.
Now I will say this. I like the fact that they, the way that relationship, that whole situation made them look super bad. And I know everybody at the head of Platinum really felt that they stepped out in front of her, no, it was our fault.
When
did they announce the deal for ABK?
Last year.
January,
right?
Last year.
Right.
It was a year ago.
A year ago.
So Platinum saw. Oh snap! They got money. Yo, Phil, I really would like to approach.
It was the month after.
Because I feel that we had a good working relationship. So
you saying the millions has something to do with this?
Man, they see money floating in the air. We did have a product, and if you didn't like something, we can go back and fix it.
We were working and I quote, we were working in an environment we weren't used to. We were developing on Unreal.
This is the most excuses.
We
We don't want to date you.
we like
Stop
the,
bringing-
we lack the necessary know-how to build a big
Stop
game.
calling.
We gotta change the number.
Come on. I'm sorry to the players who look forward to it. And
Oh my
moreover,
God.
I'm sorry to Microsoft who placed their trust in us as a business partner. And I want to apologize, both as a
Nick,
creator and a
like
member.
an
Phil,
ex-girlfriend
take us
calling
back,
your
baby. Phil,
friends
take us
back.
back. Take us back, baby.
It's
We're going to make it right.
He
doesn't answer the
calling
call.
your family and friends at Thanksgiving. Do you mind if I come over?
Phil,
Over.
who did that for you? Make it right.
No, man. Phil ain't do that.
Let's make it right, baby. Okay.
I personally feel like, and the reason my camera's off, I don't know why, but my camera keeps overheating. I think it might be that cord.
Okay.
The cord that plugs into my PC. I don't know. We'll figure
Don't
that
want
out.
no hot cords.
But yeah, I personally feel like the Scalebound thing, the only way I can realistically see that happening in the end is if there's like an agreement that they buy platinum. Like, I
like this.
I find it hard to imagine Microsoft.
Another mismanaged studio.
That platinum logo on the stage.
I definitely don't want those guys. Those guys is lukewarm or burning hot.
Bayonetta.
I don't
Astral
know.
Chain.
Part of me feels like if they didn't have to juggle so many projects, we would see a different platinum. I'm not a big platinum fan, but I do think that if there was a conversation where Microsoft talked about buying platinum games, and one of the conditions was from platinum is we really want to finish Scalebound, and Microsoft agreed to that, I do think you would see probably one of Xbox's best studios because they don't have to make 10, 15 games anymore. They can make one or two. Focus the majority of their studio on one or two, and you'll get the Nier Automatas, the Chain one that came out on the Switch, Astral Chain. Like,
Nintendo might have the rights though. Nintendo might have the rights to that.
Transformers was good.
Transformers devastation.
I'm talking about quality. Like for the most part, I do think that, even though I don't like platinum games, if they were put under a platform holder and got the proper budget, you would only see that type of product from them.
You guys is like dating Christian Rock. It's like y'all looking at how pretty she is when she got her tooth in her head.
Hot.
Soon as she take her tooth out, she get crazy off that honey. No, we don't want that. No, listen. I'm gonna tell you right now, not at all. Please, we done seen enough red flags from these students. Let them be who they are. If any time. And I'm glad Phil didn't answer him. I'm glad that happened all the way back there.
The deal is done.
No, it's not.
Nick about to tell it, the deal is
They
done.
better not come out at E3 with these dudes on stage, because this is when y'all gonna start to see the beginning of the end. And all I'm gonna yell out is,
one studio
from beginning to end.
too.
I don't know, but part of me, like, as much as I'm not the biggest fan of them, I do think their type of games is something Microsoft is lacking.
Third-person action games, yeah, for
Bad
sure.
game.
Yeah,
And that Game Pass.
No, but King, just because,
Get 'em.
look, me and you don't like these type of games, but we can't act like when they hit hard.
And when they
them on
don't
the
hit, they hit harder.
But
You get them on the cheap.
we kind
I
of
don't
know
want them.
This
we
is the
kind
time
of
to
know
stash 'em.
why. We kind
Yeah.
of know why they ain't hitting hard like that, and there is excuses. It's because they have to. It's like what Obsidian and Ninja Theory said. When you are an independent studio and you have to rely on solely yourself, you end up making games for people that you wouldn't normally make just to keep the lights on.
I feel that. We'll see what happens, but I appreciate you, Nick, on that. And then again, just to clarify, we saw the image. So Gears something, whether it's collection, market fees.
That'll be good.
Oh no, the Gears story I've been like clear about. I screwed up with the Gears collection with my source.
Okay.
That's the one time I've ever got in trouble. In 3 years, that's the one time I've ever got in trouble. I leaked it too early. Just way too early, and I got in trouble for doing that.
Okay.
Gears collection's happening.
Woo!
I know there are still people that, like Jez and Rand, have openly been
Oh yeah,
like,
very wild disrespectful to you. But continue.
Gears collection's happening. Now, that image is a different ballgame. That image, I was very upfront on the show. I said it was all happening in real time. I was getting these DMs on Twitter, and this image just popped up. Now
It's ran.
again, I saw horrible comments on Twitter. Oh, look what he's doing for clout now. It's like, guys, I wish like you saw me distracted on the show. I was getting the messages. But what people didn't see was the entire image. I was asked to crop that image and crop out
I see you
very important stuff. So the image I posted in isolation, and I said to everyone up front, it's one of those off-screen images.
Yeah, you did.
That we've seen 100 million times over the years. Those off-screen, at an angle, made to look as real as possible, all that sort of stuff. So when you see that image, it just looks like the other million off-screen images we've all seen over the years. What makes me believe in its legitimacy is what you didn't see in that image. The part that I was asked to crop out. That is the part that makes me think it's real, as in the image. Again, Gears Collection's happening. So that part, don't worry about.
10 toes down on it. Okay.
I'm now strictly talking about the image I was seeing.
Gotcha. Okay.
What makes me think that image is real is what you all didn't see. What I got. And same with the person that sent it to me. Because even the person that sent it to me, they're like, oh, I got this a while back, but I 100% how legit it is.
I feel you on that, Nick, but as like the person on Twitter, looking on Twitter, and when you say a statement like that, I'm sure the first thing that comes to their thought is how convenient that the thing that would make it seem real you had to crop out.
No, because
you know
a
how
lot of
these
stuff that
people
you
are
get
on
in your
Twitter.
DM, a lot of stuff that you get in your DMs. Sometimes they tell me, no, you can't say nothing about it. I said, then why you send it to me? That's my thing. Like, I don't care to know a lot of stuff. So if you got stuff, don't send it to me, because I'm not your hard drive, and I'm gonna let it out. So don't try to say stuff on me.
You gonna stitch.
You know, so don't do that. But I understand what he's saying, where the part that will make it believable, he can't show, because he was asked not to show that part. Yeah, and you can show this part. And I know somebody's gonna say, "Oh, it's convenient." Either you believe it or you don't. Yeah. You know, so if it comes out that it never comes out and it's never right, then you can go on Twitter and say, "Oh, Nick was wrong." And if it was right, he don't. Trust me, I'm telling you, Nick ain't gonna run you down and say, "See, I told you so," because he don't care. He was just giving something.
He gonna say, "I told you so." He's the middleman, and he was taking that smoke, and it come out. He's right.
Rand and Jez are going to get the I told you.
Yeah, they've been on you all. But in your defense, I've seen Jez kind of teeter now. I'm like, oh,
he's now.
Yeah, Jez is teetering. He's like, I might have to think Shpeshal Nick is right. I'm seeing something. There may be some credence to this, and I'm like,
there might not be a lot of stuff that I get down the grapevine that Jez doesn't know, and you could tell how he tweets on Twitter. But what I will say when it comes to that is, it is nice when you see Jazz like straight up deny a rumor, and you was like, "Oh, your people ain't heard about that." Like,
he's ridiculous.
No, but Nick, I believe you, and
thanks.
Nick, I really believe you.
Sound like some source sharing. We'll see. I just want to move on real quick after you finish it, because I do want to get this Avengers thing in.
No, the Gears collection, like I said, that one, I'm not backing down. I continue to not back down. And I've had, like, you know, again, Jez is one of those video game journalists that like waits for fairly rock solid proof.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, you know, when he was at first being like, Gears collection's not a thing. And, you know, like, I kept getting people doubting me. Again, behind the scenes, not just publicly, behind the scenes. I was getting, I don't want to name them because they might not want me to, but I had other people saying to me in DMs going, dude, I don't think his collection is real. It's not real. And I'm like, the doubt kept setting in, and I kept going back. I'm like, oh, this guy's saying it's not real. This guy's saying it's not real. This guy's saying it's not real. And they're like, it's real. Like it's real. They're like, stick to your guns. It's real. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna stick to my guns here.
In your defense, Jez is slightly turned around on this one.
And now Jez is just like, oh, hold on, there may be. But the reason is, again, like I said, I got in trouble. I leaked it way too early.
Gotcha.
Not many people knew, which is why I think I was getting so much of the this isn't real, this isn't real. Unfortunately for me, a lot of my stuff is early. I mean, look at Persona. I was getting so much crap for Persona. Oh, you said Persona was coming to Xbox and blah, 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 blah. But again, when I mentioned Persona, like the deal had just been signed for Persona. Atlas aren't known for developing games quick.
Right.
So it took like over a year, like a year and a half for Persona to finally come to Xbox. Like that's the issue. Now, whether people want to think a year is too long or like, I don't know, who judges what the timeline should be?
If it's early, it's early. I mean, it is what it is. Like, I know I get you on that point. I totally get you on that point. And then it's basically, you got to kind of get the smoke up front, and then you got to sit on the smoke for a while. But then when it does come to fruition, you get to say, I told you so, and
it's just, I don't know. I find people like to pick and choose what they remember, what they listen to, what they don't. Like, it's just, actually, you know what? No, I won't tell that story. I'll tell that story off air. I'll tell that story off air. I'll tell that story off air to Cog because there's a relationship there with Cog. So I'll talk about it off air.
We'll talk about. We won't stitch on that.
Yeah, it's just it's one of those things where I don't know, like King was alluding to earlier. It doesn't cost you any money to not be a jerk.
Yes.
It's free. It's completely free to not be a jerk. Like,
absolutely.
When I've seen people on Twitter who act like they have leaked something or whatever, my gut instinct isn't to abuse them. If what they're leaking or talking about is something I'm interested in, my first thought is, I hope they're right. That's my first thought. Like when I saw the rumors of a Klonoa remaster, I was like, please let that be real. Oh my God, please let it be real.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Oh, Klonoa was amazing.
Oh yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
If that doesn't come true, whatever that person is leaking, okay, my life will go on. It's not the end of the world. It's not like I don't know. I find the people that get irrationally angry and abusive about that kind of stuff, I find it odd.
Yeah, no, like the King said, I mean, just choose not to believe what you want to believe or not, and that's it. There's no need to be aggressive, disrespectful, or whatever. I do want to get solved real quick with the Avengers thing. So I know we can. What happened, man? It's over. It's a wrap.
Yeah, it's over. They finally gave us a date when they're gonna take Old Yeller out back. and shoot him in the head. About 2 years after its initial release, Crystal Dynamics has announced that development on Marvel's Avengers will cease on the 30th of September, at which point the game will no longer be available digitally. Although all the single player content and the actual multiplayer will remain intact, at least for the foreseeable future. What else is there to say is that this is the warning shot. This is the one that everybody should look at when you're trying to make a service-based game and taking a property and a license that nobody wanted to be this type of game and then turning around and doing it incorrectly. And this is what you get. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I think there were a lot of people that played this game that, kind of religiously stayed on top of it. Shout out to Greg Miller, who I know who's religiously plays this game.
I know people that play it.
And for me, it was, I think from the very beginning, the talk around it was disappointing because the service-based stuff is not what they wanted from a full-on Avengers game, especially from Crystal Dynamics, a team that is not known for making this type of game. They people are used to seeing Tomb Raider and third-person action adventure games from them, which is what was the expectation was here. And a lot of people felt like the single-player stuff was good, at least story-wise. it just never hit that. It could never ever separate itself also from the multiplayer aspect of it, which many people just felt was completely undercooked, didn't utilize the property well in terms of, I don't know if this is still true, but I remember when I played it, like you were able to get like different suits and stuff like that, but the suits weren't visible in the game. The suits had attributes that they acted almost like armor underneath your suit. You would your attributes would improve, but you wouldn't get the look of the suit in the game. Like it was a license thing. So the cosmetic stuff was never really a thing, which is in a game like this is what you would expect it to be in terms of what you're purchasing and stuff like that. So it just felt like it started off on a bad foot and never really gained its footing, and they finally decided to shut it down. So I don't think any one of us really played it all that much. But I may be wrong.
No, I played a little bit. I'll jump in. Yeah, I mean, you know, not surprising, but you know, look, it's a beautiful game. I always tell people, Crystal Dynamics made a beautiful game. I mean, from out of all the games that came out, I felt like it was a next gen looking game somewhat when you played it on the big boy systems. You know, I think it was cross platform, but it did look good. Yeah, like you said, live service just felt tacked on. When I was really done with it, when I was just like, okay, how do I play co-op with a friend? And I literally had to play like a bunch of missions to unlock a co-op section hub, and I was like, this is too convoluted. So to me, it wasn't really made with that. And the surprise point, the single player stuff and the story was actually good. Actually a decent story being told. I think I picked up the also the Black Panther expansion or whatever.
Yep.
I thought it was good. But it just wasn't equipped for the live service model. And again, like you said, to me, cautionary tale. You know, if you're going to do that model, you have to really fully commit to it. They didn't seem equipped to do it. And here we are. I mean, shout out to them. At least they're going to give all the marketplace and cosmetic stuff for free after a certain they get after a certain point. They're getting everything, and there's not going to be any future content though after that.
Now, in petty news, Spider-Man is still going to be PlayStation exclusive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we didn't get that.
We're not getting that.
The funny thing is just like it just shows like people love to clown on Destiny, and you know I don't play it as much as I used to. People love to clown on Destiny, Warframe, but these games have pulled a formula that these other billion-dollar companies are desperately trying to get.
Facts.
And they can't find the formula.
Facts. Big facts.
We got Anthem, Marvel Avengers, The Division, it's Halo Infinite. Like people try so hard to get that formula, and it's not easy. Games as a service is probably one of the hardest things you will realistically develop for.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's a hard bag. That's pretty much all I got on it. Unless anybody got anything.
Yeah,
else.
I'm done. I'm struggling. I'm not commenting on anything else.
You mentioned Spider-Man because we were talking on our show about Avengers as well.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard what you said. This is going to be interesting. Go ahead, talk.
It was one of those things. Like I said, I don't share everything I get. Because some stuff I listen to it and I'm like, oh, I think I'm going to stay away from that. Like I'm learning to filter stuff. And I remember a long time ago, I actually found the DM because I couldn't find it in my OneNote. And I found the DM. I found the DM in my OneNote yesterday. And it was back in 2020. This was. So I've been sitting on it for nearly 3 years. Because at the time, Avengers was just about to come out, or when did Avengers come out? When did it come out?
It actually launched
close around launch. I feel like it was one of them close to launch.
Yeah, because it was still last generation, current generation game.
The sad part about that game too, and I'm sure all of you, they had probably one of the biggest IPs at that time that they could have ever have done. So imagine if they, instead of trying to turn that into games as a service, they had like a cohesive story that went through
like Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yes. Yeah, a set of villains, a set of villains, and you just keep rotating between these characters during the story.
So what was this?
Yeah, it would have been great.
Nick? What was this deal, real quick before we move on?
But yeah, at the time, and I said nothing at the time, but now the game's been cancelled. It's been long enough. I can probably I said it on our show anyway.
It was August 14, 2020.
Yeah.
August
14, 2020.
Oh wow! So this DM was like, oh, okay.
Good
this guy at the time had reached out to me and said that there may be a loophole to get Spider-Man in the Xbox version, not straight away, but later down the track. And I was just like, are you for real? Like, there's no way known Sony has not put 1,000,001
Right.
clauses in that contract to make sure that never happens. And this person's like, oh, there may be a loophole in there that where Spider-Man could make his way to the Xbox version.
I'm gonna be real with you, Nick. The
Let me
way
hear
I
this.
saw that, I just want to say the way I saw that man swinging, they can keep that.
Not even the swinging, the shooting of the
Pause,
way.
yo,
It was like-
the Zumba class.
Let Nick finish.
Let Nick
Because
finish.
listen,
Oh,
my
no,
level of
that's-
trollage would be crazy.
Yes, I want to hear. it.
That's all I was saying. Like, he was just telling me at the time. Now back then, I asked him, as I do to everyone that sends me stuff. I say, hey, is that something I can leak? Is that something I'm allowed to put on Twitter, or am I allowed to mention it on the show? And they were like, yeah, you can, but make sure you say ABC. Now, I then followed up and said, look, how far away do you think this is?
Right.
And they're like, it's probably, he mentioned it was sometime well into the future, because as we know, Sony's contracts are very
Right. Yes.
long term. So I was like, you know what, dude, I'll leave it. If we hear more later down the track and it's more definite, then we'll go with it. And I never said a word. What you heard on our show and what you're hearing now is the first I've ever mentioned it. But it's just another example of, I don't like, if I was some kind of guy who just makes stuff up for attention, you don't think mentioning Spider-Man on Xbox would get that attention?
Oh, for sure. For sure. No, that's
Like, it's...
It was a funny thing. It's very, very controversial, but I'm with Addict on this one. This is one of the rare ones where they might keep that sort of thing, because it wasn't that Insomniac anything that I'm used to. And that Zumba Spider-Man.
He wasn't any good?
Oh, bro, you didn't see.
I didn't play it. I didn't see it.
Boy.
Did you look at it? Did you look at it?
Oh boy,
Oh,
Google
boy.
Spider-Man exclusive
to
for
now.
Marvel Avengers gameplay footage. Oh boy. Yeah, we was like, don't ever let them do Spider-Man. If Insomniac is not directly involved, we don't want to see.
He was able to see past Spider-Man's flaws with that Spider-Man. Insomniac is just such gods when it came to doing it. They hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
This Marvel
Now I want to
Avengers
see it.
closing up.
Yes, get your balls.
Good. I mean, I brought the game when it first came out. I was all enthusiastic. After I saw what they did to the Hulk from the rip, y'all can take this game and chuck it into the ocean. Story was fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's he doing?
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, you see it.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what he's doing.
What's his web shooting?
That's exactly what he's doing. That.
They decided to
I'll
put
go
the
at it.
electric company Spider-Man in the game.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? That's one of the like.
Wow, that is
That
horrible.
is such a bad look on Sony, like having so much pull on Spider-Man, and Sony looked at them like, "Yeah, that's it, ship it."
No, that was exclusive to them. They wanted it and they got it. See, this is like Scalebound.
Oh, man. He said that DLC looked like your dad dressing up for Spider-Man during Halloween.
They look like cosplay Spider-Man.
Party City Spider-Man.
Wish.com.
I
Yes.
told you, he's a wish. He's in the wish.com Spider-Man.
Yeah, that was not a
I
go.
told you guys when whatchamacallit, Embrace a Group got them. And it was like, yeah, now Embrace a Group is gonna let them flourish. And they said, yeah, we're gonna support all the way through. All that sounds nice until you see how much the electric bill was over at their house that month. You said, what? They paying what for electric? Cut that game off. It's not bringing in the
It's not bringing
numbers.
in the numbers.
He said, what about Zumba Spider-Man? It ain't working. Get it out of there.
Spider-Man.
Listen, get rid of it. I thought the story
Yeah,
for the single player was grounded. I thought the story was great. I thought they got the script. And I felt the same way when I played Guardians of the Galaxy. I said, wow, they really nailed it on this. Thank God it wasn't a huge success with how messed up it was. It was just really messed up. Like when you go into the hub world and you had to find your mission and then your friends was linking up with you. One person couldn't be a certain person, and the attributes that you did get was like a hologram on your arm. You couldn't really see those things on the character. I was cool with it. They had a lot of good ideas. They didn't flesh them out before they launched it. I think it was rushed. I think the story part of it was good. I think the games as a service part needed to bake a little bit more.
Yeah.
And they didn't get that opportunity, and it fell flat, and they got blamed for it. And it sucks that the game is but you know, it lives on. Right? We still have the game, we still have the single player. We're gonna get all the extra stuff that is gonna drop for it, and it is what it is. But they did tell a good story, and if anybody want to play the single player, it is a good story that way. I would not recommend the games of a service for myself.
Shout out to ASAP Gamer. He out here snitching the XboxEra situation on last night on Xbox. I ain't putting that out, but y'all go check out. Twitter's a little interesting right now. They're getting hyped. They love his Shpeshal Nick situation with the leak. But look, we got to combine because we going crazy long.
Well, you can drop mine.
Drop mine. Okay, so no Ubisoft. You
can drop mine.
Good? Okay, yeah. We gonna do the thing. Okay. So.
Yeah, I don't want to touch it because somebody texted me in the DM.
Oh, okay. So
it was like, just don't talk about this one thing that happened.
Okay. So we leave it alone.
Yeah.
Plus, we're at time, so I mean, we gave out a good.
We've been at time.
We've been at time for a minute. This is probably getting up there. But look, let's while you get the super chats ready, let me get the poll, and then we give a nice little exit out. But okay. So with the latest layoffs at 343 and the studio's most recent statement on their commitment to Halo single player and multiplayer, what do you think is the best course of action for 343 moving forward? The choices are A, slowly pull 343 responsibilities away from Halo to other Xbox game studios. B, continue to deliver on the promise of Halo Infinite with continued single player and multiplayer content drops. C, clean slate. Slowly phase out Halo Infinite support, start development on the next Halo game with the lessons learned. Or D, I don't care. I still want my Spartan Lock spin-off game. Those are the choices. Please rock the vote when it goes up on ILP Twitter. Yes, Cog is trying to kill the stream before the 49ers get you absolutely right. I am guilty. The 49ers about to play in a half hour. You're absolutely right. I was looking at the time. No cap. Anyway, salute to Shpeshal Nick. The crossover finally happened. Rocked the entire way from Australia down under. The man got up early in the morning, being around. Much
Thanks
love,
for
brother.
having me.
No doubt. Where can people find you? What do you have going on?
Call got to be somewhere in 30 minutes.
Yes,
let's talk about your history.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that because the Niners are about to play the Cowboys, and I need to see that. So, Nick, tell the people where they can find you, what you got going on, sir.
I'll keep it short and sweet. Just go to XboxEra.com. You'll basically find everything there: the forums, the reviews, podcasts, the whole lot. I'm at Shpeshal_Nick on Twitter. If you want to follow me there and hear me talk crap. And that's about it. That's about it. Thanks again for having me on, though.
No, now listen, man. Much love to you, the team. Professionally done podcast, professionally run site. Shout out to Sick. I got to get Sick on. Love his energy. Love the chemistry you guys have. Shout out to your writing team. Great guys over there. One Bad Mother. I believe Jordy a couple. Always good camaraderie, good energy when I check out the stuff. And keep it up, man. I love what you're doing over there. Always a fun, and I'm glad we got it done. Lord Addict, where can people find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on R&R with the Lords this Tuesday with me and King David. We'll be talking about the second episode of The Last of Us. There's going to be a lot of things going on, so I think you guys are going to enjoy that.
I'll be sure not to listen. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
I love you.
I love you.
A lot of trailers have popped out here recently too, so that's going to be interesting. Want to thank the chat, man. You know, you guys showed up today. We had I think almost 850, 900 people in here today. You know, you guys show up every week, and you know, when we go to this PAX East, man, we really go. We go every year, but we always try to level up the previous content for in terms of quality wise. So we do what we got to do. We cover a lot of stuff when we go to these events too. But I appreciate you for coming through. We'll see you guys next week. And like I said, man, definitely check into me and King this Tuesday at 5 p.m. on R&R with the Lords.
You're gonna like this week. Saab won't be there, but you'll like it this week.
Yo, why am I catching strays over this? I didn't even say anything.
Saab don't care about us, but we gonna.
Yo, this is all cog, and they're falling on me.
Listen, you shouldn't have said what you said.
We'll be doing.
I should have had an opinion of my own. I'm sorry.
We will be most likely. How many of the Lords can make it to the Wednesday thing?
I'm on it.
I'll be there.
I'm there.
Not I.
You see, right?
I'll be. Hey, shout out to Microsoft for putting it on when I'm actually traveling, so I won't even be able to get to see it.
Right there, Mike.
The Lord South, the rebellious Lord. Where can we find you?
There, the guy,
going on?
The one who must be Borged. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
The one lack of R&R presence.
Oh my God! Yo, every time I was there first thing with a $20 super chat.
Yes, he was. No doubt. Hold on. This is the truth.
So. Yeah, what I'm gonna be doing. I gotta go to work, so that's what I'm doing. Shout out to Nick. Nick, I have a confession to make. I've been following you in XboxEra for the longest, right? But for whatever reason, I never read your name properly, right?
No one does.
So I never saw it as special. So I'm like, oh, we got Shpeshal Nick coming on. I know it's Shpeshal.
Destin Legary once from IGN. He was like, Shpeshal Nick.
Shapeshifter Nick was in the building.
so my apologies, brother. I guess I'm the special one. That's why I read it wrong. That's fine. But thanks for coming on. Go have some breakfast.
Yes.
Yeah. Gotta have some coffee too.
Yes. You've been over Trooper Lord King. Where can the five people find you? What you got going on, sir?
First, my fellow collector. Much respect. Much respect on you getting up and you being here, especially on your month off when you could be energizing and getting your batteries back up. But you went back to everybody. See, you got to look at the integrity of the man. Went back to everybody that you told that you couldn't do certain things, and you got this month off, and he was like, "Yo, y'all can get it in now. I want to get on the shows," and he rocked all the way out. All right, so this is his time for leisure to recharge his batteries, and he is here. So I truly respect you. And
thanks.
You have a lot of information that's in your DMs. I know a lot of people come to people, especially if they have websites and they have shows, and they want to find a kinship with you. So I can understand them sliding you something. Yo, this is what I heard, and this is what I found out, but don't say this, right? So per se, he's not an insider. He's just a vessel of holding these secrets, and he held this secret for a long time on the Spider-Man stuff and everything. So, go easy on him. Pause. When he puts out information, and if you don't want to believe anything that he puts out, then don't.
Fact.
You don't got to slander it. A lot of times you could just shut up and look. You don't really
go scare him up, kid.
Right? No, but the thing is, you don't need to say anything, because I put out a tweet with Phil, and I got a bunch of negative comments. This is the first time I had to block people en masse.
Wow. Yeah.
Because I don't care what you think about them. It was an eclectic environment celebrating the accomplishments of a man that has been at one job for 35 years. Until you can be someplace for 35 years, you probably ain't even been on this planet for 35 years. Stop coming for him unless he sent for you. So, Nick is just being special Nick. And if he has information that he wants to share, he would do so. You don't have to comment under it if you don't believe it. If you don't care about it, you can keep scrolling, going someplace else. You don't need to bring the negativity to somebody that's trying to bring something positive to you. All right? That's all I got to say. He's a great guy.
Thanks.
Rocking out with us, and I do love it. And I can't wait to be on your show.
Yes.
To have fun with you
guys. They have a good show. They have a really good show.
I know. Yeah. Like I said, Wanda and Dutch brought me to you.
Yeah.
Listen, tomorrow I'm going to be on with Colt. Tomorrow night I'll be on for an hour. Okay. For some reason I'm in high demand this week.
I wonder what it is. Out here rubbing shoulders with
all that insider information.
I know, right? Must have been that stuff that I put out.
You
But
know,
Arnold with the
King,
Lords.
He loves the NDA people, so you fit right in.
We're gonna have a good time. Arnold with the Lords.
Yes, sir.
All right, so tonight I gotta watch at least 2 or 3 episodes of Attack on Titan. Right, gotta do that. Then I'm watching this thing called Sick that Attic got me watching. Attic is sick. Then I have to watch The Last of Us. So this thing that we've started has me watching more movies, more shows, and doing it with a discerning eye. Like, I have to be focused on every part of it. I have to listen to the music. I have to listen to everything because I want to give you an accurate description on what we're watching and how it makes me feel with certain things. So it's been a very fun ride on what we're doing. I want to thank everybody that contributed to our Road to PAX East 2023. This will be going on all the way until we leave. So you support here, you support on R&R with the Lords, you support on this show this week when we do it for the Microsoft show. Please support, please come out, and we promise that we're going to give you the best content that we can possibly give you. But thank you for all the support that you do give, and everything is 100% appreciated. Thank you.
No doubt. Much love. You already know. So let's get these super chats and get them on out of here.
We got Gordon Fiala, $20 super chat. Thanks for caring. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
No doubt.
Then we got Post Up, $5 super chat.
Good to see
What's
you,
good, everyone? Salute to the panel. You guys is looking real crisp in New York. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother. And good to see you, brother. Good that you're feeling better, man. We was pulling for you for sure. Love that you're doing better.
And we got Mr. Irishman, member for 1 year, £2 super chat.
Yeah.
Forget Scalebound to make Metal Gear Rising 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Well,
Exclusive.
Exclusive.
Special Nick. Exclusive. Let's snitch now. Let's do it now. Let's give him the ball.
Give him something else, Nick.
Come on, let's go. Let's tell.
No. It was actually. No, I think it was someone on Twitter, one of the actors or something from Metal Gear.
Oh,
Solid
yes,
or
he
something
said,
like that.
yeah, the actor who plays Raiden, said something.
Is probably something coming soon. And then I went back through our old shows, and it was about, we had Charisma Williams, who was from Microsoft at the time. And in that rumor mill for that episode, I had said there was a couple of things I mentioned. I mentioned that Final Fantasy 16 would be announced in 2021, and that there might be some PlayStation exclusivity with Final Fantasy 16.
Which seems to be adding up.
And this is what I mean. People forget the stuff I've leaked in the past. But what I also got told for that episode, and I said at the time, I'm like, massive grain of salt on this one. Big grain of salt was that we might be seeing Metal Gear Rising Revengeance 2. And that there was a chance it might even be an Xbox exclusive.
Whoa. That'd be crazy.
Now, this was like a while back. Now, I said to everyone back then, I'm like, this is huge grain of salt on this second one. The Final Fantasy 16 is like, sorry? Yeah, Platinum made
that, right? It was hot, right? Everybody liked it? Okay, just want to be sure.
Oh God, nothing.
I'm just saying because I heard.
Nick, let me tell you something, and this is full disclosure, full disclosure.
And we were so close to getting out of here.
You know, no, because you know why people don't know really the backstory because people got goldfish memory. I don't.
They so close.
I don't. But listen,
we do good.
Cogs and LordsOfGaming.net.
Damn.
First big interview in person.
All right, here you go. I see what he's doing.
Was Platinum Games.
Oh, he's trying to say bye.
It was Platinum Games. They had him.
He ain't wrong.
Sequestered in a bougie posh hotel room.
Oh, man, not the pay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Come
one-on-one.
Oh, man.
My man was there. Microphone set up, everything ready to go.
Translators, everything.
I did have the translations. One of the greatest. I was proud of that interview.
And that interview went up, that the writers went up, everything perfect. They gave him a shot.
Yes.
So listen, I'm not being disrespectful when I said I don't want Microsoft to purchase. The writers went up, everything. No, perfect. I don't. I'm not being disrespectful. I want ABK to happen. So listen, he can come back and double back around the block and get you later. I don't want Microsoft to purchase. But Cog's bias. I'm not being because you gave us a shot, and Cog is a loyal dude. He's always going to look for the positives in you, and he's going to bypass the negatives. I am a pessimist. I look at the negatives first. I'm going to point out the negatives first.
Glass is always half empty.
Mr. Irishman says it's the best $2 he's ever spent.
But Cog definitely is. He respects exactly that shot because that shot meant everything to us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, fair enough.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if it was this. I don't know what you're talking about. But,
Yes,
may have been that. May have been that. I don't know. I don't know. I know these guys did a good job. I know those guys did a good job. Shout out to the team. Shout out to the team.
So
Continue.
this is, if y'all see why Cog is doing this, God bless.
I'm just saying.
The receipts is always real.
Then we have the rubber knob. Remember for 2 years, $5 with chat. You're dead right, King. Throw platinum in the spiky bushes.
Look, man, I like nice things. But continue.
Then we have Mr. Too Opinionated, $5 with chat. Ninja Theory and or Tango Games would be a great team assist with Scalebound. Also, it should be single player only.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Then we have Lawrence Davenport, member for 2 months, $5 per chat. Platinum can make Scalebound, and we all get the Bayonetta games remade for the Xbox. I don't know how that works. The Nintendo published it.
Nintendo's not listening to what you're talking about.
Yeah, it may not happen. Then we got Stitch. 666. Wait, let me not say that part. 2 years, $2 per chat. Platinum to Phil. Are you up?
Yo,
Calling Phil the comment. You're calling Phil in the middle of the night.
Hey, big head.
Then we got Big Mad Mo, member for 2 years, member for 30 months, actually. Lord Bronze. Shout out to the realm, the Lords, and Nick. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
did his thing.
Then we have Donald Taco, member for $5 per chat. The only bad platinum games are licensed games with no budget and short dev time and one live service game. Everything else they put out was A1.
That's right. Talk that talk.
Anguish.
She's beautiful, but she cheats a lot.
He always be finding the craziest at
I know. Going in.
Clutch Man 01, $5 per chat. One last shout. Check out Level 1 Gaming. Grow the community. Great show, guys. And Wednesday will be very informative. Yes.
And they just recently had Shpeshal Nick on himself. Go check him out.
Exactly.
He made his run over there.
Then we got Space Channel 5, £5 super chat. Peace, brother. Appreciate it.
Good to go.
I think we are good to go.
Right,
yes.
We made it. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Again, salute to Shpeshal Nick. Salute to everybody that came out. Salute to everybody supporting the goal. More fun things planned. A lot of cool things. I'm really excited for. We can't talk about it just yet, but that's all we got. Anybody got anything else before we
Another 7-hour podcast. God bless.
Check out. Everybody enjoy Sunday. Peace.
Hey.
Peace.